Sunset and Vine, where a group of, I counted about 100 people before, for peaceful. Organizers say this is in support of Black Lives Matter. A number of the signs reflect that. At Sunset and Vine, and I want to turn around and.
That's big.
All right, we seem to have some technical problems there. We'll try to get back to Lauren there at in Hollywood at Sunset and Vine, but right now let's go back to Larry in City Hall.
Well, the same size crowd here that we've seen all afternoon. Maybe a few less people than when we first arrived. Some people have moved into the park across the street. We'll pull to a little wider shot and show you that we are here at downtown LA City Hall. They've got a helicopter overhead that's downlinking some image to the ground folks, and they're taking a look at the movements of these crowds. But it's been very, very peaceful, very orderly. In fact, we looked when we first got here. We looked over at the 101 freeway, and the California Highway Patrol, along with the LAPD, had the on-ramps shut down so that people couldn't walk onto the freeway, and a repeat of what we saw last week. But at this point, a very orderly protest here in downtown Los Angeles. We will stay overhead. They unfold throughout the afternoon. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welkin, Sky 5. Back to you.
Hey, Larry, you said at one point that some of these people broke off. Are they all back together now, or did they some splinter off and head somewhere else in downtown LA?
Yeah, you know, we were watching them in front. They had made their way all the way around City Hall and walked over to the LAPD headquarters building, which is a newer building right there. And there were several officers that were standing in a line. And what we noticed was that many of those officers knelt down on one knee as the protesters were over there. And as that was taking place, about half the group left that building and made their way back over to the front of downtown LA City Hall. And then the other half walked over, and you can see a line of police officers now up at the top of the stairs. But again, very orderly, and the LAPD has got several air assets and ground assets here to maintain the order.
Larry, yeah, so Larry's on over downtown LA, which is where the City Hall images are on your left-hand side of your screen. And on the right-hand side of your screen, those are images from earlier today in Van Nuys, where there are some protests still going on down there, but it didn't really get that large. It eventually got to each corner here. That was Van Nuys and Sylvan in that area. But as of right now, it's sort of dissipated this hour.
Yeah, we were looking at that earlier in Van Nuys, and they were walking through the streets. In fact, after we left, we understand that there were a couple of people that were trying to start small fires, and those fires were quickly extinguished. We saw plenty of resources of police officers, sheriff's deputies, and the like over in Van Nuys as well. So far, you know, fingers crossed, so good. It's very, very orderly throughout Southern California as far as we know so far. And we are going to have Sky 5 available all night to fly from protest to protest to keep an eye on these things. So we will report back to you as developments unfold.
Yeah, really until today, there had been nothing going on in the San Fernando Valley. And then last night there started to be messages on social media that, yes, let's gather at City Hall in Van Nuys. And we'll start a protest there. There was also reports maybe of a protest that was going to take place in Chatsworth. Last night in Encino, a CVS drugstore as well as a jewelry store, they were looted last night. But other than that, and I think maybe the Gelsons, which was in the same area, but other than that, there hasn't really been much of anything going on in the San Fernando Valley, but there were a lot of reports on social media that was going to change today.
Yeah, one of our coworkers actually came in today saying that in Sherman Oaks, buildings and businesses boarded up, and a couple of businesses along Ventura Boulevard had been looted. In fact, went to go to the CVS and it was all boarded up. So I think the cities and the areas are preparing just in case. I know in West Hollywood, I've been getting reports from a lot of my friends in that area, that Santa Monica Boulevard, at La Cienega in Santa Monica, there's a lot of boarding up of areas there, even dumpsters being put in the street to as a barricade, those large dumpsters as a barricade to block crowds, potential crowds that may show up tonight.
Yeah, also just got a text message from a viewer, said that he's hearing maybe possibly something happening at Topanga and Ventura, which is a major intersection in Woodland Hills. Of course, That was quite a scene that we saw yesterday in the city of Santa Monica. It is now under curfew until tomorrow morning.
This comes after peaceful protests escalated yesterday as looters were seen ransacking stores. You saw it all night here, right here on KTLA. Courtney Friel has more details.
Hi there. A curfew is now in effect for the business district of Santa Monica. And by 4 p.m. citywide, everyone should be at home unless they're going to work or having an emergency.
Curfew is in effect 1 p.m.
As police drive by making curfew announcements, you can still smell the smoke in the air outside this Santa Monica sushi restaurant that was set on fire by looters who took advantage of the peaceful protests yesterday. Jack's Jewelers on 4th Street was trashed. There's glass everywhere, and everything was stolen, including the safe.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, I lost everything I built the last 4 years, piece by piece, and everything is gone. So hopefully we can rebuild and just move on.
Santa Monica police believe the looters were opportunists tracking where peaceful protests were happening to come and do damage. Out of the more than 400 arrests throughout the night, 95% were not even residents of the beach city. While some store owners chose to protect their businesses with rifles, Gina Brose stood outside to protect her friend's homeopathic store.
Windows were all smashed. People were trying to dive in there to steal stuff. I don't know what they think they're going to steal. There's no drugs in a homeopathic pharmacy. You know, what are they going to steal? Vitamin bottles? I don't know. I think they just wanted to do damage.
9 fires were also set, but luckily there were no injuries, and eventually 100 National Guard members were brought in to keep the peace. Monday morning was spent with hundreds of people coming to Santa Monica with brooms and cleaning supplies, trying to wipe off graffiti and also boarding up their businesses, which looked like hurricane preparations. DJ Verrett chose to spend his 49th birthday cleaning up his city.
It's my duty as a member of this community to come out and keep my palm down versus my palm up. So my palms are down doing heavy lifting and helping the stores that I do shop at and these mom and pop shops. That's why I'm here, is to be a service.
And we know a lot of people took video of the looters yesterday, and Santa Monica officials are asking if you can please email it to them. It might help in their criminal investigation. The email address is info@santamonica.gov. Reporting in Santa Monica, I'm Courtney Friel, KTLA 5 News.
All right, I want to take you to Westwood now. This is the 405 in Wilshire, where there is a protest. Of course, this is where the federal building is. And a group of people there blocking traffic on Wilshire Boulevard right there near the freeway.
And that's the unfortunate part. And you know, if you're doing protest and you're doing calm protests, that's fine. But law enforcement definitely, they don't want you across lanes of traffic. At this point, this is dangerous for the protesters and for these drivers. You know, people a lot of times, even like senior citizens, if they get nervous as a protester is around them, even if it's calm, you just never know. Like we were talking about last night, you accidentally hit the accelerator instead of the brake because you are on the freeway, and this is when it can get very dangerous. Yeah,
I want to correct myself. I said they were on Wilshire. They're actually on the 405 freeway, and they've got every lane blocked except, well, actually every lane. They're actually having to go on the that inside lane there, which is basically the apron to get around the traffic. You see there are 3, I believe, CHP officers in black and white units. And the way they have their vehicles parked, it is forcing all of the traffic to move into the one lane. But this is on the northbound side of the 405, where it crosses over Wilshire Boulevard. And as you can see, the traffic is backed up well beyond Santa Monica Boulevard and that exit. And I'm sure pretty soon it's going to be backed up all the way to where the 405 intersects with the 10 freeway. It's
interesting that they are allowing that one lane to go through. I guess some type of agreement between the protesters and law enforcement letting that one lane go through, at least for the drivers. That's good for them. Now it looks like they're maybe trying to move off the freeway a little bit, or maybe not.
Well, there's still a few that are hanging around, maybe about 6 or 7 people there. Now we've got somebody jumping over the barrier wall between the 2 sides of the freeway. Actually, a couple of people there on the wall. This is a really dangerous situation.
Yeah. Well, all over the city of Los Angeles and incorporated areas as well, we're seeing these protests. We've been covering, if you've been with us this afternoon, this one's on the 405, but also there's a protest at City Hall downtown. There's protests in Hollywood at Sunset and Vine, and now there's gatherings at Sunset and Laurel, where there was supposed to be a protest that ultimately got canceled. Then also, as we mentioned, in Van Nuys, there was a gathering there as well. This is going to be another one of those tough evenings for law enforcement to be able to monitor and, if it's in a residential area or in a business area where there's not as much traffic like this, this is really unfortunate, especially with cars going in both directions as well on a freeway.
Yeah. Fortunately, the traffic has not been as heavy because there's a pandemic. Because of the coronavirus pandemic, the traffic has been pretty light relatively light for the last 6 or 7 weeks. But it is that time of the day where it does pick up a little bit. I mean, it's not as bad as it normally is, because it would be bumper to bumper traffic on every lane of the 405 freeway this time of the day. But still, not a situation you want to see. So hopefully these protesters will move off of the freeway sometime in the next couple of minutes. And these two people here, they're standing on that wall between the two sides of the freeway. If one of them slips and fall, they could get hit by a slow-moving vehicle. So,
well, law enforcement has reiterated for the last week that, they support protesters, people who protest, and even if they protest loudly, they get it. It's everyone's right to be able to voice. And look at this 18-wheeler trying to go through here. Wow.
All right. While this is going on, there is another protest that is underway right now in Hollywood. And that's where Lauren Lister is standing by.
Lauren, you on Sunset Boulevard right by us.
Hi, Glenn and Lou. We are showing you a crowd of what started as about 100 protesters at my count. It's certainly grown since then. They have marched from Sunset and Vine to now Sunset and Bronson. They're literally right outside of the. It's a peaceful protest. Black Lives Matter. Still at Sunset and Vine, where they had some chants. Some people spoke, and then Sunset Boulevard. There were a few National Guard members that were at the corner of Sunset and Vine where this all started, on each of the corners. Local law enforcement who said that is for security. Now you can see the crowd is kneeling, chanting the name Breonna Taylor as they peacefully demonstrate here in Hollywood. One of a number of demonstrations planned today, chanting the name George Floyd. Of course, George Floyd being the unarmed black man. His death recently in Minneapolis, where the police officer charged with murder has ignited so many of the cases that were sued. Black Lives Matter. A number of their signs say the same. Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! A diverse crowd. Younger. Looks like they're younger people. Sure. We're gonna move out of the way. We're gonna move out of the way, be respectful. Move out of the way and be respectful. This crowd has been peaceful, obviously passionate, and this is the latest going on right now in Hollywood.
Just from what I recognize from the buildings, it looks like these people are kneeling right there at the intersection of Sunset and Bronson.
Yes, it is exactly where they are, and we just saw it live there. A lead protest saying names of people who have died, and they were kneeling, respectful and peaceful, even though loud, having their voices be heard. Not exactly sure in which direction. It looks like now they're going to be possibly going north.
They're going north on Bronson.
Yeah, which will go up to Hollywood Boulevard. This is a large crowd here on Sunset Boulevard. We had heard that a gathering would possibly happen in Hollywood, and then down Sunset about 3 or 4 miles at Laurel and Sunset, there's another crowd gathering there. If you're familiar with that area, Laurel is just about a block from Crescent Heights and Sunset. This is a little bit more east, essentially about a block from our area.
Well, our studio lot's right there at the corner of Sunset and Bronson, so they've turned away from where we are and heading northerly direction out toward Hollywood Boulevard. All right, we will continue to monitor this. We do have Lauren Lister on the ground. I want to take you back to the 405 now in Westwood, where protesters have been blocking the 405 freeway. Oh, actually.
So, Larry, where are you here?
Larry.
Larry's up in Sky 5. What are we looking at? Well, maybe Larry.
This is Victory Boulevard. This is earlier we were telling you about a Van Nuys City Hall protest, and it looks like a lot of those people from the Van Nuys City Hall protest have broken off. They've made their way over here to Victory Boulevard, west of Van Nuys. They were running. They've just made entry into that pharmacy. There is an LAPD helicopter overhead. There is a mobile field force that's available, and we believe they're being dispatched over here. But traffic is moving just normal, and it's being interrupted, I should say, by some of these people that have left the protest. You can see they're running on both sides of the street, and we've seen them try and enter several businesses. Some of them no luck at all, and then some of them they were able to break into. Unfortunately, here's a case where this pharmacy has been broken into, and you can see again some of this activity where people are walking in and out of this pharmacy, and then you see a lot of trash and things like that out in front. But again, traffic right now a concern for officers because they have people running in and out of traffic. Remember, Victory is a very main thoroughfare here in the San Fernando Valley in Van Nuys, and so we see firefighters now arriving, and again you see people now running, a large contingent of people that are running now down one of these side streets. I'm not sure which street that is yet, but right now just another example of what we've been seeing over the past couple days. Now, if we're going to go, let's go left a little bit on Victory there. We'll see that they do have officers that are marching. In fact, a building to the right is blocking it. Let's move over to the right here. Now, tilt up, Colton, and you'll see that there are officers that are now making their way into this area. So a much quicker response than we've seen before when we see this kind of activity over the last couple of days. They much quicker response time. They had LAPD and the LA County Sheriff's Department. They had a mobile field force that was ready to go, and now the weirdest foot pursuit I've ever seen, because you've got a large group of people and a large group of officers that are in tactical gear running through some of these side streets. And remember, if they get just about a block away from here, you're talking about an area where there are lots of residences and lots of apartment buildings as well. So sort of a tense situation developing right now. The actual protest itself is still going on. There's a peaceful protest that is going on. And like we've seen over the past few days, a section of that protest breaks off. A number of people break off from the other group and go into these communities and start to loot and spray and tag some of these buildings. So there you can see sort of a cat and mouse game right now, where you've got people running down the sidewalk and then a group of officers in foot pursuit. And meanwhile, there is still some more activity on Victory. We can't see. I'm not going to be able to show it to you, but we've got officers now moving in force. In fact, go ahead and tilt up real quick and watch just so that we can show the audience how quickly they are responding. See on the left side of your screen there down that side street, you've got about 10 police officers in vehicles that are now streaming into the area, and they are going to support the ground units that are there right now. So we're going to stay on top of this here, but things heating up here at the protest at the Van Nuys City Hall. And again, 2 LAPD helicopters, lots and lots of ground support. But unfortunately, we saw a little bit of looting and a little bit of some of a little bit of activity where people were trying to break into businesses, not necessarily even to loot, but just to see if they could get in. So a tough situation here in Van Nuys. We're going to stay on top of it throughout this newscast. I'm Larry Welkin, Sky 5.
Yeah,
back to you.
Larry, the response we just saw from the LAPD there seems to be a much more aggressive stance than what we have seen. And earlier today, all of the law enforcement agencies held a joint news conference at the Hall of Justice, basically saying that's what they were going to do. Another factor is the fact that the president, within the last hour, basically came out and it seemed as if he was invoking the Insurrection Act. Do you think that message has gotten down to the rank and file?
Well, I can tell you that that it is a much more aggressive stance than we've seen in the past few days. I mean, and you're right. The president made reference to it, and we heard in the press conference the sheriff and the various police chiefs that were describing what they were going to do and putting their mobile field forces together, and they did just that. In fact, I know that we're looking at these people running through the area here, but right in front of Van Nuys City Hall. In fact, Colton, I'll keep an eye on the people that are running. Go back to City Hall and let's show the audience and let's show them what this looks like now. Tilt down just a little bit. Look at all those officers that have just appeared out of nowhere. They just they were waiting, and they now have been activated. They just got the word, and they are moving through here with precision. And again, there are people that are scattered and running through these neighborhoods, but the difference this time is that they're being pursued by officers. They're being monitored by the air unit. In fact, they've got 2 air units. One of them is equipped with a camera and a downlink so that people on the ground, so the commanders on the ground can monitor this in real time and deploy those mobile field forces where they need to be, when they need to be there. So we're gonna keep an eye on this, but again, a much quicker response here. But unfortunately, if your travels take you to this area, they are starting to lock down Victory Boulevard. Forget about Van Nuys Boulevard. That is closed in both directions here around Victory. And there is law enforcement as far as the eye can see. And again, we'll try and push into some of these people that are trying to break into some of these businesses. In fact, it's just right, almost very brazen, just in front of officers. People were just trying to break into these buildings, and then they got the message that that the police weren't messing around and started to scatter throughout the neighborhood, and that's what we're looking at right now.
You can see the vans along with the units there. Wondering if that's in anticipation of arrests being made.
That is exactly what those vans are for. So they want to make sure that, in fact, a lot of these officers have those plastic cuffs that they've been holding, those zip tie cuffs, and they're being fanned out into the neighborhood to try and take people into custody as they can. We haven't really seen that many people being taken into custody, but again, that protest still going on at Van Nuys City Hall while another faction has broken off and is running about this neighborhood.
Well, this is certainly a change in tactics from what we have seen. I mean, it's it's been tough to get a handle on all this when these groups that are part of the protesters, they kind of infiltrate the protesters and they break off and start running in different directions. And this appears to be the peaceful people, the peaceful protesters that are just protesting for change, standing in the middle of the street. But it's all these other groups that break off from them and they kind of scatter in all these different directions. And we're seeing the police department, sort of the LAPD, kind of a tactic we saw last night in Long Beach, where things were breaking out in different areas, and there would be groups of maybe 15 or 20 officers and maybe a fire truck if there's a fire, heading to a certain area to try to quell what was going on. And looks like we're seeing a similar tactic here now by the Los Angeles Police Department in Van Nuys.
We saw it also.
Brad and Lou, one of the things that we saw that was really interesting just now was that some of those people that were running through the neighborhood came up this street. They ran back up Sylvan here, that's what that street is, up to Van Nuys Boulevard, and you saw what appeared to be a large huddle of people. Right in the middle of that huddle was an LAPD officer talking to those folks. So it's just incredible to see. You've got one police officer there. You can see him with his helmet on, and he is talking very reasonably. And a lot of these people were the people we saw running around on Victory and back up here to Sylvan, up to City Hall. And then we'll tilt up and show you the peaceful protest still going on, not nearly as large as the crowd that we saw earlier, but you do see now that there's a more of a compression with the skirmish lines that have been set up by the LAPD. And I can tell you that there is a large force. It's a much larger force of LAPD officers that I have seen at most of these things. And again, all of Van Nuys is blocked. If you're coming northbound on Van Nuys from the 101, you will be stopped here because there are so many black and whites in the middle of Van Nuys. And also Victory is shut down as well. But we don't see any obvious signs of looting right now. We don't see anybody tagging buildings right now. And like I said, very interesting that people were running right up here, and they surrounded an officer. It was concerning at first, but then it looked like they were having a reasonable conversation.
Well, that is very brave of that officer, because there are people standing behind him. Anything could happen, but they're listening to what he has to say, which is good.
Yeah,
that is a positive
hopefully
sign.
a beginning of some communication here, but it looks like maybe one person started the conversation with the officer, and obviously the people behind are taking the pictures. But this is more of I would presume, more of the peaceful aspect of the protest, not the ones that we just saw looting a pharmacy and running from law enforcement. But here they're just having communication and talking through. What a lot of people would probably likely describe is that there's some anxiety for sure along with the protest. When you're out like that, the helicopters are above, it's loud, there's law enforcement, there's sirens, people are running. So there's a lot of energy going on down there.
And let's be honest, the officers at this point are exhausted. This has been going on, far too long at this point. All right, from Larry Welk, we're going to take you to Hollywood. And this is that protest we saw a couple of moments ago from the ground at Sunset and Bronson. And it looks like now, yes, they are definitely, they are on Hollywood Boulevard. There's a familiar landmark, the W Hotel, and they are heading in a westerly direction.
So this protest started gathering a couple of hours ago, a little bit more west on Sunset Boulevard near Sunset and Vine. Then they moved towards Sunset. They walked east towards Sunset and Bronson. And at Bronson, many of them knelt down, and they did a protest where they shouted out names of victims, people who had been killed. But then they stood up. They were led and stood up and took a left on Bronson, then went up to Hollywood Boulevard, and have now been traveling a massive amount of people here. Actually, it looks like the police, though, have stopped them possibly here at the corner of, what would that be? That is that Sylmar? Here, Hollywood and Argyle. That's right, Hollywood and Argyle. So now the protesters are going to be here for a moment. They seemed a little bit led in terms of a megaphone and conversation and the things that they were shouting in unison while they were kneeling. Here, because we don't have the sound from this helicopter, can't really tell exactly what's happening here, but it's a very large group of people.
Yeah, the big concern, like all of these groups of protesters, as we have seen, is the peaceful protesters have been infiltrated by the troublemakers, and what happens is they tend to break off at some point, and that's when they start causing anarchy and the looting begins. And hopefully, in this case, that's not going to happen, but Hollywood Boulevard would certainly be a rich target for that type of activity. And it looks like there's a few vehicles mixed in there. probably just people driving at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, again, what we saw just now in Van Nuys as well, when we were on it earlier, it seemed like a calm protest. And as we got, hours went in or went by, we started to see more of a law enforcement presence, much more so than, and more of an amped up law enforcement presence, where we saw officers actually in groups of like 12 following some of these looters as opposed to staying in their vehicle. I think the tactic schedule is going to be a little bit different tonight. In Hollywood, though, as the curfew is coming up LA County wide in about an hour and a half. These protesters, as of now, just moving along Hollywood Boulevard with the megaphone, as we heard earlier, and the signs and the banners making their way. Not a lot of traffic, obviously, here. Sort of awkward for these cars to get caught in this.
Yeah, now
going in that direction.
And now they're walking in front of the Pantages Theater. And just they keep moving west down Hollywood Boulevard. And now there was another, I believe there was another gathering at Sunset. Where was that? Sunset?
It was Sunset and Laurel. Originally, there was supposed to be some type of sit-in we had heard yesterday, and then that got canceled at Crescent Heights in Sunset. But it sounds like a couple of people have started to gather in that area as well. Laurel's about a block east from Crescent Heights on Sunset. And then this one, as we said earlier, was mainly around Sunset and Vine, but now has gone north and now in the direction of west. Headed, essentially, if you're familiar with the Hollywood area, this is headed over towards Hollywood, where, you know, the stars are on the sidewalk over by the theater. There's also that mall in that area as well. So I'm sure LAPD...
Yeah, Hollywood and Highland's going to be...
Hollywood and Highland is very close, yes. Of course, LAPD expecting this, knowing that this was coming. And then earlier today, we saw, you know, the presence of the National Guard. So tonight's a little bit different in terms of knowing that there's presence of National Guard on the street, and LAPD talking today saying that it's a little bit a different attitude tonight. Obviously, they want to have communication and they want people to be able to protest, but they are not going to deal with folks looting like we've been seeing the last 2 or 3 nights.
Yeah, as again, down at what we've seen in the Valley and in Van Nuys, the LAPD being much more aggressive. Really not seeing any presence here from law enforcement, but I'm sure that will probably eventually change here at some point.
It's a large group.
Very large group, and a lot of cars are getting caught in the middle of this, which is got to make them a little nervous, to say the least.
Well, so it'll be interesting, and what we always continue to see in the last few nights is the unfortunate part. You know, these people are out protesting, getting their voice out, wanting people to know what's going on, and they're doing it in a somewhat safe way and loud and as a group. But they're always there. It seems that those, as you had just mentioned, Glenn, those few that just basically are never a part of this protest, or they find out that the protest is happening and they sort of just jump on the bandwagon, and then that's the ones who are ended up looting.
And you see people kind of running in and kind of joining in. You think maybe that could very well be them. That, by the way, that intersection was the Hollywood and Vine that they just crossed through.
So they basically done a big square as of now. We heard from LAPD Chief Michael Moore today. We also heard from Sheriff Alex Villanueva speaking about just the fact that there's so much tension, and they understand it, they hear it, and, you know, basically referencing back to 1992 and how they've heard that people are saying that things haven't changed, and they said that's in fact not the case, that things have changed, things have moved forward, and they've tried to make much more transparency. Obviously, nothing is perfect, but they're also trying to make for more accountability. But they're also saying that people have been invited in the community to come and speak with them, community leaders, and they encourage community leaders in all facets and areas of Los Angeles County and different neighborhoods to let's start the conversation instead of with violence, instead of with looting. Let's gather people together and gather groups and start a conversation.
All right, we were going to keep an eye on this situation. on Hollywood Boulevard in Hollywood proper. We've also got a protest now that is brewing in West Hollywood.
Yes, and by the way, the 405 northbound, they're saying that that has been cleared.
It has been cleared.
Yeah, so we did have a protest on the 405 northbound where people were in traffic and causing some problems there, but that has been cleared, FYI.
Okay, let's go to Casey Montoya. She is, in fact, in West Hollywood watching this protest. Casey, can you hear us?
I can, and you won't see my face. You will see the protesters on Sunset Boulevard right at the intersection of Laurel. And up until a few minutes ago, there were a couple hundred protesters. They're kind of out of the shot right now, but what's happening is there's a moment. I don't know, Phil, if you have this. There's a police officer and a little girl, and everyone's having communication. They've quieted down. It looks like there's a really good dialogue going here. And I hate to say this, but between a white officer and the entire crowd. So whatever is being said down there is getting cheers from the crowd right now. But this protest is one that has been planned for a few days. It was supposed to be a peaceful sit-in at the corner of Crescent Heights and Sunset Boulevard, but it got canceled after it got too much attention, and the organizers had posted on social media that they received death threats about this. Either way, all the businesses in the area, Phil, I don't know if you can see it from your shot, are boarded up just in preparation for any looting that might occur. So far, this has been very organized and very peaceful, and I would say it's probably in between 200 and 300 people. They are on both sides of Sunset Boulevard. Police have shut down Sunset between Crescent Heights and Fairfax right now, I guess to keep them safe, but there doesn't appear to be a lot of traffic in the area. There doesn't appear to be any violence here so far, and again, it was actually kind of moving to see this officer communicating so well with this crowd right now. Man, I wish we were down there to listen to what he's saying, because all of these protesters are listening to every word coming out of his mouth right now. So we'll probably go down there and see what we can hear, maybe get some video from some of those people who are down on the ground. But again, this is a major thoroughfare through the West Hollywood area. Now, for those of you thinking, well, isn't there a curfew in effect? Technically, where we are right now is Los Angeles. So the West Hollywood 4 p.m. curfew would not apply to these people who are here right now protesting. This protest will have to end at 6 o'clock for the law-abiding citizens. So that's the latest from up here. We will go and try and get you some more information about what he's saying right now, but it's kind of amazing to watch this right now.
Casey, this is Lou. We saw a protest up near Sunset and Vine where people were walking and protesting, and at one point at an intersection they kneeled together in unison and coordinating names and using their voice that way. What have these protesters been doing? Have they just been sort of gathering here until this police officer started speaking?
At first, they just started right in front of the Laugh Factory right there, right underneath the Rest in Peace George Floyd sign. So, very appropriate. They did a sit-in at one moment. Then they were chanting, "I can't breathe," chanting a couple of other things, nothing profane though. Again, it's been a very peaceful and organized protest, getting their point across. A lot of people sharing signs with each other, trying to get cars to honk as they drove by. Of course, that was before Sunset was closed between Crescent Heights and Fairfax. But the main chant I've heard so far within the last hour was "I can't breathe." And other than that, just trying to get cars to honk in support as they pass.
Casey, it's interesting that you mentioned that someone brought their kid to this protest.
Yeah, a little girl, I'm not too good with ages, but she's got to be under 5 years old. Cute little blonde girl. I don't even know how she ended up in the middle of the crowd, but again, it's just amazing to see how many people continue to be drawn to this circle right now where there's a police officer on a megaphone talking to the crowd. Again, I wish we had a microphone down there, but we are above from this vantage point for our safety, just because of what's happened to some people who have been involved in these protests over the last couple of days. So I know a lot of people who are down there on the streets, so they will relay the message as to what's being said. We'll try and bring you guys some video from that next time I see you.
Well, what'll be interesting to see if the protesters we see that are marching in an orderly manner on Hollywood Boulevard, take a turn south maybe at some point and hook up with the rest of these people here on Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, that's
so
what we're
if you're just
thinking,
joining
Glenn.
us, go ahead, Casey.
Yeah, it looked like they were on the move for a second, and there's not that much organization as to where would they go, because most of these people say, I parked around here, I Ubered here, I walked to get here. A lot of these people live in the blocks around this neighborhood, but there has been some talk of joining up with other groups, larger groups like the one you just mentioned. And I don't know if the protests have actually formed because we've been right here, but there were some other ones said to have formed or going to later this afternoon within walking distance from here. So yeah, Glenn, it's going to be interesting to see what happens later this afternoon.
And Casey, you're confirming that Sunset is closed between Crescent Heights and Fairfax?
Yeah, I did see a car just squeeze by some police officers, but I think they might live in a building near here. So, but yeah, I see the cop cars blocking Fairfax, and I see them blocking Crescent Heights. This portion of Sunset is closed right now.
Yeah, and we just heard another cheer.
Yeah, they are. Cheers in the crowd. So whatever he said, they liked it.
Well, again, two very similar scenes taking place in Hollywood on two iconic boulevards, one on Sunset Boulevard, the other on Hollywood Boulevard. And again, as the two groups get closer together, they may end up eventually here merging as one. When that happens, it'll be interesting to see where they go from here.
Well, they've still got the group in Hollywood. Looks like they've are a little bit stagnant right now.
It looks like they've stopped again.
Pretty good 3 to 4 mile hike at least down there. That would be a little bit longer of a hike for them. But yeah, they basically started. If you're just joining us, the group on your right hand side, they are basically at Hollywood and Argyle or Hollywood and Vine, and they started at Hollywood or Sunset and Vine and basically headed east and then had a protest and then did a big square and headed back. It's a pretty large crowd there in Hollywood. The images on your left-hand side are in West Hollywood, essentially right at the Laugh Factory on Sunset Boulevard and Crescent Heights and Laurel, just right in that area. If you're familiar. No.
Protester and a police officer hugging.
So this must have been the guy who spoke. Casey Montoya is reporting from upper level balcony there and said that a police officer was addressing the crowd and received lots of cheers and photographs. A lot of people really liking what he was saying, supporting their voices, and it looks like they've dissipated now and he's not speaking anymore. But this is the crowd here on the left-hand side. If you're familiar with Sunset, there's the Laugh Factory right there in the top part of your screen. And by the way, that message board you see on the side of the building, it's something different now, but it had a message earlier about George Floyd. Yeah. So, well, there it is. Yeah, it was that smaller one right there. So this is just a block west of here is Crescent Heights, which ultimately, you can turn right there and head straight into the valley over the hill. This crowd not necessarily moving in one direction. This is more of a mulling protest crowd here as opposed to the Hollywood crowd that was walking in unison for blocks and blocks, going east for a while, then north, eventually hitting Hollywood Boulevard. You can see also, it looks like a cross maybe that they're carrying in the Hollywood shot there, that big white cross there. Carrying that along. Casey, does this crowd look like it's breaking up, or are they just going to still hang around there?
I can't say. No, now they're starting to chant again, so I find it hard to believe that they would be going home. And now they're chanting again, so.
What are they chanting?
Although it does look like, hold on, let me listen. I wish I could hear them. Phil, can you hear what they're saying? Let me ask my photographer if he can make out what they're saying. Justice now. Justice now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. That's what they're saying. It took me about 3 times to get that.
Okay.
So it appears it's just turned into, the street's closed for everyone right now. So, they're free to mill about safely in the streets right now.
Casey, on Sunset Boulevard too, I think in anticipation of the original sit-in that was scheduled here that got canceled. I know that area, there are a lot of businesses. There's a liquor store up the street from here as well that I saw earlier this morning completely boarded up.
Yeah, I saw today coming here, and I can even see now. So the UPS store, which is pretty
Yes.
major, Greenblatt's, which is everyone knows Greenblatt's. The Laugh Factory is boarded up, and then on the other side of the street, there's a Trader Joe's, a Crunch Gym, several small restaurants, a Wells Fargo, an apartment complex, an Orange Theory Fitness. Everything in the area boarded up in preparation for what might happen. And the thing is, some of these business owners that I talked to this morning are madly in support of protesting, and everyone agrees. I have not spoken to one person who doesn't think we need to be having this conversation. They're just not really interested in having their businesses destroyed after struggling for so many months just to make it from COVID-19. So everyone's glad that the protest was coming to the neighborhood, just a little fearful of looters that might follow. So this is very much supported by all the business. It's just surprising. All these businesses who boarded up tell me that they're probably down here with the protesters right now. So it's a community activism at its finest, and we're hoping it stays as peaceful as what we're witnessing.
Yeah, Chief Michael Moore this afternoon during that extraordinary news conference we saw with all of the leaders of law enforcement in LA County said that in the Fairfax district, the damage done there, more than 80 businesses were looted and destroyed. And, that's more than 80 lives when you figure the people that own it, plus the people that maybe work there that have been affected by this. And, and hopefully we don't see the same thing at Sunset Boulevard, though I kind of got a sense that this is a different kind of protest crowd here.
Well, also you think of those small businesses and large businesses, but you feel for the small businesses. We've been in this pandemic and shut down, and workers have not been able to go to work. Employers have not been able to bring employees in. And the LA County Health Department had just released that opportunity on Friday. And then this weekend, basically now we're boarding up, and it's sort of a different shutdown, boarding up in anticipation of looters and folks going in and stealing from those stores. But we've also seen boards being ripped off.
Yeah.
If you board something up, they'll also go in and be able to rip those boards off. But it's like you and I grew up in the South. When the hurricane comes, you put the boards up in anticipation of that hurricane coming in.
Yeah, and we saw in Santa Monica yesterday as well as Long Beach, the looters were literally ripping a hole in the plywood, or just completely ripping it off the entrance and going in and doing the damage. The crowd on Hollywood Boulevard, they were on the move again, but now looks like they've stopped again at the
this actually
middle
looks
of another
like this
intersection.
is a different aerial. These are the same. This is the same location actually, because the Laugh Factory right there on your right-hand side. So this is just a different view of the ground view that we see on the left-hand side, I believe, right? Isn't that the Laugh Factory right there?
You're right, yeah.
So it says Hollywood, and essentially it says West Hollywood and Hollywood, but it's, as Casey said, it's LA proper. But you can see there, as Casey mentioned, on the right-hand side of your screen, it just looks darker because of the shot from the camera. But that boarded up piece right there, that's the CB2. It's a furniture store. That's boarded up because that piece of glass is huge. It's like a display wall there. There's a small little strip mall there to the left. And then they basically had all been gathering in this area listening to that police officer. But from the ground, it doesn't look as many people, but from this aerial shot on the right-hand side, that's pretty big.
Yeah, it's amazing the contrast of the two shots. It's pretty thick there in that's one spot especially.
Yeah.
But this a lot of people, but this one relatively pretty calm.
And again, the LA County curfew is 6 p.m. So really interesting. I think that's why Casey had mentioned that, because West Hollywood, I think, had a 4 p.m. But LA County is 6. There it is. That's a lighter shot from Casey's shot there. You can see the Laugh Factory and folks not really mulling around or walking in any direction. They're basically just shouting, justice now, what do we want? And
there appears to be, if you guys can even still hear me, it appears that where right next to where the police officer was talking, there's a woman with a megaphone, and someone has the crowd's attention, and they're making a point, and they're listening, and you can see right now they're clapping. But Glenn, I know what you mean about how from the ground and from the air it looks a lot different. I can tell you there are several hundred people here, and you hear the sirens possibly, so they are now all moving out of the street for a police car, which looks like we thought it was going to come through, but it's turning the other way and going westbound on Sunset Boulevard. So maybe there's something else going on because a couple of the cars that were here have just left westbound on Sunset.
Casey, could you tell if the officer who was speaking and addressing the crowd was a sheriff deputy or LAPD?
He used LAPD.
LAPD, okay.
Yeah, this is LAPD Hollywood
Yep.
division. So, and if you go a couple streets down, it turns into West LA Sheriff's Department.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's why I thought it was important to make the distinction so people watching from home don't get mad thinking that these people are being allowed to violate a curfew because
Yep.
they still have over an hour to be out here. Crescent Heights police cars have moved, so the street could possibly be opening up. You see, that's why it looks like this crowd has orderly moved to, in an orderly fashion, moved to both sides of the street.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like having a block party out here because police have given them the safety to do this, and you saw from that conversation they were having. They're for it. They're supporting them. They're here to protect them, and so far it looks like that message has been received loud and clear.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of the protests we've seen, and law enforcement has pointed this out, that they were people coming in from other areas. Do you think possibly that this is maybe some local people that actually live in this neighborhood that are out here protesting?
100%. Some of these people, I live not too far from here. Some of these people look familiar, and I saw some of them walking up the streets. And again, the business owners who told me that they're going to board up their businesses and come out here and protest as well. So although there probably are a lot of people not from the area, this was one of those that there's enough residential, apartments, houses in the area that there's a lot of walkers who came here today.
Were you down on the streets earlier today, Casey?
We were down on the streets watching the business owners board up, and some of them doing it reluctantly, others doing it they thought just in time. Think about what we've seen over the last few days on TV and these business owners thinking that was coming to their neighborhood. And I'm hoping it doesn't happen here, but that's why they were in such a frantic rush to do it this morning. And then it's been confusion. A lot of these people say they're emotionally drained from hearing the protest is happening. And then when someone in the music industry, a very prominent figure who has 8 million followers, posts a protest happening in your neighborhood, it causes a lot of fear.
Yeah.
And then that got canceled. And then they said, oh, just kidding, we really are doing it. It's a different group. And then, there's been a lot of things circulating, but it looks like the people who really wanted to get this message out decided to come here today anyway and are doing it as of right now in a very peaceful way.
Yeah. Well, hopefully with that curfew at 6 p.m., hopefully people, especially the folks who brought their 5-year-old, will be able to maybe head back home and clear the streets. It'll make transportation for, possibility of police need to get through there anytime tonight, or fire crews. Hopefully they'll be able to heed that warning a little bit. No, we're back in Hollywood on the right-hand side of the screen, or is that still? Yeah. Okay. So, Casey, your shot is still up, but let's look at this Hollywood shot on the right-hand side of your screen. This is the large crowd that basically started around Sunset and Vine. They gathered there, protested for a bit, and then walked east towards Sunset and Bronson, where they did a kneeling for 5 or 10 minutes there and shouted names, and then headed north to Hollywood Boulevard. And they've sort of meandered around a little bit. I'm not sure if they got stopped with police presence or if they just had to stop for certain intersections, but it looks like they're on the move again. It's a little difficult to see exactly. They were past Pantages. Now it's sort of hard to see exactly where they are and which direction.
They may be pretty close to Hollywood and Highland at this point.
Yeah.
That kind of looks like that might be the case. Yeah, a lot of what they've been doing too is they've been like we saw them do at Sunset and Bronson. They'll stop down and kneel, and then they'll move on again. Yeah, I think they're right in the area of Hollywood and Highland at this point.
So pretty soon they'll be up near the main area of Hollywood, the big touristy area on Hollywood Boulevard, which I'm sure some of that has probably been boarded up as well. In anticipation of this as well. And then they could essentially continue to cruise down Hollywood, which becomes more residential as you head west on Hollywood Boulevard. But maybe they'll end up going back down south to Sunset maybe where they began.
Yeah, they are. In fact, they are right in front of Hollywood and Highland at this point. You can see the back of the football field there for Hollywood High School. Let's go to Lauren Lister. She's actually been following this group of protesters. Lauren, can you hear us?
Glenn and Lou, I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Great. Glenn and Lou, we are back where we first met you on the corner of Sunset and Vine, where that protest of demonstrators, at least 100, started out. We parted ways with them at Sunset and Bronson, but back here at Sunset and Vine, you see this large group on the corner. I'm not exactly sure if it is the same group we were following before or a different one, but it is a large group of peaceful protesters. They cheer as cars go by and honk their horns. Their signs say things ranging from Black Lives Matter to Your Silence is Violence. At this intersection, it's a busy intersection, Sunset and Vine, and I want to give you a sense of what we have just on the other side of the street. You can see businesses are boarded up. Starbucks, Tender Greens, and then in front of them, members of the National Guard. There are several members of the National Guard on each corner of this intersection, and we know from local leaders that the role that they're playing in all of this is security. And these protesters that we see here are walking out to the middle of the street. We have seen from time to time this afternoon this group in Hollywood come out, kneel, hold their signs, in some cases blocking traffic. In this case, it's while cars are stopped at a red light. And they're protesting and they are demonstrating peacefully this afternoon. Of course, we've heard from local leaders ranging from all local law enforcement in the LA area, from the sheriff to the chief of police to the governor, saying that they are fully in support of peaceful protests, but coming out and talking about how lawlessness won't be tolerated. What we're seeing here, peaceful demonstrations on the corner of Sunset and Vine at this hour. We're going to get out of the street and traffic's going to come our way, and we are going to follow this protest. We're going to keep up with it all, but for now, Glenn and Lou, I'm going to send it back to you.
Well, Lauren, this is the same crowd that started essentially at Sunset and Vine, but there was a mass amount that actually left Sunset and Vine and walked towards Sunset and Bronson, and then did a similar protest where they kneeled down at Bronson and Sunset. But it looks like this crowd is staying at this corner. That other crowd that was there about an hour ago when we lost your shot, they ended up going north on Bronson up to Hollywood Boulevard, and now they're headed back in the direction of you guys, but still on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah, we just actually saw them in front of Hollywood and Highland. So this is actually a third group of protesters that we have seen in Hollywood. Interesting. And this, of course,
Lauren, can you still hear us? So maybe we...
Yeah, I can hear you. So another group of protesters, you said, is coming near Hollywood and Highland. A number...
I was just wondering...
protesters in Hollywood at this hour.
Yeah, we were just wondering, in terms of morale and the attitudes of everyone, they're just basically there wanting their voices to be heard. It seems very peaceful, and while they're loud, at least they're there, and there's not anything crazy activity going on, especially with the National Guard with the presence there.
No, absolutely. What we have seen is demonstrators exercising their free speech and having some activism in the street during traffic, so maybe some civil disobedience. But certainly, the group is expressing their views. They're sticking to the message.
Have you had a chance to speak to any of them?
In support of Black Lives Matter. That's certainly what we're seeing.
Have you had a chance to speak to any of them?
No, but let's. We haven't spoken to any of them yet. Would you like to speak to us? We're live on KTLA, and just give us a sense of the main point you want to get across out here today. What's the main point you want to get across out here today?
Our lives matter as much as anybody else. We need to have justice when we taking off like this. This is disgusting. Here it keeps happening. I'm over with the
Thank you so much for sharing with us. What was your name? What was your name?
John Doe.
John. Okay. Well, a demonstrator there. Probably very hard to hear Glenn and Lou because we all have masks on and it's just difficult technically. But he said his message is one of concern and anger over racial injustice, and that's what he's out here today to express that view and protest.
Yeah,
so that that one out of a crowd of many, but we will continue talking to them and getting more of a sense of people's motives.
Can you give an estimate about how many people are out there?
So I counted originally about 100, but this crowd looks larger than that to me. I don't have a good estimate for you at this moment, but as soon as we part ways, I'll try to get a sense of a better count. It's taking up the entire street corner in front of this Chase Bank and flowing out onto the streets. So it is a sizable crowd.
Well, I
just don't have an accurate count
what about
or-
law
or-
enforcement
or a good
presence? I
estimate.
did see a couple of National Guard soldiers, but other than that, is there any other police presence out there?
I have not seen any police at this intersection. When we were marching with the group of protesters, following them, tracing them from Sunset to Bronson, and then that's where we parted ways with that group, I did see police at a few of the intersections. But at this intersection, there seemed to be, as far as law enforcement presence, a handful of National Guard members, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 at a few of the corners, and that's what I see as far as the police presence. No others, no LAPD that I see from where I am.
Well, it's kind of interesting. It looks like when the light changes, they clear the street, and then when the light changes, they go back in. So, some courtesy to the drivers
when
on
it says
Sunset
walk,
Boulevard.
They come and kneel on the crosswalk, and then they clear the street when the light turns green.
Hi, Lauren. It is Cher Calvin alongside
So
with
Glenn,
Micah
we will
Ullman. We are
continue
taking
monitoring
over
this
for the
crowd.
5 o'clock news now. You're watching breaking news and protests underway in Hollywood and in West Hollywood. It has been a week since George Floyd was pinned under the knee of a former officer, Derek Chauvin, who has now been charged last week with manslaughter and third-degree murder. Still 3 police officers that were on scene, 2 who had held George Floyd down, and 1 that had basically watched and avoided people interfering. These are what the protests are about. They want justice, and they want to see those other 3 officers also charged. And it has been a weekend of destruction, of looting, of violence, and it has been a trying time for Los Angeles.
It has, and we have seen the frustration fall out across the country. Quite an intense scene here in Southern California, the result of which has been, among other things, a curfew that has been put in place across Los Angeles County beginning at 6 p.m. Other municipalities within the county, such as Santa Monica, are under even stricter curfews. 4 p.m. citywide for Santa Monica, West Hollywood, and in Long Beach, we understand as well, a 4 p.m. curfew. But for the rest of Los Angeles County, and that includes Los Angeles proper, LA City, there is a city and county-wide curfew in effect as of 6 p.m. A number of protests have been ongoing throughout the afternoon. Much of it has been peaceful. We did see a degree of violence and looting and graffiti and property damage in the Van Nuys area, a drugstore in particular along Victory Boulevard that we were watching live from Sky 5 just a short time ago. But these 2 incidents here, there's one in West Hollywood and another one in the city of Hollywood. that started at the Hollywood and Vine intersection, or Sunset and Vine, and moved east along Sunset, and then eventually up north to Hollywood Boulevard and back toward the west, where this crowd has now begun to gather again, and again peacefully protesting. There have been moments of touching moments from officers as they interact with some of these protesters. One that stands out to me, Commander Corey Palka with LAPD, we saw a short time ago, actually getting on a knee with his bullhorn and saying, "We stand together." You may recognize that name. Commander Palka recently recovered from a battle with COVID-19 and addressed the media with regard to his fight and his recovery, but is now back on the street patrolling with his fellow officers in this time. Some 13,000 on the streets tonight of Los Angeles as they work together with the National Guard and other law enforcement agencies, most notably the LA County Sheriff's Department, to protect the businesses that are under siege and have been for the last couple of nights.
We want to go to Sky 5 over the scene here in Hollywood. Those are your aerial pictures that you were seeing there. At one point, they were close here to KTLA, where a lot of the women protesters you could see at the front of the line taking a knee and protesting and calling for justice for George Floyd, among other young Black Americans and Black Americans who have died at the hands of police. Let's take a look now at Sky 5 again and talk to
Larry Welk aboard Sky 5 tonight. Larry.
That's right. We're taking a look at this protest here as they make their way down La Brea from Hollywood Boulevard down to Sunset. Now, interestingly, you can see it's quite a large crowd here. It's one of the larger protests that we've seen today. And then when we tilt up, we're going to push into something that we haven't seen that much of, except today. It's been a change of tactics, but you can see that there are several LAPD officers that are in a line following, and then about a dozen or so black and whites right behind that contingent of officers. And then about another block away, we don't have to show it to you, but there are more reinforcements there as well. So it seems as though the LAPD's new strategy here is to make sure that they don't get too far from the protesters, but giving them the space that they need to protest. So now as we make our left turn onto Sunset from La Brea, you mentioned earlier that they're getting close to KTLA. Well, they are absolutely marching right at you here, just about a mile away. So this protest seems very peaceful. We haven't seen any of the behaviors that we had seen in some of the other protests where people were trying to get into businesses. But you can see a very, very large group followed by the LAPD now making their way eastbound on Sunset from La Brea. Back to you in Hollywood.
An important point to reiterate here, as we heard Chief Michael Moore a short while ago addressing all of us here in Southern California, and particularly those who are taking to the streets protesting, and essentially talking of a partnership with protesters that are out here to protest peacefully. And what authorities want you to do is to reach out to them. If you're the organizer of a protest, reach out to the police and let them know your intention and let them know your plan so that you can work essentially with the law enforcement to be able to peacefully protest, as the vast majority of these people in this group in particular are desiring at this point. We have seen smaller numbers of agitators within larger groups that intend to peacefully protest that have caused a whole lot of problems for law enforcement over the last couple of nights across Southern California. But again, the message from law enforcement coming from Chief Michael Moore is let's communicate. Keep the lines of communication open between protest organizers and law enforcement so that they understand the motivation and understand the plan of action for these protesters as they move through the streets. And this is essentially what they hope to see is a peaceful march and not something that devolves into the violence, the vandalism, the looting that we have seen.
Hundreds of people here protesting on Sunset Boulevard as they make their way from Hollywood Boulevard down La Brea and further north, east here as they they're getting closer here to KTLA, generally peaceful at this moment and protesting again the injustice that they feel that happened with the death of George Floyd. There was an independent autopsy today that was released that cited asphyxiation as George Floyd's cause of death. There was a lot of cleanup this morning in many of the communities in the Fairfax district, in Santa Monica, and it has been a trying time for Los Angeles and for most of the country. You have some 40 cities in the country that have imposed a curfew. That was over the weekend. How many of those cities will impose those curfews tonight? We are unsure, but for sure it is happening here in less than an hour in Los Angeles County at 6 p.m. These protests will have to end.
Lauren Lister is on the ground amongst the protesters, I believe, at Sunset and Vine. Lauren?
Mike and Terry, you're absolutely right. So we're on the corner of Sunset and Vine, where demonstrators have been gathering since before 4 p.m. this afternoon. Here on this corner, by my count, at least 200 demonstrators. What we have seen so far is peaceful activism out here this afternoon. There was a large group that marched down Sunset, turning on Bronson. This group here at Sunset and Vine, signs and chants. Black Lives Matter is what we're hearing the crowd chant. Spoke to one gentleman in the crowd who said this is about racial injustice and getting out and wanting to see change. And we're seeing from this crowd protesters with their signs, a diverse group. Take an opportunity when the light turns green to go into the crosswalk, hold their signs, demonstrate, and cheer when cars try and honk. And what we're seeing is a peaceful demonstration here at Sunset and Vine. We haven't seen personally any LAPD police out here this afternoon. What there are some National Guard members stationed at a few of the corners, a handful of them, 4 or 5. And you can also see that the stores along Vine and also along Sunset, many of them are boarded up. But what we're seeing out here is peaceful exercising of First Amendment rights. You're hearing people chant George Floyd, of course, such an important part of what people have said has driven them to the streets. And what we're seeing here is a peaceful demonstration from hundreds of people over the issues concerning and support of Black Lives Matter, according to organizers and according to many of the people that we see their signs and have spoken to here. So we will continue to follow all of this. From what we understand, there are a few different groups of protesters in Hollywood right now here at Sunset and Vine. This is the scene that we have. Cher, Micah, we'll continue monitoring it. And for now, I'll send it back to you.
Lauren, I'm wondering, as you have different groups converging there on Sunset and Vine, do you notice leaders of these groups that are mobilizing the protesters, the crowd?
So when we arrived at Sunset and Vine, there were a few people that seemed to be leading the chants. It's not clear who the clear organizers are or who the clear leaders are. That isn't well defined from what we can tell in the groups of demonstrators that we've seen. Not to say that there isn't, of course. We just haven't come across them.
And it's hard to say at this point if they plan to mobilize, what their intention might be going forward. I mean, have you talked to any of them about the curfew that is now 45 minutes away?
Let's do that. What do you guys plan to do once the curfew comes at 6 p.m. for LA County? No idea. Are you planning to go to leave, to disperse? Or are you going to stay with the demonstration if it remains? Depends on how it goes. Okay. You live down the street. Okay. Okay, you can stick around because she lives just right down the street. Ma'am, may I ask you, what do you plan to do when the curfew comes into play at 6 o'clock? When the curfew comes into play at 6 o'clock, what do you plan to do? Do you plan to stay and demonstrate or disperse? Okay, so she's going to stay peaceful here as long as she can until authorities tell you to move, to leave. Okay, so that's just a sample of a few, Sharon, Micah. Not exactly clear what their plan is when the curfew comes at 6 o'clock, but that woman telling me that she'll kind of wait and see what law enforcement asks them to do when that happens here at this protest.
Well, we are expecting to hear from Mayor Eric Garcetti at 5:15, just minutes away, for a update on what the city's response will be now to the protests that have been taking place today. So we await for that conference to start and see what action will be taken if these protests go past the 6 p.m. curfew that is imposed around Los Angeles County.
Well, you have to believe there'll be a law enforcement presence that is very, very visible and intentionally visible where you have gatherings, and an encouragement to disperse, and a repeated reminder, you would hope, that the curfew is in effect and that we see people abide by that. Larry Welk, your picture in Sky 5, what do you see?
Just remarkable to see this group right here. It's an extremely large group. But like Lauren was saying, they stop at the red lights, and they've been very respectful of the laws here. And you can see when they do stop, most of them take to their knees or to one knee. And right now they're making their way.
Larry, we're going to. Oh, it's not. Okay, I'm misinformed. I thought this was. Is this the mayor speaking live now? No, we don't have him live. Okay, carry on, Larry. We're anticipating the mayor any moment, but apparently that was a feed from another time.
Understood. So when Mayor Garcetti starts to talk, I will stop. But in the meantime, we see these folks that are walking, again, down Sunset Boulevard. We just passed Sunset High School, Hollywood High School, and crossed through Highland. Now, back at Highland, there are probably 24 police cars that are following behind. There are we saw a line of officers walking behind this group. We don't see them anymore, but we do see a lot of the LAPD vehicles that you can see in your picture right there. So again, it is very, very peaceful here. We have not seen anybody running up to any of these businesses like we've seen in some of the other demonstrations. But at this point, they're probably just half a mile away. The leaders here are about a half a mile away from the KTLA studios. And for those of you who don't know where that is, it's right at Sunset near the 101 freeway. So again, as we're looking down Sunset, we're not sure where they're going to end this demonstration. But in each one of these situations, whenever we get near a freeway, you see the California Highway Patrol or other law enforcement agencies blocking the on-ramps to those freeways because they don't want to stop the flow of traffic. And nothing to do with this demonstration. I've seen more traffic today on the Hollywood freeway than I have in quite some time. So the fact that LA is slowly reopening right now, even though despite the protests and the demonstrations and despite COVID-19, unfortunately we're starting to get back into that regular traffic that we are so used to here in Southern California. But as I look at the freeways right now, I'm looking at another line of about, I'd say a dozen or so LAPD black and whites, and they are making their way northbound on the 101. We don't know if it's related to this particular demonstration, but again, this one moving very nicely through Hollywood and eastbound toward the 101 freeway. We're going to remain on overhead and watch this demonstration as it makes its way through Hollywood throughout this afternoon. That's the latest over Hollywood. Larry Welk, Sky 5. Back to you.
There are in downtown Los Angeles at LA City Hall. Micah was mentioning moments ago about some very powerful pictures that were coming out with an officer kneeling, with taking a knee. to the protesters. That also happening in front of LAPD headquarters about an hour or two ago. And here you see live pictures on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood as they make their way north. And it looks like hundreds of protesters. We spoke with one, Lauren Lister on the ground, spoke with one, asking what they're going to do when the 6 o'clock curfew hits Los Angeles County. They're not sure yet, and no direction on what's going to happen. But for now, what they're doing is marching and chanting justice and the name George Floyd as they make their way through. And Micah, over the weekend in West Hollywood and the Fairfax district and in Beverly Hills, this was on Saturday, the sound of the sirens and the helicopters for hours was jarring.
Yeah.
And the images of smoke filling the air from all of the fires, and then watching the businesses, some 80 businesses in the Fairfax district, just being looted and destroyed and spray painted. It was heartbreaking. There is so much anger and so much frustration. And in the day, we see the peaceful protests, and at night, it is a different story.
It is an eerie sound. It is one that is very similar to what we've been listening to in quarantine. You hear a siren and you define it in your head during quarantine as somebody else in trouble, somebody else having a problem, perhaps breathing. And now you fast forward to this weekend and you hear the very same sound, and it has an entirely different definition for you in your head as you anticipate more trouble and more looting and more law enforcement response to hot spots across the city. Santa Monica hit very hard as well. And so many of these small businesses on the brink following the lockdown, trying to emerge, and then again to be hit with something like this is very difficult to watch, and very difficult for the spirit of a city as we endure these images along with the rest of Southern California. And again, what we're looking at here, eastbound on Sunset Boulevard toward the 101, a very large group of peaceful protesters on screen left. That's live from Sky 5. We saw earlier this afternoon protesters blocking the 405 freeway at Wilshire Boulevard for a time. We saw a protest in Van Nuys that had a splinter that broke off, and there had to have been 50 people that broke into a drugstore along Victory Boulevard and looted that store, took just about everything inside. LAPD vowing a quick and swift response and powerful response to violence that we see as it happens. We watch them respond very, very quickly to what happened in Van Nuys. Many officers, dozens of them on foot, and also the black and white patrol cars as backup, essentially chasing these looters on foot through the streets of Van Nuys as they ran from that drugstore with bags full of merchandise, bags full of things, stolen goods. And so the presence not only of the LAPD, but across the county of the LA County Sheriff's Department, and of course the National Guard now moving into the city of Los Angeles in the number of 500 to 700.
It's something fundamentally.
We've got the mayor. Let's listen live.
Inhumane, and that cries out for justice. This morning, George Floyd's brother came before us at the site to speak to America. Passionate, pained, powerful, prayerful. He spoke to us about what happened to his brother. Terrence Floyd said that no one's grief could match his, and how blowing things up and acting out won't solve anything. We won't move the needle in the direction of justice, and certainly won't bring his brother back. And his message echoes for all of us, and to anyone who might hijack this moment and this movement to their own destructive ends. As he put it, let's do this another way. Let's stop thinking that our voices don't matter, and vote, educate yourself. That's how we're going to hit him, he added, and finally said, and there's a lot of us. I spoke yesterday about the common ground that we found in the midst of our pain. The common ground that African Americans in this country share because of the devastating legacy of slavery and racism, but that every American must own and feel, and I believe we did and do. The good police officers, together with the good people, those who spoke out in a way I had never seen in the history of this country unequivocally, to call it murder, to say that it was wrong, and demand not just justice for George Floyd and his family, but for America in the days moving forward. The Floyd family knows the truth, that the cause of fairness, the drive for equality, the fight to end structural racism, the real reason so many are demonstrating right now on our streets, none of it is advanced by the violent acts of the few. Like you, I've been out there in the streets and I've seen with my eyes, whether it's on TV or on our blocks, that those of us who cry for justice have gone out and overwhelmingly and peacefully, if painfully, express the change that has to continue to come, just as we have in years before and decades before. And this city's evolution has written many of those pages of forward momentum, of a day when the police chief was more powerful than the mayor and couldn't be fired, and spoke about how black people had different veins and that's the reason why they were dying in chokeholds. That was where we were 30 years ago. But now, as we look at the progress we still need to make and the progress that we have made, it is with that spirit that George Floyd's brother gave us that we must move forward, with that mission not just in our hearts but also in our actions. And I want to say clearly we are going to continue to do everything we can to restore peace and to keep this city safe. We're throwing everything we have at maintaining the peace, and we're going to throw everything we have on promoting justice, and nobody out there need pick between those two. A curfew will again be in place tonight in our city and our county. It starts, I know it's a little confusing for some, at different times in different parts of the county, but here in the city of Los Angeles, in conjunction with the county-wide one, it begins at 6 p.m. You may have received a different alert from your phone, and that might have been sent from a different city when you're in the city of LA. But our curfew requires that people within the city of Los Angeles stay indoors from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And there's a curfew in effect across Los Angeles County. This is not a step that anybody takes lightly, but it is done for all of our safety. It's done to protect protesters, it's done to protect families, it's done to protect businesses and workers, and you know what? Most of us fit into many of those categories. So please stay indoors, and please stay safe, and obey the law. You need to go home. For days, we have witnessed demonstrations in over 140 American cities, including ours. And protests are part of a proud tradition of change in this country. We've seen this in Los Angeles in years past to promote the rights of immigrants, of women, of African Americans, to stand up for science and our environment, to do the things that do move our country forward. And if we didn't have those voices or lived in an unfree country, we could not have seen the progress we have made. And I will always put in this work. I told you during the COVID-19 crisis that I and your city government would never stop working for you. And we're not today either. Not just to work for you, but to work to end racism, to address poverty, to make sure that inequality in our city is not a model in this country, but that we erase those things that can divide us and find the ways forward. You've been there alongside, supporting things we've done from raising the minimum wage to making community college free, to making sure that we have independent investigations of police shootings, to train our officers and folks who have served time together, to spend time together mentoring our young people in this city. And there is no question we are not at the peak yet, but we are not at the base of the mountain either. And we have to continue to find the peace in our city that will allow us to take the next step up the mountaintop. Our city has to be clear, though, because we too have been too hard hit in decades past of when violence and looting and the destruction of ourselves happens, it sets us back for years. After the peaceful protests end, when looting and vandalism begins, we have seen this too often, here across the country, in our neighboring cities here in the Southland, and our city and our police department will continue to do the work with our partners to make sure we have a city at peace. Our police department will defend this city from the crimes being committed by those who seek to exploit this moment. Arrests are being made every single day as we speak for anybody who breaks the law, and anybody thinking that it's getting easier out there or that they can get away with it, you're wrong. And I would say to you, don't be dumb. Don't make a mistake that lasts much more than today, but that can stay with you for months and years in your life. Don't do it. We will not stand for violence, for looting, for arson, not today, not ever, no exceptions. Not only because it's wrong, not only because our businesses are barely starting to stand up and those workers that work there need to get a paycheck, but we also know the danger to human lives, and thank God that so far we've not seen in this city the loss of life, but we've come close already. And that can happen to innocent people on the streets, it can happen to our peace officers, and we have to protect life. If, as we've shown in our fight against COVID-19, every life is sacred, let's prove that right now. And we are here as a city to preserve life. Small businesses were hurting long before any looting and vandalism visited them. Employees at these businesses were counting on conditions improving. These businesses are the bedrock of our neighborhoods, our main streets, of building community wealth that doesn't just go into corporate hands, but into local hands, in communities of color, in low-income communities, with immigrant-run businesses, and those businesses that have been in families for a generation or more. They were reeling, they are reeling from the effects of the COVID-19 crisis. Many of the more than 100 of the 120 businesses impacted by the destruction of the last few nights had just brought back their employees and opened their doors to customers for the first time in months. They were beginning to drum up the sales they needed to see a future, to survive. And now they have to contend with property damage, lost inventory. But I want to say that we are here to help, even in these tough moments. The Los Angeles Department of Building and Safety has been conducting safety assessments of buildings to anyone who requests one at no cost. Some damaged buildings may need only to repair glass, and they get a yellow ticket, and that means as soon as it's repaired, you're good to go. And there will be no permits required for those repairs. Others, a much smaller number, have fire damage, and they need a permit when making more extensive repairs. And the Department of Building and Safety will make sure that any plans that are submitted to repair damaged buildings are assigned to a plan checker on that same day and given priority processing. If you're one of those businesses and you don't know where to go, please go to buildla.lacity.org, and we are here to get you back on your feet. Additionally, we will be waiving the certified construction and demolition hauler requirement, so businesses don't have to pay to have debris removed. Our sanitation department will be providing roll-off and dumpster services to help clear out debris quickly. Many of you saw and thanked those city workers that were out there the next morning downtown in the Fairfax area to provide a seamless and no-cost demolition process so small businesses can rebuild faster. And finally, in the coming days, I'll be proposing to the City Council additional financial assistance directly to businesses so that you can bring your employees back, get your stock back, and get back to business. We need to bring our economy back for our businesses, for our workers, for our neighborhoods, for us all. In addition to helping businesses recover, we will support every resident in this city. While many Angelenos wore masks this weekend, I encourage everybody going out to a protest, wear a mask, keep your social distance, and please get a free COVID-19 test. These are available for everybody who's been out there. coronavirus.lacity.org/testing is our site. And the city and county have now provided more than 500,000 free tests with or without symptoms. But if you've been out there, you may be at higher risk, so please sign up. And our largest testing center at Dodger Stadium will be open again tomorrow with thousands of tests, as well as the walk-up location at the Kedron Community Health Center in South Los Angeles. Other sites will remain closed. This is because our testing operation is led and run by volunteers. Those volunteers have not yet signed up to come back, given what's happening in the city. But thanks to the fire department and volunteers from our city staff, we will continue making sure that most of the capacity of those centers will be met at Dodger Stadium and in South LA. We know there are more protests today, and my hope is that they will continue to be peaceful and powerful from beginning to end. And I know the worst things sometimes get on the news, but I saw beautiful images too, of engagement and of restraint, of the ability to exercise our pain and our anger, of police officers who took a knee with protesters, of folks who gave hugs to our National Guard and others. We need to find each other even amidst our pain, and I believe, again, that common ground is something that we hold together. That everybody in uniform and with a badge knows that what happened in Minneapolis is wrong and is committed to not only pushing for justice there, but being part of a coalition of justice here. But for those who are acting criminally, destroying property and stealing, we see you and the police will arrest you. And those who are peacefully protesting, we see you and thank you. The city is stronger because of you. With that, let me turn it over to our Police Chief, Michael Moore, to give an update on what has happened here today, and then we'll hear from Chief Terrazas, and after that, we'll take some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as to a status check today, where we're at, as for the safety of Los Angeles, last night we saw the full impact of the curfew with our ability to police areas of downtown and particularly and also the west side, but also the valley, where we saw roving groups of individuals that were not compliant with the curfew, and we believe were out to loot and prey upon businesses in our community. And our officers' actions were able to to identify those individuals and make a number of arrests. Last night, just under 700 arrests. And within those 700 arrests were 70 individuals who were either burglarizing or looting, victimizing businesses further. So what that tells me is that two things. We didn't have protests last night. We had criminal acts. We didn't have people mourning the death of this man, George Floyd. We had people capitalizing. His death is on their hands, as much as it is those officers. And that is a strong statement, but I must say that this civil unrest that we're in the midst of, we must turn a corner from people who are involved in violence, people who are involved in preying upon others. The actions last night, I am encouraged for Los Angeles, but I was discouraged for Santa Monica and Long Beach. This morning was a bright morning. It started well. A protest in the Van Nuys area with a group of students that was largely peaceful. Then through the course of that protest, others came involved and looted, attempted and broke in 3 stores. Officers were on scene, made arrests. But again, a protest that we are efforting to support and ensure that people's voices are heard. Social justice that needs to occur, that we can't hear because of the violence. As we move through the evening and presently late afternoon, we have a series of unpermitted, some planned marches and groups in various parts of the city. I'm aware of the one on the west side, where at the federal building, it moves onto the freeway. When you move onto the freeway, you jeopardize not only yourselves, but the lives of so many others. And as they're back on the streets, we will be interacting with that crowd, that protest, and that protest is now unlawful. The actions of endangering others creates an unsafe circumstance that just doesn't be simply turned on or off. In Hollywood, we have 3 groups in various parts of Hollywood that are protesting and largely peaceful. It's my hope that they'll continue. But if they do not, we have ample resources around and about them, monitoring them, and that we will act. Lastly, we had a protest that started here at our headquarters, our police headquarters, and then moved to City Hall. Unfortunately, I was actually at a press conference with our law enforcement leaders, which I'll speak to in a moment, and was unable to be there because I understand they asked for me and they wanted to speak with me. And I wish I could have been there. As soon as I left that press conference, I went there to meet with that group. Unfortunately, they had left and they had moved over to a different location. But I met with the leadership from LAPD that was there. And what they told me was that the group, recognizing that I wasn't available, asked for those, if that leadership would take a knee with them, not to them. And nor were we asking them to take a knee to us. But we saw each other. We had a moment, as I understand it, of communication, of recognizing. I saw that and I've referenced it last Saturday on Beverly after a terrible aftermath of fire and destruction. But the group that wasn't necessarily, the largest group, not involved with that, just wanted to be heard. And they wanted to hear that we were willing to do that. And once that happened, that march remained peaceful and we were able to leave. Tonight, as we approach the curfew, it is important that these protest groups end, that their actions, their words that we hear, not be drowned out now by not attending to the curfew. As we move into the evening, we have ample resources to not just protect our critical sites and protect our businesses and retails throughout this city, but also to ensure that those individuals who remain on our streets to prey upon our communities will be held accountable. I joined the law enforcement leaders of LA County today, by DA Lacey as well as City Attorney Fuhrer. And all of us are committed to hearing, recognizing, and acknowledging the failures of our past. But as we move forward, we must assure every member of our public of our unbending efforts to ensure your safety. The presence of the National Guard, the Safer at Home Directive, and now the curfew, and the mobilization of LAPD is our control factions to restore that. But I'll last close with what my remarks were this morning in another media engagement. And that is to these organizers, is for them to join with us in calling for peace and showing the volume of their power to be that agent that restores peace in our community, not by policing power, but by their power of talking to the community, those advocacy, those groups of needing social justice, of let's achieve that through peace. Tonight, as I close, I wish us a safe night, and I thank the men and women of LAPD and LA Fire and all of our first responders for their sacrifice, their dedication, their valor. I was able, and I'll announce, to meet with and see the release of a young officer whose skull was fractured Saturday night during one of these protests that turned violent. After metal plates and stitches and staples, by the grace of God and the power of surgery and medicine, he was able to survive those injuries and is now resting safely at home. I'm thankful for his survival. I am grateful for his service, as I am to every member of this of LAPD. Thank you.
Chief Terrasas.
Thank you, Mayor. The men and women of the Los Angeles City Fire Department continue to protect the lives and property of the people of Los Angeles. We've been able to respond to hundreds of fire and medical calls in the protest areas in the past 4 days, while simultaneously responding to our daily average of 1,400 emergencies throughout the city. We've also sent firefighters to our fire service partners in the cities of Beverly Hills and Santa Monica who faced civil unrest this past weekend, and we're prepared to continue that support as needed. and we have done so without incurring any firefighter injuries. Our firefighters also continue to support the city's only active drive-through COVID testing site at Dodger Stadium, for which we have raised the capacity to 7,700 people per day. You can schedule an appointment for testing at coronavirus.lacity.org/testing. As I said yesterday, it is critical that our firefighters and paramedics are able to respond to emergencies to do their jobs without interference from protesting crowds. We respect the right to protest peacefully, but I ask you to make the right choice. When a fire engine or ambulance is trying to get to the scene of an emergency, to answer the call for help. Seconds count when a person has a heart attack or their home or business is engulfed with flames. Any delay of our firefighters can truly result in a life or death situation. The LAFD remains ready to protect the people of Los Angeles, and I ask everybody to abide by the 6 p.m. curfew that has been set for the city of Los Angeles so we can continue to do the very important job of keeping Los Angeles safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiefs. As we know, we're fighting more than one battle right now, one for justice and for peace in our city, but also the other with our ongoing struggle against the COVID-19 crisis, which even in these hard times does not let up. For 2 minutes, let me update you on that. Today we saw, I think as some may know, but many may have lost, the number of new cases went up under about 1,000, 978 today, a 1.8% increase. And deaths, we had 22 more announced to reach a total of 2,384 fallen from COVID-19. I also want to confirm that now we have 3,510 beds available, of which nearly 3,000 are occupied with more than 3,000 people who are experiencing homelessness to have shelter in this emergency. And we have 331 isolation rooms as well. We also have sufficient hospital beds, over 1,216 ventilators available, and the 100,000 N95 masks that came here that we are sharing with our hospitals at cost are now in our warehouse. We've administered nearly 500,000 tests, as I mentioned, spent nearly $50 million to date on these tests. And we have been doing that both at the testing centers as well as on Skid Row and with people experiencing homelessness, and in now all of our senior skilled nursing facilities. Finally, we've handed out nearly $20 million in cash assistance through Angelino cards. We've also had business ambassadors who are working hard and through what we saw, the unrest, to be able to help businesses reopen at thousands, now over 2,800 different businesses, and served more than 1 million meals to seniors. We also have awarded microloans to our businesses now at $1.9 million, and we'll continue to push forward with those. I hope later in the week to share with you too in this moment, not only how we are addressing COVID-19, but to address some of the underlying calls for justice and for investments that are ongoing in our communities. Happy to answer questions about COVID-19 as well as, of course, what's at hand. But I thank you all for the work you will do to be safe tonight, to abide by the curfew, to stay at home also when you're allowed to be out whenever possible, and to move forward. With that, be happy now to answer questions.
Thank you. Our first question will come from the line of Claudia Pesciuta with KMX
And before Claudia
Radio.
starts, Claudia, hold on 2 seconds.
I'd like to get an idea of how many protesters have been heard. I know all of them may not have sought treatment, but at least how many have been checked out by paramedics and are taken to the hospital. And then, Eric, you say you're throwing everything to have at promoting peace, but critics, including Councilman Marquise Terrace Dawson, argue that bringing in the National Guard makes some people fear that they'll be subject to even more violence. Can you respond to those concerns? Thank you.
Sure. I would share concerns too. We didn't have peacemakers, and I know that for sure it evoked things for people who have looked back, and 50 years ago the National Guard had incidents that were a stain on the country, and Of course, in 1992, it evoked all sorts of memories. I want to be very clear, the National Guard, as I said, I saw folks yesterday who were protesters hugging spontaneously our National Guard that was here at City Hall. These are everyday citizens right here in Southern California and throughout the state who mobilize from their normal jobs in offices and in, manufacturing facilities, everywhere else in this state to help protect their state. And so it is very, very good to have them because they can act, especially in those places where businesses can be further looted or may be attacked, to protect those areas. In stationary places, we saw them as well help secure after the looting that happened in Santa Monica, which is not our city, but we had mutual aid and we're able to help get some National Guardsmen and women there. And so we are very glad that they are here and respect that, which is why part of the reason, first of all, there isn't violence in South Los Angeles. And secondly, we said they would not be there because of the memories of 1992. So we're glad that they are there. I also know the chief wants to clarify one thing that he said before the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I walked back to my spot, I reflected on a remark I made in characterizing the death at the hands of Minneapolis police officers of George Floyd. And his death a week ago, and looking at the video that I've seen and every law enforcement professional that I know, was at the hands of a police officer and officers who stood by, entirely inconsistent with our values, our reverence for life, our profession, what we try to do. We have to deal with conflict. We have to deal with taking people into custody. And the outcomes of those can be uncertain. But it has to be right. And what I saw there wasn't right. And his death, a week later, has served as a catalyst for a number of events, certainly protests, but some are using it as a catalyst to justify violence. And so I misspoke when I said his blood is on their hands, but certainly their actions do not serve the enormity of his loss and cannot be in his memory. Looting a store, burning a building, attacking a police officer, nearly killing one, but across this country, seeing the death and the destruction cannot bring honor. It's not done in an honorable way. The reforms, the justice that needs to be achieved, what his name should stand for is the catalyst for change. And I would ask everyone, every group, every organization, that as they bring voice to that needed change, that we join with you. And so I regret the remarks of that characterization, but I don't regret, and nor will I, apologize to those who are out there today committing violence, destroying lives and livelihoods, and creating this destruction. His memory deserves reform. His memory deserves a better Los Angeles, a better United States, and a better world. It is my hopes and every pure intention to achieve just that, and I thank you.
Thanks, Chief. We'll take the next question.
That comes from James Allen with Random Length News.
Hey, James.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor. I wish we were meeting under better circumstances.
Me too.
I have a couple questions. First is about actually directed to the chief regarding the recent multiple attacks nationwide on journalists who are covering these protests. And I do realize that the majority of those have not taken place anywhere in Southern California. And number two, the question really is in places like Camden, New Jersey, and in Portland, Oregon, the police have actually stood with the demonstrators at the beginning of the march or even marched with them in solidarity because of the same kind of positions that you and Chief Moore have have enunciated and stood for. Why is it that you and the rest of the LAPD are not marching with the demonstrators?
So I'll let the chief answer because both the questions were for him, but I hope that we did hear, and I know it's tough sometimes with the streaming, about the way that officers have kneeled alongside, have embraced, have had the conversations. You know, there was no march after the rally at Fairfax, but the way this chief went behind lines, because should not be a line between police and community, to have those conversations. Again, I know those don't always make the headlines, but I know that they happen. I'm proud of that leadership. We need to multiply that as many times as possible, and your help with the images to let people know that is the story. The peaceful protesters should be the story, not looters. The conversations and common ground should be the story, nothing else. But let's have the chief answer both of those questions, and appreciate you, James.
Thank you.
All right, you've been listening live to LA Mayor Garcetti and LAPD Chief Michael Moore, of course, LA Fire Chief Ralph Terrazas as well. The mayor essentially saying they are throwing everything they have at keeping the peace and throwing everything they have at justice, and that we needn't choose between the two.
And an important message also from Chief Michael Moore saying that his memory deserves reform. And also, Mayor Garcetti noting that the brother of George Floyd this afternoon saying, we want to move the needle of justice. Let's do this another way and vote, educate them. And there's a lot of us that they are throwing everything that they can, everything that they have to maintain the peace. However, the peace was not there after this afternoon in Van Nuys. It was peaceful for a time, but then looters took over. We want to go to Jennifer McGraw. She's on the ground right now in Van Nuys with an update and an update on the protests there. Jen.
Sharon, Micah, we're just a few minutes away from police breaking this line and moving the protesters away. It is almost time for curfew. They gave the warning, the 5 minutes, just a couple of minutes ago. Protesters still standing in the streets, some see it kneeling. There's a police line here all the way 4 or 5 blocks away. This after Target was looted earlier this afternoon. It was a peaceful protest that turned into chaos. We've seen a lot of people out here with signs saying that they are not going to leave, but police say they are going to enforce this strict curfew. You know, we've seen so much in humanity in just the last few minutes since we've been out here. When we first arrived, we saw kids setting a Mercedes on fire, and at the same time we saw another group of kids with water bottles trying to put that fire out. Eventually somebody with an extinguisher came, and it's just so many different walks of life out here, so many people who want to do good, and there's other people who are just out here to be violent, to loot, to steal. Police are saying that they're taking this obviously very seriously. There's a line out in front of them, and it's blocking every which way direction here on Victory and Van Nuys, all the way to the Target, down the street to the BMW dealership. A lot of rage out here, a lot of people cussing, a lot of people yelling. It's definitely not what started out here earlier today, which is incredibly unfortunate. It's just such a weird environment that we're in. I just got a text from my brother who's an EMT, and he's wearing a bulletproof vest. So that is what our world has turned into over the last couple of days. A lot of people are angry, and now a lot more people are scared that this is more widespread. It started in downtown Los Angeles, Melrose, Fairfax, Santa Monica, and now in Van Nuys, we're hearing reports of looting over in Glendale. So this isn't something that's just secular in one area. And as you pan over here, you can see the police are moving in as expected. We're about 3 minutes away from curfew here in Van Nuys. Cars are trying to get through these group of people, and they're doing so with some success. And in this area, people are standing their ground, but there isn't any violent behavior. Obviously, a lot of police around here. When we did see those kids setting the Mercedes on fire, you saw the motor cops go right after them immediately. So they're definitely pushing us back for our own safety so that the police can actually move in and do their job. It'll be interesting to see as they do move in what's going to happen. You have people sitting in the street. You have people kneeling, and people saying they're just not going to go. And as we've seen, from the air quite a bit. It's interesting now to see it from the ground. You know, our number one concern is keeping all of us safe. And so we haven't had reporters out here, but we now feel that things are a little bit more calm. We're behind police now. So we decided to come out here and obviously keep our distance. And it'll be interesting to see as these police move in, and we will bring you the very latest of what happens out here in Van Nuys. Back to you.
All right, Jennifer McGraw in Van Nuys on screen left, screen right. Now a live picture from Sky 5 in Hollywood and what appears to be the beginning of trouble at a Rite Aid there. Larry Welk in Sky 5. Larry?
Well, unfortunately, Glenn, this is a pattern that we're, sorry, Micah. It's a pattern that we see in a lot of these demonstrations where there are people that break off of the demonstration and do what you're looking at right now, which is they are breaking into some of these stores. We saw a couple of stores in the Gower Gulch area, Sunset and Gower, and now we're looking at this parking lot, people just streaming into this Rite Aid pharmacy. We saw a car pull up and literally back into a parking spot, get loaded up, and drive away. So unfortunately, this is going on once again. And now the CHP has just sent a helicopter overhead. We do see 2 LAPD black and whites that are in just out of the parking lot, but they're not engaging with the folks that are coming in and out of this Rite Aid here. So again, this is right at Sunset and Gower, and a group of people that were being very they were walking with the protesters, with the demonstration. It was very peaceful. Then they broke off, ran into this parking lot, and once again started to break windows and make access to some of these businesses here in what they call the Gower Gulch.
You are watching the KTLA 5 News at 6. Cher Calvin along with Micah Ullman, Larry Welk in Sky 5, looking at what appears to be the beginning of trouble at this Rite Aid along Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. Larry, we've seen a pattern with a lot of situations like this where you actually have protesters that are peaceful, that are trying to stop the looters from causing trouble, vandalizing, and stealing. I know it's tough to tell from this vantage point with the awning sort of blocking the view of the front door of this Rite Aid, but is there any indication we might have anybody trying to stop this outside of law enforcement?
You know, I haven't seen anybody try.
All right, it looks like
we could see the door. Oh,
sorry,
we were trying to get down lower. We were trying to get down lower so we could see the door, and just as we were starting to descend, the CHP brought a helicopter in, and of course we want to let them do their job, but we are going to try and get you a better vantage point of the entrance here to some of these businesses, because people you can see off the left are still running in and out of the doorways of this business. So it looks like the pizza place, Cartwright's. And again, this is called the Gower Gulch, and we're just seeing, unfortunately, the same pattern of behavior that we've seen over and over and over. So there's a little bit of a building here, so we'll maneuver Sky 5 into a position where you're able to get a shot at that. But you can see nobody there putting up any resistance, nobody there trying to stop them. It's just a free flow of people that are running in and out of this store. Stand by 1 second. TV5's got Alpha Papa. And the
there you see the trouble unfolding in Hollywood. Just moments after hearing from the mayor and from the police chief of LAPD, pleading with the public not to do exactly what we're seeing. The sun hasn't even gone down yet, and trouble is well underway in Hollywood.
And 2 minutes into the curfew that will go until 6 o'clock in the morning, we now have looting that is occurring here at the Gower Gulch, which is located on Sunset Boulevard and Gower at the Rite Aid. You could see that there are parts of its storefront that are boarded up, but it doesn't seem to be a deterrent for these looters, and they were able to get in. Not sure if this particular Rite Aid was already open and they just were able to get in. But this has been a familiar scene that we have seen throughout the weekend when the looting begins, and the message of the protesters now turns to the attention of looters. You now see some black and whites coming in here trying to get a handle of the situation. Larry Welk in Sky 5.
Well, police officers just rolled in here with mobile field force, and I can tell you that it's just unbelievable to watch. Over to the right side, let's go back out onto the street and tilt up a little bit. Literally cars just driving up, loading up, and driving away. It is not even, it's just so unbelievable to watch the organization with which these groups work. They come up, they've got cars waiting, it's well coordinated, just really awful to see. But now the LAPD has taken over the Gower Gulch, so nobody else going into the stores, but nobody really being pursued at this point either. So most of those people have just gotten into their cars and driven away, and there you can see LAPD with a lot of people here. So they're not moving in with 1 or 2 officers. They're coming up, and they're coming up fast with a lot of manpower, and they're clearing these places out. Now, I can tell you, after flying the last couple of days on things like this, that was not always the case. Law enforcement was, they were spread very thin, and they weren't able to get to these spots as quickly as they could, and therefore you saw a lot of destruction, and sometimes it ended with a building being set on fire. So that is one of the advantages right now that the LAPD is taking. They're really doing an excellent job of getting in here, clearing the buildings, and they're not going after the suspects. They're letting them drive away. And what that allows them to do is secure the property. And in a place like this, the Gower Gulch, where you've got common attic space, you start one of those businesses on fire, and it's just a couple of seconds before the whole building and complex goes up in flames. So that is one of the things that the LAPD is doing good. But when you watch these pictures, you really want to hope that somebody can discourage people from doing this by taking them into custody. But at this point, I think that they're willing to settle for keeping the buildings from burning and stopping the looting from going on. And I say looting, I mean it's really stealing. They're going in and they're taking merchandise and they're loading their cars and driving away. So at this point, LAPD, we watched it unfold in real time. They did an excellent job of getting in there. They stopped the suspects from going in and out of these businesses. We saw one suspect come out with an armful of goods, and there were 10 police cars there. The suspect looked shocked, but then just kept running. And so I think that person might be thanking their lucky stars that they're not sitting in the back of a police car right now. But again, a terrible trend that continues. The twist here is that they weren't able to start the building on fire. They weren't able to tag the buildings. They weren't able to do much damage, and they were out of here in just a few minutes. So while that protest is still going on, it's still going on southbound on Gower, actually, and it has just passed the Forever Cemetery down, making its way down toward Melrose. And, of course, we're into the curfew time, or as we approach the curfew, we don't know exactly what will happen to that very large gathering of people. We're going to head down there in a few minutes to see how big that group had gotten. They had joined another group of demonstrators that was waiting near Sunset and Gower, and so it was 2 groups that got together, made it very large. They went down past the Hollywood Forever Cemetery, down past Paramount Studios, and now it appears to me that they're down all the way to Melrose. So the next time we talk to you, we'll probably be over that crowd.
We know that when we heard Chief Michael Moore of the LAPD speak just moments ago at a press conference in downtown Los Angeles, he said that the resources are deployed as expected and protesters must end at 6 o'clock. This is a curfew, and at this point, the LAPD will put an order to disperse and then an unlawful assembly. Anything after that will lead to an arrest, and they made several arrests over the weekend. I should say hundreds more, like under 700 arrests yesterday. Some
I think they're trying to break
400 arrests on Saturday and 500 on Friday. So there is ample resources tonight for those who remain on the streets after 6 p.m. and they will be held accountable. And so you must know that you need to abide by this LA County-wide curfew that began 7 minutes ago and will go until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Another reminder, the legal implications for this looting are substantial. If you are arrested on suspicion of looting, you will be held on bail. If you are found to be a part of a group, you will be charged with a felony. These are very serious crimes and ones that will not go unenforced if you choose to take part in this sort of activity. And as we just saw there, a large crowd of peaceful protesters moving through Hollywood, and once again, as has been the pattern, a small group splinters off and decides to go into this Rite Aid in the Gower Gulch area, Gower and Sunset, just a block from where that larger crowd was moving, and continues to move south and breaks into the Rite Aid, and the group runs with a whole store full of stuff. And you saw the LAPD response was swift. It was swift, and it was in numbers. And that's, Cher, what we've seen, a difference in tactics, not only from law enforcement, but from looters as well. On Friday night, they were on foot. And we've seen from Saturday through Sunday and now tonight where they're using vehicles to get away, which is a shift in tactics, and one that we are told LAPD is prepared for.
They're just seeing some fireworks go off right on Sunset and Gower, and on the north side of the street, as you see all of those black and whites, and a lot of officers there showing their presence. Look at that. There's so many agencies that are converging together, not just here in Hollywood, because they do have a station there on Wilcox, just a few blocks away from Gower over here. But clearly we have other precincts that are involved, or other stations that are involved here to assist in these protests and the possible unrest and civil unrest that could occur and has occurred here in Hollywood, with now just the first sighting of a looting at the Rite Aid.
We're going to stand by on this image, and in the meantime, check in with Jen McGraw, who's in Van Nuys, where there is a similar protest underway. A few hours ago, we saw looting similar to what we just witnessed in Hollywood, and we can go to Jen now. Hi, Jen.
Coming this way. Micah, the curfew was just enacted, and police took about 3 people into custody. That group that you may have seen earlier dispersed, but there's a large group over this way. There's a large group over this way that looks like police are trying to disperse. About 200 people. We're hearing reports of looting up there as well, but there are so many police officers making sure to get these people to go home. In the street back there, they were actually pushing people out of the way. Well, not pushing, but telling people to go home. We watched as 2 people were taken into custody and would refuse to leave. But then there was a 3rd guy who was on the ground, on his knees. He said, "Take me to jail. I'm here for the cause." And you know what? The officer came over and said, "Hey man, you don't want to do this. You want to go home to your family. You want to go home to your family. You want to have dinner with your family. Don't do this. We're on your team." It was just such an amazing moment to see. And then the officer shook his hand and he said, "Go home." And he got up and he said, "Thank you." And then I saw a few other elbow bumps from the officers as well. So here we are, Van Nuys and Hamlin. And it appears as though the huge crowd that was out here that we were walking to has dispersed quite a bit. People going home. But what's unclear right now is this is just a group of people. The curfew means you got to go home. You got to disperse. And there's still so many people that are out here on the streets. And the problem, too, is that people are actually walking through the streets, causing damage. We've seen so many storefronts that have just been busted in, lots of shattered glass, lots of looting, sadly, lots of graffiti all over public property and these private businesses. Obviously, as you can see, as the cars tried to navigate through this mess, and also as police tried to calm this chaos. So Micah and Cher, obviously just a whole lot going on, and this isn't just in Van Nuys, as you guys saw in Hollywood and everywhere else. It's becoming and it's getting worse as we go through the night. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jennifer McGraw live for us in Van Nuys as the curfew is now 12 minutes in, where people are asked to go home, essentially. The public is not allowed on the streets, parks, or any public areas. And now we go to Sky 5 and Larry Welk. There were 3 demonstrating groups, protesters. And now where are we, Larry?
This is Gregory Avenue and El Centro. So if you're familiar with the Hollywood area, it's just on the west side of the Paramount Studios. And what LAPD has done is they've set up a skirmish line on one end. That's the bottom of your picture right there. We're just going to move by this building here 1 second. And they've got reinforcements. They've got officers that are continuing down. And then on the western edge of this same block, there are a number of people up there as well, and there are LAPD officers that have them blocked into this area. So it appears that these people, in fact, move the camera to the left a little bit. You'll see that they have another very large group of LAPD officers that are running right there through that intersection to help reinforce the officers that are already there. And I should note earlier that I saw several buildings, or not buildings, I saw several buses, large buses, the kind that you would transport inmates from the LA County Jail. I saw them driving behind the procession here. I have not seen them lately, but it appears that they are going to start taking some of these folks into custody. Now, we're going to move to the north of the cemetery real quick. We're going to go over to an area on Santa Monica near El Centro, where officers are taking rocks and bottles. In fact, they're running away to the left, 1 block to the left. Officers were engaging with these people here that were part of the original demonstration, and you can see as you tilt up, something made them run up that street right now. In fact, the LAPD helicopter is keeping track of the leading edge. It appears that there was a vehicle that drove up and was able to drop something off to some of these protesters. It looks like it might have been water bottles, and then some of those bottles and rocks were being thrown at officers here in front of a car wash on Santa Monica. So now people running in the streets. Now LAPD is not in pursuit. They are not running after them. So we don't know what prompted this, but it almost looked, there was something that obviously spooked this crowd. They were frightened of something, and they continued to run up this block here. And so we don't know if anybody got hurt as a result of the engagement with officers. But right now, after curfew, you've got more than 100 or so that have broken off. But I can tell you, all through Hollywood, as I look out here now, there are large groups of people that may not know that there's a curfew, but they're still out, a lot of people. And but there are also LAPD and other law enforcement all over Hollywood right now. And it's just taking a few minutes to respond to any of these problems. And of course, they've got the air unit above, and they've got lots and lots of reinforcements. But again, there you see, we've seen this before. They're now setting up barricades in the middle of the street here, and then they continue to run. So very difficult situation, but new tactics being employed by the LAPD here to try and get these things to stop. Hey, tilt down that block, tilt up. Let's see, there's a truck right in the middle. What's that truck doing? Because it appears that truck, people are reaching in and out of the back of that truck. We don't know if it's involved or if it was just trying to get through, but people were jumping in and out of the back of that truck a few minutes ago in the middle of this block. We don't really see any law enforcement that is following, but I can tell you they are being tracked by the air unit above. And again, that large group, several hundred people, still on the Gregory and El Centro. A very dynamic situation going on here in Hollywood. A very complicated situation. We've seen looting. We've seen the Rite Aid at Gower Gulch broken into, several businesses. We've seen furniture being thrown into the middle of the streets, people running, rocks and bottles being thrown. I hope it's not another tough night for LA like we've seen over the past couple of nights. But what we're seeing right now, though, is a different tactic by the LAPD. They're coming in here and they're shutting this down quickly. They are not letting it get out of hand in any way. So with that being said, back to you in Hollywood.
Yeah, you've got hundreds of people here running through the streets and a curfew in effect. How law enforcement manages this going forward, remains to be seen. They are moving swiftly, but these folks appear in no hurry to abide by that curfew. Keep in mind that upwards of 700 members of the National Guard have been called into the city of Los Angeles as a backup resource for the LAPD. If and when we see them in Hollywood, it would not surprise me, considering the number of people here and the directions they're moving in. So many different directions, it's difficult to corral a crowd when it splinters like this.
Now, Larry, I believe that in the 5 o'clock hour, at the bottom of the 5 o'clock hours by Sunset and Vine, we saw some armored vehicles, the National Guard, lining up in Hollywood. Maybe as you're going around, if you see them, obviously, you know, we can get that picture. But they've been showing their presence this morning in Santa Monica. When we were looking at the live shots from the morning show, they had the National Guard protecting businesses there as people were coming to help and clean up the destruction that was left from the looting yesterday afternoon and into the evening. So we do know and that the National Guard has made their presence. We have seen them guarding and standing by to show. But right now what we're seeing is the LAPD here in Hollywood keeping these protesters, I guess, kind of cornered in at Gregory and El Centro. There are so many different groups of protesters and at this moment that are still out there in Hollywood. It's not just one big group, it's several splintered off. And then you also have the looters that we saw earlier at the top of the hour going into the Rite Aid at the Goward Gulch and looting before over a dozen black and white cars came to break that up and they ran away.
Well, we don't see that group of National Guard units that you had seen earlier, but that was a very great observation on your part, because we saw that there were about a dozen trucks, looked like some troop transports, and also some of those Humvee vehicles. But what's happening right now is they had a very large group here as we were looking at them on Gregory Avenue earlier. And now that group, there's a couple dozen that are still right up against El Centro, but the majority of the group being led by it looks like a van or a pickup truck. There's some sort of vehicle. People are leaning out of it. There you go. It's just a car there. And they walked through a line of LAPD. The LAPD adjusted where they were going. And there were still confrontations, minor confrontations here. We still had some rocks and some things being thrown at police officers. And now I can tell you that as they make their way to the west, they are moving into an area where there is still traffic that's going north and south, and it's still, you know, it's early afternoon or late afternoon here in Hollywood, and even though there's COVID, there was still a lot of traffic out there on the streets. We're going to move. Let's go left. Let's go follow this street up to the left. Yeah, let's go Vine to the next major and then another left turn. There's a group that the LAPD is very worried about right now. We don't know why, but they have started to redirect officers into this area right here in an effort to move some of the officers down here. But this has caught the attention of the air unit, and some of the ground units turned around from the area they were moving to before. So again, not chaotic, but there are several groups with more than a dozen, maybe 25, 30 people in them, starting to splinter off. This group appears to be around 100 people or so, and again, almost just ignoring the fact that there is a curfew in effect right now, and the LAPD doing what they can to contain this group right now. And I can tell you that I'm watching another large group that is moving by a CVS, and they are not trying to get in to the CVS at this point, but I can tell you that officers are starting to block that roadway so that people can't go that way. So we're going to remain overhead and monitor these hot spots as they pop up. Yesterday I was describing, it seemed like a game of whack-a-mole. Every time you'd see the LAPD start to get, or in this point, yesterday it was Santa Monica PD, they would start to get a group under control. Another group would pop up 4 or 5 blocks away, and again, they'd have to redirect resources there. So another difficult situation for law enforcement here in the Hollywood area. And I will throw it back to you for now.
As we continue with this picture, Larry, we see dozens of LAPD officers at virtually every intersection in the vicinity here, trying to, and there's more reinforcements coming in behind these officers on foot, trying to, as best they can, coordinate and corral the group, or try and get them into a more of a concentrated area, which is I think the goal here, and in doing that they're better able to control and potentially arrest people if they fail to disperse, but obviously encourage the disbursement and to adhere to this curfew that is now in effect, that went into effect countywide at 6 o'clock. But a challenging night for law enforcement here in Hollywood again, as you see so many different groups going in so many different directions.
You see the tactics of the LAPD changing, with not just not just being on foot and creating that skirmish line, but also with their motorcycles, and also behind them their black and white SUVs. You also see the protesters with a different tactic and splintering off into several different groups around the area, which is making it difficult to corral them into a specific area and possibly bring in those buses that would be used to bring them into custody. Right now, we're looking at a peaceful protest that's here in Hollywood, a larger group with signs, but there is a curfew that is in effect right now. And now you see another group running and joining this second group. Larry Welkin, Sky 5, where are you exactly?
Willoughby and Lillian. So, still right in the heart of Hollywood here. And yeah, I can tell you that the group that we had shown you earlier that was running through the streets, they broke off and rejoined the majority of the people that were over on Gregory. But LAPD now, you can see off to the left, they're coming in with more of their black and whites and also a lot of motorcycle units. And it looks like what we're seeing is they're trying to prevent people from going back up toward the area of Sunset and Hollywood Boulevard. It looks like as this crowd makes its way to the west, they are trying to get them to continue west, and it appears to be working at this point. But just how far west they'll go, we don't know. But at least they're getting more of a containment, because as I look across Hollywood, I look back toward El Centro and Santa Monica. That intersection is now completely clear. Unfortunately, El Centro north of Melrose is still fully occupied by firefighters and police cars. And that's another thing I wanted to mention. LAPD, while they're trying to control where these crowds go, the LA City Fire Department has 2 rescue ambulances just in case. They want to be ready. So it looks like they've been attached to whatever the makeup of these units are that are coming out into the field, and they're attached in an effort to get to people that might get hurt in a very quick manner. So I think that's a positive here. But you can see LAPD showed up here just a minute ago. They blocked off the northbound section here, and that is Cahuenga that you're looking at. So that's Cahuenga Boulevard, and another LAPD helicopter has just joined in. Now there are 2 LAPD helicopters that are overhead now in case these groups split off. So again, new tactics, very quick movements by the LAPD. And Alpha Papa TV5 is going to go below you.
Yeah, they're steering the group, as you can see, and effectively steering the group in this case. Oftentimes they're outnumbered and the group has its will, but in this case, what you're seeing is a group that's being steered by law enforcement to turn the corner here and try and, it sounds as though, keep them away from the business corridor along Santa Monica and Sunset.
And as you see there, protesters also forming their own line on their knees with their hands up in front of the police officers, who have also created a line and trying to contain the amount of protesters that they can at this particular intersection of Willoughby in Hollywood. It's well past the curfew, and at this point, these protesters will get several orders to disperse, unlawful assembly, and then will be arrested at this point. They have the buses ready for that. And maybe perhaps they don't know, as you mentioned, that Micah, that they have a curfew, or maybe it was you, Larry, that they have a curfew in effect at 6 o'clock, but they certainly will now know in front of these officers that there is a curfew at 6 p.m. and that they need to go home.
I can't imagine they don't know.
Don't go there, but they've got.
You know, people have cell phones and word gets around. You've been in a group. We're in the newsroom, and the alert goes off on everybody's phone all at once. You know, aside from that notion, you have to believe that they're going to be given every opportunity to leave on their own volition and go home and to disperse. How this unfolds, we don't know at this point, but we do see a swift and strong response from LAPD throughout the surface streets here in Hollywood as this group that has been largely peaceful was beginning to splinter off, and it makes things more challenging tactically for law enforcement to try and contain the group and, from what we can see, keep them from the storefronts in the business corridor along Sunset. Just about a half an hour ago, we saw the Rite Aid at Gower Gulch at Gower and Sunset. The doors busted down and hundreds of looters running in and out with things. And LAPD responded quickly and took many into custody, but a great many also got away.
That's for certain. And there's been a lot of traffic also in the area of Hollywood, which is unusual in this pandemic, in the midst of this pandemic. But we've also seen that happen over the weekend from downtown LA to West Hollywood, Beverly Hills, and even in Santa Monica, and the traffic coming from people who want to be part of this protest, or then as the sun comes down, even when the sun isn't down, part of the looting, the vandalism, the destruction of the community that the protests are taking place in.
You are watching the KTLA 5 News at 6:30. Micah Ullman along with Larry Welk in Sky 5. There have been a number of protests across Southern California. Much of the day it has been peaceful. We have seen pockets of looting. We have seen vandalism. And these protests, not only in Southern California, but across the country. The president speaking to the nation a short time ago. John Fenolio is live with that part of our coverage to start us off at 6:30. John?
Well, Micah, it has been a volatile night at the White House so far. We've seen police fire tear gas at what appeared to be peaceful protesters, even as the president was speaking in the Rose Garden. In front of the White House, demonstrators facing off with police and National Guard members. Then, chaos. Moments later, President Trump addressing the nation.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters. I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets.
At the epicenter of the unrest in Minneapolis.
For George Floyd, the ambulance was his hearse.
An independent autopsy shows George Floyd died of asphyxiation from sustained pressure.
Beyond question, he would be alive today if not for the pressure applied to his neck by fired officer Derek Chauvin and the strain on his body from the two additional officers near him in his back.
The new conclusion is different than that of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner, which reported no physical findings of traumatic asphyxia or strangulation. At a memorial for his brother, Terrence Floyd was overwhelmed with emotions before calling for peaceful protests.
If I'm not over here messing up my community, come on. Then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing. Because that's not going to bring my brother back. My family is a peaceful family. My family is God-fearing. Let's do this another way. Let's stop thinking that our voice don't matter.
That's right.
And vote.
There you go.
Not just vote for the president, vote for the preliminaries, vote for everybody. Let's switch it up.
Yeah. Amen.
Do this peacefully. Please.
This as major American cities like New York, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Los Angeles, D.C., and others brace for another night of unrest. After the president spoke at the White House, police cleared the streets using flashbangs and tear gas. The president then walked across Lafayette Square to St. John's Church, where a fire had been set Sunday night. The president held up a Bible. He then posed for photos with Attorney General Bill Barr and others. And just before we came to air tonight, the Hennepin County Medical Examiner in Minneapolis said George Floyd's death was in fact a homicide. The report says Floyd died due to cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual restraint and neck compression. It sounds a lot like what that independent autopsy report revealed earlier today. Sheriff Micah, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
John Fenolio, thank you. Back to the live pictures from Sky 5 over Hollywood and a number of protesters in violation of the curfew that was implemented as of 6 p.m. again tonight. Larry Welkin, Sky 5, watching the LAPD manage or do their best to manage the situation. Larry?
It's really more of the second one, doing their best, because it's just an incredibly difficult position they're in. This is Melrose and Cahuenga right here. And we can tell you that the California Highway Patrol has just radioed to the LAPD saying, we've got a mobile field force and we are coming to help you and give you backup. And LAPD said, great, we'll let our ground units know. So they are on their way right now and holding out on Melrose to assist. They are trying to assess whether or not they could get into what they're calling arrest mode. And at this point, they're just trying to contain this crowd. Very difficult to estimate how many in this crowd. But for those people that are familiar with Hollywood, you know that when Cahuenga gets down here to Melrose, just south of that, you've got nothing but residential homes down here. So you can see there's a tremendous amount of residential homes. And there are no businesses there. So that is where we find ourselves right now with the majority of this group. It is right at Melrose and Cahuenga. Now, there are a couple of businesses here east and west along Melrose. There's a Pavilions Market that has been completely boarded up. But right now, they are trying to determine whether or not they are going to contain these people to this area and try and take anybody into custody. At this point, though, we just don't know. I can also tell you that area at the Gower Gulch, while it looks like a police station, there are so many police cars in that parking lot, there's also a very large crowd, at least 200 or 300 people that are standing on the corners of Sunset and Gower. Some of them are on the west side, some are on the east side, and so there's a California Highway Patrol helicopter up there trying to guide in some of the LAPD units and help in the neighborhood around that Gower Gulch. So a dynamic situation here. They've got several things going on, but there you can see, for now, it's a large group of people that have gathered. Earlier, we saw them on Cahuenga. They took knee line. They've now since gotten up, and Cahuenga, we are awaiting to see what will happen next, and we will continue to monitor the situation and bring you updates. I can tell you that the CHP has now joined the LAPD at their command post, waiting for deployment orders. So a very tough situation here in Hollywood that we will be monitoring throughout the evening. Micah, back to you.
Larry, is it your sense that the vast majority of people that we've seen have now congregated here, or is there still a splinter in effect?
There's still a little bit of a splinter, but right now the majority of the people have been sort of corralled, if you will, into this particular spot. But like I said, there's a couple 100, 300 people that are still up on Sunset and Gower, and you know, we're talking about an hour and 20 minutes after the curfew, or an hour and a half after the curfew's been in effect. So while I look around Hollywood, I can see that the traffic has died down as far as people that were just driving around earlier, but still a lot of people. But as far as a small group that we've seen that over the past couple of days, they've demonstrated that they've gone into businesses and caused trouble for some of the businesses. And unfortunately, this is Melrose, and Melrose is still fresh, just a couple miles down the road, where almost every building on Melrose between La Brea and La Cienega was damaged in some fashion. But now this group has started to make their way west on Melrose, headed back toward where they had just cleaned up the earlier mess. So they're just a couple miles away from that location. And again, no word. We're monitoring the frequencies. There is a tremendous presence. But we are going to go back to Sunset and Gower. I'll tell you this, there's another group that's sitting in the middle of the intersection on Gregory. They are waiting to be taken into custody. That's it from Sky 9 for now, or Sky 5, I apologize. Sky 5 from now. Micah, back to you in Hollywood.
All right, Larry, welcome aboard Sky 5. As you see the scope of the issue LAPD is dealing with, again, a curfew in effect, and you have a number of groups, numbering in the hundreds, scattered about across Hollywood. And at this point, the LAPD strategy is what you see in front of you. That will likely change at some point, as again, this is now past curfew, so everyone who's out on the street is in violation of that curfew, and law enforcement will be taking action at some point as we move forward into the evening. But again, a dynamic situation in Hollywood, and a symbol of great presence and strength at City Hall as well tonight, as we see not only a number of LAPD officers, but a number of National Guard troops as well, staging in the area. We've heard from LA Mayor Garcetti talking about a number north of 500, perhaps as many as 700 National Guard troops that are positioned in and around the city of Los Angeles to manage the situation as we move into the evening hours. We have seen a good deal of peaceful protesting throughout the day. There have been pockets of violence. We have seen looting at least 3 businesses in Van Nuys along Victory Boulevard. We watched it live here in the 5 o'clock hour, or the 4 o'clock hour, I believe, a drugstore in Van Nuys on Victory Boulevard, where you saw hundreds of people just storm the storefront and break through the barrier that they had set up. But at this point, we are watching things unfold in downtown Los Angeles. As we understand, there you see the National Guard Humvees in the distance, and we understand preparations for another protest are underway in downtown Los Angeles. But as the LAPD stages and the National Guard stages, we'll continue to watch the picture from downtown Los Angeles and go to Van Nuys as well, where Jennifer McGraw is standing by live. She's been walking alongside many of the protesters for some time now. Jen?
Micah, it's so hard to keep up because everybody's dispersing, and then we're hearing one thing after another. We heard the Walgreens just up the street from where we were a little while ago, and police are making arrests here. We heard that they were breaking into this Walgreens, and that a few cars pulled up, and one after another came running in, and of course came running out with bottles of booze. The fire department is also out here. We heard some type of officer-involved shooting that has not been confirmed at this point. We're trying to figure out if that indeed happened, but I can see about, 10 or so. They look like almost children, kids out there, probably young adults being arrested. And the vans just pulled up. So that's sort of the protocol. They broke curfew. They may have looted this Walgreens. They'll be zip tied, and then their information, and then they'll be put in those vans. But what is really concerning out here is this is happening so fast, and there's so many stores around the area. You just hear one siren after another. As we were driving just 3 blocks away, you would see just cruisers zoom on by, and just going from one store to the next. We hear possibly Big 5 is being looted. So there's just a lot of, and then you can see cruisers. This is what it looks like out here. It's almost like a war zone. And then, as you've seen on TV, the droves of the paddy wagons with the officers alongside, we've seen that go by too. A lot of police present here in Van Nuys as things start to uptick. And as people start to disperse, that's when we're starting to see the smaller violence, people just breaking into whatever store that they possibly can, and that's unfortunately what we're seeing tonight. And hearing fireworks being blasted off all over the place. We were in an area earlier where police told us, get back, there are guys with guns. So obviously we are taking extreme precaution out here and trying to be safe. And unfortunately, there's just so much chaos and so much for police to do tonight.
Jennifer, as you move through the crowd, if we still have Jen, I'd like to ask her a question. Obviously, the curfew has come and gone. At the top of the 6 o'clock hour, did you notice anything different, or did people just continue on down the street and ignore the curfew?
You know, you saw a huge gathering. People said they weren't going to leave, and then they left. They ran away. They ran away from police. Nobody wants to be arrested, but there were 2 people who were adamant about the cause and being out here, and they were arrested. But for the most part, we're seeing people run away from police. Nobody wants to be arrested out here because these aren't protesters for the most part. These are people who are violent, or people who want to steal, or people who are just trying to cause chaos that are breaking curfew. So for the most part, that's what we're seeing out here.
All right, Jennifer McGraw in Van Nuys tonight. We'll continue to monitor the situation there and take you back now to Sky 5 over Hollywood as hundreds of protesters in violation of curfew now and the LAPD dealing with the situation and planning, I would assume, to change tactics at some point. This will not go on through the night, Larry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. We're watching and listening to the LAPD try and get a hold of a group of people that are under arrest. They just have not been taken into custody. So you've got the LAPD motorcycle units, you've got the ground units, and this is all very close to that area of Gower and Sunset that we were looking at earlier. In fact, we'll move over here to the left, and you can see there's a large group of people that are sitting in this intersection right now on Sunset. Now, I can also tell you that when we were looking down at Melrose, it appeared that a large number of the people that were at Melrose and Cahuenga have dispersed, and but they have not just dispersed, they've moved to the west. They just continued west. They're being followed by the LAPD, and now the LAPD is concentrating on that group. They're following them, and at the same time, they're getting ready to take some of these people into custody. In fact, if we tilt up just a little bit, you'll... Oh, hang on one second. And TV5 will be climbing up.
Yeah, there you see the buses. And the plan here, we understand, is for law enforcement to box them into the intersection and one by one take them into custody. And you see those transport vehicles there, the buses. They appear to be LA County Sheriff's Department buses that they will use to transport a large number of people off to jail as they are now in violation of the curfew. Larry Welke in Sky 5. Larry, I think you were about to address the vehicles there as you see them. The buses, you talked about it earlier, and you saw them moving through the area, and now here they are just about a block away from this group.
That's right, there's also another large number of vehicles. In fact, if we go west on Sunset here, it'll be tough to see, but behind one of the tall buildings there on the left, you'll see more reinforcements just pouring into the area right now. Take a look at that. So that's the CHP that I was talking about earlier, the backup from the CHP, and you can see they are really not messing around. The CHP got here very quickly. There's some motor officers behind them, and then they're followed by the LA Fire Department, just in case somebody gets hurt here. And now, if we come back down to this group, we'll come back down to Sunset and Gower, and you'll see that if you tilt down just one more block, you'll see another large contingent of officers on motorcycles. Keep tilting up, and you'll see what I was talking about. There's some officers that are walking between the cars right there, and they are going to reinforce this group right here. And now I can tell you that a lot of these people have gotten up and have started running northbound. It looks like that might be Vine and El Centro, rather. El Centro, they're running northbound on El Centro. So some of them trying to get away. LAPD, they're really not doing much to chase them. But there is another group of people a block north. Like I said earlier, almost anywhere you look, you're going to see a group of 50 to 60, maybe 100, 200 people all over Hollywood right now, and that was as a result of a very much larger, very peaceful protest where people were stopping at red lights. And at this point, now the people that were about to get taken into custody, the majority of them have taken off and are now running along Sunset Boulevard.
All right, Larry Welkin, Sky 5, and we're going to look back again at a live picture from Van Nuys as arrests are underway. LAPD officers taking people into custody. And to reiterate the message from Chief Michael Moore today, the police department looks to essentially work in concert with peaceful protesters and allow them to demonstrate peacefully and to understand as law enforcement the group's motivation and their plan. And the police will work with them and then dealing with only those who are causing problems, those who are looting, those who are vandalizing and not allowing them to break the law. Certainly law enforcement will move in quickly on them. But again, all these people you see here were 48 minutes past the curfew. They're in violation of the law. Jennifer McGraw is on the ground here in Van Nuys with a closer look. Jen.
Yeah, Micah, they're not playing out here. There is a 6 o'clock curfew, and they mean business. They were at the Walgreens. They looked across the street. They saw people walking. They crossed the street immediately, stopped traffic, and then they zip-tied and arrested those people. And these are people who, honestly, Micah, may just be walking home tonight. Unfortunately, they just got caught up in the curfew, and all these people out here are causing chaos and destruction. There might just be honest citizens trying to get home, but unfortunately that's just not the case. It is past curfew. These people will be zip-tied and taken to jail. And as we're crossing the street here, that's where they're basically corralling everybody here at the Walgreens initially. But they're going up and down the street, and it does look like there are quite a few police officers over here, but this is just one faction of what's happening in Van Nuys. There are so many different sections of Van Nuys right now being policed, people being arrested. I wish people were heeding the warning and listening to that 6 o'clock curfew, because they mean business. And you know what? After looking at the last couple of days, they have to do this. They say they have to enforce this to get people to stop, to get people to behave, to stop looting, to stop the chaos and the destruction in the streets. And as we're out here in Van Nuys, we've seen so many businesses now boarding up, thinking, how did it get to Van Nuys? I saw just a school program down the street boarding up, and people are just really in fear for their business. People are in fear for their lives, and it's all because of the destruction that we've seen across Hollywood, Fairfax, Orange County, you name it. Micah, it's a really serious situation out here.
Yeah, you mentioned that some of these people may have been caught up trying to get home. Is that the sense you're getting, or did you hear them trying to plead their case to officers?
I did. I heard one man, and he just said, I'm trying to go home, and it was, sorry. And unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to be able to talk his way out of this, but he had his mask on, he was doing the right thing. But that's one person who may be doing the right thing, and then so many who aren't. You know, just like these two people here, you just don't know, just walking by. And if you're in the wrong place at the right time, you're going to be arrested.
Yeah, curfew is curfew for a reason, and stay at home. And this is something we're seeing not only in Van Nuys, where Jen McGraw is standing by, but also in Hollywood in much larger numbers. Again, this crowd in Hollywood that is moving and splintering off, there's a large group of police officers that has staged along with the CHP, and we saw a couple of, I believe, LA County Sheriff's Department buses that will be used to transport these people once they are arrested. Again, the curfew 51 minutes ago was established across the county of Los Angeles. And here in Hollywood, police are dealing with an issue as they see people still milling about and moving in every direction possible. Larry Welk's been watching this for us in Sky 5. And Larry, we saw a large group there at the one intersection of CHP officers and also LAPD. But then, you know, you pan the camera left or right and you see another group of people milling about.
Yeah, it's just really tough to tell who is who down here. Now they're talking about the people that have been trapped in those cars that were, perhaps just trying to drive around Hollywood. But hey, let's go one block to the west and quickly show there's a large group of people that are running down the road here. Again, LAPD is doing the best they can to try and corral some of these people. What they're really trying to do here is get people into reasonably sized groups so that they could disperse, but at this point now take them into custody before a large group can do the kind of damage that we've seen over the past couple of days. So that's, and they're accomplishing that goal. We haven't seen, but for the stray bottle of water or rocks being thrown, we really haven't seen that much in the way of damage. Earlier today, we were watching the Gower Gulch, and there was some attempted looting. We saw some people get away with a few things, but for the most part, they were able to protect the property. It looked like nobody got hurt. After all, that's the most important thing right now, the protection of people and property. And so at this point, right now, there's another group, the one that we were looking at earlier on Melrose. They're moving northbound on Highland. They're being tracked by the LAPD. LAPD, California Highway Patrol, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and of course the National Guard, if needed, can all be in Hollywood to try and corral a lot of these people. But now we're being told that if you are here in an automobile, you will be subject to arrest as well. Of course, if you're just trying to get home from work, they will not arrest you. But if you're out here and you're part of the protest, or if you're part of any of the demonstrations that have been going on, at this point, you are subject to being arrested by the LAPD. So we'll take you back down to the Gower Gulch area, and we'll show you just what kind of a presence we're looking at right now. It is massive. Take a look at what we're looking at right now. That is the LAPD, those two sheriff's buses on the right. We'll tilt up a little bit, and we'll show you a group of people between the Rite Aid and that construction site. These people, they're being very cooperative. They're sitting, they're standing around, they're kneeling. It looks like they might be taken into custody in short order. The other group that we just looked at earlier, they are scattering through Hollywood right now. They are running. Some of them are driving. Then there's a third group making their way northbound on Highland. We can't see them just yet, but they were walking North Highland from Melrose. Almost everywhere you look, LAPD or another law enforcement agency really trying to do what they can to take these people into custody before the sun sets, and hopefully not have a repeat of some of the trouble that we've seen over the past few nights. So that's what's going on here in Hollywood. A tough situation for law enforcement here, as there are still hundreds of people violating the curfew and running around the streets of Hollywood. Micah, back to you.
All right, Larry Welk in Sky 5, and again to downtown Los Angeles, where we have a live picture at 5th and Los Angeles. And the groups are beginning to mobilize and grow, as you see here live. We know the LAPD is in position downtown. We know the National Guard is also staging downtown at City Hall. And as we look live here, this is a sense of what it's like on the ground, a different picture than what you see from Sky 5. And groups of people here that are appearing to begin to mobilize here again well after curfew. This is in violation of the law. The curfew set across the county of Los Angeles for 6 p.m. and in other parts of Southern California as well, across San Bernardino County, in Rialto, Fontana, Highland, Loma Linda, Ontario, San Bernardino, Upland, all a 6 o'clock curfew. And in parts of Orange County as well. Anaheim, 6 p.m., Costa Mesa, 7 p.m., Huntington Beach, 8 p.m. curfew. But as we focus on the picture we're seeing here in downtown Los Angeles, another Sheriff's Department bus there in the background, and look at the contingent of LAPD officers here in downtown Los Angeles preparing to deal with any crowd that might gather. We are seeing a crowd just from the last 15 minutes or so that's beginning to grow in downtown Los Angeles. At this point, we don't know what their motivations are. Obviously, they're in violation of the curfew and shouldn't be out on the streets, whether they're peaceful or not. This is a violation of the law. And as we saw in Van Nuys and as we're seeing in Hollywood, these individuals will be taken into custody if they do not adhere to the dispersal order, and if they're even going to be given a dispersal order at this point, or just taken into custody for being on the street, which in and of itself is a violation of the law at this point. We'll see what LAPD does with this live shot in downtown Los Angeles. And again, back up over Hollywood, a picture that is similar but in much greater numbers. Hundreds of people still milling milling about. Law enforcement is spread out across the city of Hollywood here, moving through the area of Hollywood along with the CHP, and there's more trouble unfolding at this Walgreens. Larry, what's the locator here?
Well, this is Highland. We went to Highland and Melrose. We came up Highland. This is Santa Monica and Highland, and there's a Walgreens store there, and you can see people there trying to stop them. People that were part of this earlier trying to stop them. But look over to the left side of your picture. They just smashed these windows out, and we're getting a little bit of exhaust here. CHP helicopter came over here, and we're trying to guide some of the ground units over here before they got to this intersection. Unfortunately, they didn't make it in time. So you can see that. Look at that, a group of protest or people that were involved in the earlier demonstration there, trying to get people not to go into that Walgreens. So that's a little bit of good news. Unfortunately, we see some of the people that were causing some of that trouble. Hold on one second. We've got you in sight. Come on over. So I'm still talking to the other aircraft. There's 3 law enforcement helicopters up here with me right now. And unfortunately, the group is starting to splinter off. Down south of this group, if you were to continue south on Highland, there is probably 20 or so LAPD black and whites with their lights on, trying to push this crowd that is sort of straggling along up into this intersection. But they continue to move north, and like we saw there, just for a couple of seconds, that's all it takes for people to get in there, break some windows, use the spray paint, and stop traffic in these intersections. And that's what's going on right now. But it looks like they were able to stop people from going inside this market, or this Walgreens pharmacy, and there were no other businesses around that to speak of. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at where people are moving now as they're making their way out of this intersection, and they continue to make their march northbound on Highland, approaching the Sunset Boulevard area. So again, each time they think that they can sort of contain some of these officers, something else happens, and they have to go after some of the bad apples, and that's what's going on right now.
You bet.
Five's gonna go behind with
yeah,
you.
and as we see the crowd continuing to move through Hollywood, LAPD with an issue on its hands as we approach the 7 o'clock hour. Cher Calvin back with us on the air. Cher, we've been watching this group in Hollywood, obviously in violation of the law, in violation of the curfew that was in effect at the top of the 6 o'clock hour, and they appear to have no motivation to adhere to that law.
1 hour ago, this curfew went into effect. Micah, thank you for the introduction. I'm Cher Calvin alongside with Larry Welk, and we have live team coverage on this breaking news from downtown Los Angeles, here in Hollywood, where we are overhead in Sky 5, and also in Van Nuys, where we have Jennifer McGraw on the ground. We are continuing to follow these protests, and some of them have splintered off and have looted in the area of Gower and Sunset at a Rite Aid there. We also saw a Walgreens where they were shattering, they shattered some of the glass at a Walgreens there on Highland and Santa Monica. And now we see these protesters making their way north to Sunset Boulevard. And we have also seen several arrests. Those arrests that we saw were in Van Nuys. They are preparing to make arrests as well in downtown Los Angeles. We saw a large bus that was ready to take in protesters or whoever is violating these the countywide curfew. And this is now against the law to be outside at this time. You are asked to go home. You are asked to disperse, and if not, this is going to be considered a unlawful assembly, and you will be arrested. Some 700 people were arrested last night in the Santa Monica area and around Los Angeles County. Some 500 people were arrested on Friday night in downtown Los Angeles. Some 400 people were arrested in the Fairfax district and around Los Angeles County. And now we go to Larry Welk in Sky 5 as these protesters make their way north on Highland towards Santa Monica. We saw them stop there for a moment, Larry, and holding their hands up. Tell us what the scene is and just how large this contingent of the protest is at this hour.
This appears to be well over 100 people that are making their way northbound on Highland from Alexandria, and we can tell you that that the officers from the LAPD's mobile field force, they are behind this group, about a block behind the majority of this group. And unfortunately, like you said, when they got up to Santa Monica at that Walgreens, they started breaking windows. But we saw a remarkable thing. We saw several people that were here in this march, in this demonstration, stand in front of the entrance like, no way, you're not getting in here right now. And the crowd simply moved on. So those people are to be commended for not letting that Walgreens. Of course, it's not just a tagging of a building or a broken window. Unfortunately, what we've seen is after people get into some of these buildings, they, for whatever reason, attempt to ignite them with fire. So the LAPD is also being assisted by the LA City Fire Department. They've got ambulances, and it looks like a battalion chief that is attached to this group, because they want to have a rapid response with a fire department as well. So right now, we don't see any businesses, we don't see a lot of businesses being affected by this. Traffic certainly being affected in Hollywood. And everywhere I look in Hollywood right now, law enforcement is out. But again, they just are watching this group right now over by the Gower Gulch. They've got about 100 or so people that are peacefully sitting down, some of them kneeling, and our understanding is that in very short order they will be taken into custody and arrested for unlawful assembly and or being out after the curfew, which obviously the curfew has been on now for a couple hours, and people are still out in force here in Hollywood. Cher?
All right, thank you so much, Larry Welk in Sky 5. And we want to now go to the ground and Lauren Lister. Lauren has been reporting for us in Hollywood, and it looks like she is in front of the Rite Aid that was looted and vandalized. Lauren?
Sharon, Micah, just a short time ago, live on Sky 5, we saw the looters rushing into this Rite Aid, rushing out. Take a look. Look at the broken glass, the broken door, the security door. Says store equipped with alarm. Alarm will sound. That did not stop the looters that we saw running into this store and making off with whatever we could. Take a look at this. Take a look at the officers. What we saw once those looters got into this Rite Aid was the police really descended upon this area and filled this parking lot and kind of chased them away. And there's still a heavy police presence in this parking lot because, of course, this is after curfew, 6 o'clock, that curfew put into place this evening. These looters in this area of Gower Gulch, well, it was moments just after that curfew coming into place, even slightly before. Right then is when we saw that happen. I want to show you some video. To give you a sense of what it looked like when that happened, just to set the scene. This was after we had seen peaceful protests in that area, in this area, in fact, that we had been covering, and just a short time later. Hopefully you're seeing this video of the looters running into the Rite Aid, getting what they could, leaving into cars, getting into cars, and driving off. Now, that's something that we have seen on occasion, during these civil unrest, during moments of civil unrest in the different cities where we have seen this looting. Now, let's show you more, because Gower Gulch, you can tell, a lot of stores are boarded up, but the ones that were not, take a look. This is Kebab Daddy. This is just a completely damaged restaurant. Apparently closed at the time. Glass shattered, alarm is still going off. And then if we walk down further, you can see store after store is boarded up. But then right down here at the end, look, there's a sign, Black Lives Matter, hashtag I can't breathe. And then right here, Starbucks. Totally shattered glass. You can even see some sunglasses left on the floor. And then inside the store, hard to tell just what has been taken, but you can see a mess of glass left behind. So I have another video. I want to show you the peaceful protests that were in this area just a very short time before we saw all of this, because we had been with a group of protesters that were marching very peacefully from Sunset and Vine, where they demonstrated, and they organizers and people we spoke to there said they were there in support of Black Lives Matter. It was a peaceful march. It went down Sunset, got to Bronson, went down Bronson, then when it seemed to go a few different ways after that, we parted ways with that group, but then it was just a short time later that then the scene of thieves and vandalism in Gower Gulch, where we are now. Back out here live, you can see that there is quite an LAPD police presence in this area now. They came into this area when that Rite Aid was being vandalized and looted and got everybody out, shooed them away, and now there's this heavy police presence here. You can see all of these black and white vehicles parked out here.
There is certainly
none of the protests in this area, none of the looters in this area, that's all been cleared. And now you see this heavy police presence here on Sunset Boulevard. Now that this curfew is in full effect and we have begun to see some of the violence, some of the criminality before even dark. Share, Micah.
Okay, I'll take it, Lauren, and we want to go now to Sky 5 and Larry Welk. He is over the scene of what will be many arrests tonight. Let's go to the scene and the location where Larry is now. Larry?
We'll share, it's Leland and El Centro, almost right behind the Gower Gulch, just about a block away. And we're seeing people taken into custody. Just a few minutes ago, they were up against this. So you can see they've got the zip ties around their wrists, and they are being taken into custody. These were a couple of people that were running away from the Gower Gulch, and they were boxed in by the LAPD. And now we're hearing just about a block away on Vine, near this Gower Gulch, they are boxing in a group that is larger than this right now. And we're hearing that they're starting to talk about maybe making their way over to Highland and taking that large group that we saw at the Walgreens earlier into custody. But here you go. They are starting the process of arresting people because of the violation of the curfew, and some of the folks that were involved earlier in the Gower Gulch incident that were sort of boxed in. And so that's the latest over Hollywood. Again, it's going to be a long night here. We're going to remain overhead and bring you updates throughout the evening. I'm Larry Welk, Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry, thank you. And we want to go back to Lauren Lister, who is live in your screen right now, where we are seeing several arrests underway as well. Lauren.
We're live. Yeah, Sharon, Micah, you can see that they have a group of individuals lined up against this wall that looks like what a business put up to board up the area, and they are all being detained at this moment. They're getting the zip tie handcuffs. Now, what exactly they are being detained for, we don't know at this very moment, but this is the scene that is directly across the street from the Gower Gulch, where we showed you just moments ago the Rite Aid that has been looted and vandalized. So here you can see a Sheriff's Department bus, and these are LAPD officers. We see CHP as well. We know that they have been assisting in all of that. Maybe I can get somebody to tell me what's going on here, but you can see there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, at least a dozen people that are being detained here. It's after curfew. We certainly know that. Beyond that, we don't know much about the circumstances surrounding this or what happened. Maybe the officer, can you tell me why these people are being detained? Can you tell me why we're live on KTLA? Can you tell me why these people are being detained? Unlawful assembly. Okay, unlawful assembly. Sure. Where are they being taken now? Are they going to be booked? So these people are under arrest. How many? Do you have a sense? Okay. Were they protesting, or did you believe they were involved in anything else? You don't know. Okay. Thank you so much. So unlawful assembly. group of people being taken now away to be booked. And this is just right across the street from where we saw that looting at 6 o'clock, just right around that time. And also, we're just a short time before that, we saw peaceful protests with people having a message, organizing around a message of Black Lives Matter for the demonstrators that we spoke to there. So that's the scene here, Sharon, Micah. For now, that's the very latest, the scene where a group of more than a dozen are being arrested. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Lauren, thank you. And this is just right across the street from that Rite Aid at the Gower Gulch. This on Sunset Boulevard and Gower, where you see several arrests, at least a dozen arrests underway right now, and being put into the County of Los Angeles Sheriff. This is a bus that will take them downtown. They have officially been arrested. They will be booked. And we had seen this throughout the weekend. 500 arrests that happened on Friday, some 400 yesterday, under 700 yesterday. And this is the scene now as we are more than an hour into a county-wide curfew in Los Angeles County. This is in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning. You are not allowed to be outside. You are asked to go home, and this is an unlawful assembly. It is a violation of the curfew. And we do have Jennifer McGraw. She is in Van Nuys. She is also following the protests there and now the arrests of several people. We want to go live to her right now. She is on, excuse me, on Sherman Way. And you were saying that there were some people that were actually just trying to go home, Jennifer, but got caught up in the midst of this and have also been arrested. Talk to me about that.
It's truly, I'll get to you in a moment. Let me talk to you about this first because your big alarm is going, so that's what you guys are hearing in the background. Come with me this way, Sean. Here in the store, someone broke into the store, and what's concerning especially about the big, that they actually have guns and rifles inside the store, so police quickly responded. They obviously broke into the glass, but it doesn't appear anybody got through. I did hear that there was a small opening, so there was potential for somebody to get through. They called the rifle operator out here, and they were barricading this front door just in case. But they say at this point nobody is inside the store. And of course, when you see such a heavy police presence, a ton of people want to watch Sean swing over that way. After this bus moves out of the way, you'll see officers who took care of the Big Five and then crossed the street and now are making rounds of arrests because that curfew is enforced and strict. And if you look over here just down the street, Sean, you see even more officers. So as people are dispersing from the original peaceful protest, others are out here who are not peaceful, who did not heed the warning, who did not go home and are now going down these city streets, and police say, well, guess what? We're going there too. So they're definitely taking care of business. They're making sure that people's lives are protected. They're making sure businesses are protected as best they can. And then after that, that's when they go after these curfew violators. A lot of action here in Van Nuys, all up and down Van Nuys from where we started on Delano, and now we're here at Sherman Way, and these police mean business, and the police helicopter is up above. We've seen people set fires out here. We've seen people run out of Walgreens with bottles of booze. They're just trying to get their hands and create mayhem. Again, these are not the protesters who are causing these issues. But if your kids are in Van Nuys, if you think your kid is out, call them, tell them, come home. The last thing you want to do is have them arrested. We're in the middle of COVID-19. Police mean business here. Oh, and then, sorry to answer your question. I did see one person that looked like he was just trying to get home, and unfortunately, he got caught up in the chaos. But for the most part, these are people who know better. These are people who are just spectators. These are people who shouldn't be out past curfew.
Jennifer McGraw live for us in Van Nuys, showing us what the scene looks like there as we are overhead now with Larry Welk in Sky 5. He is in Westwood, has moved from Hollywood, and now arrests underway in Westwood. Larry?
That's right. You know, we heard that there was a large police presence that was moving through Beverly Hills. And sure enough, the LA County Sheriff's Department, along with the Beverly Hills Police Department, have a large group of people here on Wilshire Boulevard, and they've contained them in the area of Wilshire Boulevard that leaves Westwood and goes over toward Santa Monica into Beverly Hills. And this is the LA Country Club area of Wilshire Boulevard. And they did a good job of getting these people sort of boxed into this area. And these people putting up no resistance. As a matter of fact, I think that they wanted to be arrested because they sat down, and each time somebody gets taken into custody, you see some applause from the people that are sitting in this middle of Wilshire Boulevard. Now, let's move over to the right here a little bit. You'll see that there are people that are being walked over after they have the handcuffs, the makeshift handcuffs with the zip ties, and they are simply standing there with officers getting ready to be loaded into what we think is a metro bus that is standing by and waiting to take some of these people away. But again, right here, it doesn't matter what part of Los Angeles you're in right now, whether you're in the San Fernando Valley, Hollywood, downtown, Westwood, there are arrests being made in all areas of the city for demonstrators that have not heeded the warning of officials and have ignored the curfew warnings. They are now being taken into custody here in Westwood at the LA Country Club on Wilshire Boulevard. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welkin, Sky 5. Back to you.
Dozens of arrests there in Westwood, dozens of arrests in Van Nuys, and now we go back to Hollywood and Lauren Lister, where also dozens of arrests have been made. Let's go to the scene right now as we see here just one of the many people that have been arrested on Sunset Boulevard, making their way into that LA County Sheriff's bus and being brought to jail. Lauren?
Yeah, Cher, we are at Sunset and Gower, where you can see at least a dozen people are being arrested. They are cuffed with zip ties, and they're being loaded onto a Sheriff's Department LA County bus to be booked. They are being arrested, I'm told, by one of the officers on scene for unlawful assembly. We don't know the exact circumstances surrounding their arrest, where they were, what exactly the circumstance was when officers moved in. But what we do know was that earlier this afternoon, there were peaceful protests in this area starting around 4 o'clock at Sunset and Vine. Demonstrators peacefully in the streets for those hours afterwards. And at some point after a 6 o'clock curfew, these people are now being arrested. Now, also after right around that 6 o'clock curfew is when we saw peaceful protests move through this area and criminality at some point moving in, and that is evidenced right around to our right across the street. We're going to flip around, and we're going to show the Rite Aid in Gower Gulch. So Gower Gulch badly damaged many of the businesses. So Rite Aid, the glass is shattered. We saw people making off with whatever they could carry, a group of people running in, running out, and there are also smaller stores in this area that were badly damaged, badly vandalized. Kebab Daddy, a restaurant that appeared to be closed at the time, a Starbucks. The stores that were boarded up appeared to have been unscathed. A T-Mobile store that's boarded up and has a security screen down, they look to be okay too, but a lot of damage in this shopping center. Just one example of some of the criminal elements that we see move in at a time where peaceful protests had just preceded that. And then these arrests, it is 6 o'clock, that curfew, we've been talking about it in LA County, was in effect last night. It was issued again tonight by the county. Supervisor Catherine Barger talked about it just a short time earlier today. And now you're seeing presumably demonstrators being arrested. And here are more coming down the street. We're on Sunset and El Centro, and essentially each one being escorted by a member of law enforcement. And we see multiple different agencies out here. We see CHP, we see LAPD, there's a Sheriff's Department bus, and you can also see the people that are being detained, sat down on the curb at this hour. A heavy police presence in this area kind of swept in right around 6. We saw police sweep into the Gower Gulch, kind of shoo the looters away. They all fled. And now you're seeing these arrests being made in the same area. and a heavy LAPD police presence. So we'll continue to monitor this situation. For now, Sharon Michael, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much. Multi-agency law enforcement effort countywide underway as a curfew is now in effect for LA County until 6 a.m. It began at 6 p.m. and several surrounding cities also under a curfew right now as we continue to follow the breaking news of so many of these people that are protesters, demonstrators, some of them looters, now under arrest for unlawful assembly. We're going to take a quick break here on KTLA 5 and continue this breaking news after the break. Back in a moment.
Pleading with the public not to do exactly what we're seeing. The sun hasn't even gone down yet, and trouble is well underway in Hollywood.
And 2 minutes into the curfew that will go until 6 o'clock in the morning, we now have looting that is occurring here at the Gower Gulch, which is located on Sunset Boulevard and Gower at the Rite Aid. You could see that there are parts of its storefront that are boarded up, but it doesn't seem to be a deterrent for these looters, and they were able to get in. Not sure if this particular Rite Aid was already open and they just were able to get in. But this has been a familiar scene that we have seen throughout the weekend when the looting begins, and the message of the protesters now turns to the attention of looters. You now see some black and whites coming in here trying to handle of the situation. Larry Welkin, Sky 5.
Well, police officers just rolled in here with mobile field force, and I can tell you that it's just unbelievable to watch. Over to the right side, let's go back out onto the street and tilt up a little bit. Literally cars just driving up, loading up, and driving away. It is not even, it's just so unbelievable to watch. The organization
Welcome back to this breaking news now in Riverside, where you can see from our vantage point in the sky a heavy police presence, as well as protesters, demonstrators that are being corralled in a certain area. It is past curfew now in Riverside County, also past curfew in Los Angeles County. There have been several arrests, dozens of arrests made from Hollywood, downtown Los Angeles, Westwood, and now also in Van Nuys and now in Riverside. We can see this police presence, and it has been a trying night yet again for Southern California. What we haven't seen, thankfully, are fires. The sun is setting in about 30 minutes. That is when we have seen. Oh, actually, I'm going to take that back. It looks like I spoke too soon, and we do have a fire. I was hoping that this wasn't going to happen, but this here now is a live picture from Van Nuys. And this has been the scene for the last several days, where you see looting, destruction of property, vandalism, and then these people that are part of this criminal, part of this demonstration, if you will, then will set these businesses on fire. And it is coming at a time when, as we are in phase 3 of what was supposed to be phase 3 of our reopening of Southern California, of Los Angeles County, and people were supposed to welcome customers back, and restaurants were supposed to have dine-in options with social distancing in place. And so many people have been suffering for the last few months. So many people have been out of work, and we're excited to come this weekend and serve the community once again. Now their businesses have been lit on fire. And now we want to go to this live picture with Larry Welk. We see some rubber bullets being fired. Let's go, Larry Welk. What do you have? Sorry.
Well, we've got.
Sorry, this is Riverside County, and we want to go overhead and talk about what is happening here. Okay, it looks like what we're seeing is a sheriff's department here in Riverside County Sheriff's moving in, taking some people into custody, as we're trying to get a closer picture there, in conjunction, it looks like, with another agency, maybe Riverside PD, and we also see some armored trucks behind them as well. Now, this is the scene. You see three or four people line thick of a skirmish line happening here in Riverside County to enforce this curfew. And they mean business, as we've been saying. This is not a joke anymore as we go into this countywide curfew, and curfew also here in Riverside. Protesters are going to be arrested, as you have seen. And they have changed their tactics, law enforcement, and you can see how they have mobilized and that they are out in numbers as we approach 7:30. And as we go from this protest in Riverside and the police presence in Riverside, we want to go back to Larry Welk. He is in Sky 5 now over Hollywood. Larry?
You're looking at Selma and Ivar right now. That's the left side of your screen right now. The right side is what's going on in Riverside, the things you were just describing. But here, this is that area that we were talking about, and this all stemmed from the demonstration that was happening earlier, very peaceful demonstration. It's been all over Hollywood. Then there was the trouble at Gower Gulch, and this group right here splintered off from that group at Gower Gulch. And we can tell you that now LAPD and several other law enforcement agencies have come and boxed these people in. They are now being taken into custody. They are waiting on a bus to come and get these people. But there's still a very large group, several hundred people that we were watching earlier making their way through Hollywood. That is of concern right now. But they can only take so many people in custody at a time. And that is what you're seeing right now in Hollywood at Selma and Ivar. We're also hearing that there might be possible looting going on in the San Fernando Valley. As I look across on Sepulveda, I can see that there is some smoke coming up from the area of roughly Sepulveda and Victory. So we're probably going to go check that out and see what's happening over there. But things really starting to get active here as the sun is going down and as people are not heeding the warnings of the law enforcement agencies. There is a curfew in effect, and they are trying to maintain order so that it doesn't get to be like the nights that we've seen over the past few nights, in particular in Long Beach, downtown LA, Santa Monica. They want to put a stop to that, and what they're doing right now is they are taking people into custody. That's the latest over Hollywood. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
All right, Larry Welk, thank you. Micah Ullman back with the coverage here as we look live over Hollywood and a number of people being taken into custody, and the concern growing as night begins to fall with people being out on the street and the potential for trouble. I'm assuming this is again Riverside. Is this Riverside? Okay, it might be in the valley, but either way, this is a live picture and a very dramatic picture indeed of a suspect fleeing from police. It appears there's someone hanging out the back door of that car. and it looks like they're about to foot bail. Hard to say as we come around the bend here and get a visual on that car, but it looks as though someone just ran out of the back of that car, and there you see one individual running. Somebody, now he's tucking that car in behind the bush, hoping that law enforcement doesn't see him. Now, we don't know, Sheriff, this person that they're detaining at this point was in that car, but they're just trying to grab anybody they can in the area and figure out what's what here and determine that's the individual right there that we believe jumped out of the back of that car. Don't know why they were chasing them, but nonetheless, it looks like they've got a beat on him.
Yeah, this is Sherman Way and Coldwater that you're seeing this activity right now, where it looked like police were in pursuit of a white sedan and that there were several passengers inside, and the passengers had a foot bail, and one of them, if that was a passenger, we're not really sure at this point, came out with his hands up. Again, live pictures over Sherman Way and Coldwater, and several arrests being made. There have been dozens of arrests all over the county, and also in Riverside and Hollywood and Van Nuys and Westwood. We have been seeing people who are not heeding that order of the curfew that began at 6 p.m. They are being taken into custody.
What an impressive response by LAPD. They move in swiftly and in force and in numbers. This is something that the people have been warned about. And, you know, you violate the curfew and you are going to jail. And people are out causing trouble past curfew. And remember, you can be arrested just for being out on the street. I mean, the curfew is the law. You need to be at home and not on the street. And what we're seeing in Hollywood, up close and personal, and in downtown Los Angeles, as we look live, the screen left, is a contingent of police officers that will enforce that curfew and take you into custody.
It is amazing to see the amount of reinforcements that have come in every single area of Los Angeles. It is, as we know, such a vast area to police, and it's amazing that you see so many police in force trying to enforce this curfew, really for the good of the public and the safety of the public. And now we want to go up to Sky 5, where it looks like even more looting is underway at yet another pharmacy. Larry Welk.
That's right. It's a tough situation because we saw a large group of people here as a result of an earlier demonstration, and now people making entrance into the parking lot. But I can tell you they're in for a big surprise. LAPD has about 6 or 7 black and whites that are making their way over to this parking lot. In fact, we see the first couple of LAPD units coming in. I believe, if we can widen out right there, nope, those appear to be maybe private vehicles that are maybe part of the looting here, but the LAPD now making entry into this parking lot, so there's going to be a confrontation of some sort, and that vehicle off to the left is now fleeing the scene. LAPD's got a helicopter overhead. They may try and get some of these people, but people now running out of the parking lot here as they made entry. And this was not an easy task. That pavilion's had, it was boarded up, and there you can see a foot chase going on. LAPD officers now in foot pursuit. First time we've really seen anything like this since some of this has gone on. I'm going to move forward to get you into a better position. But LAPD not messing around. They saw that people were going into the pavilions, put a helicopter overhead, got some air units to track these people, and now in foot pursuit of several suspects here just at Melrose near Vine. Boom, down. So these people right now, if anybody's watching at home, they mean business with this curfew, and they are not going to tolerate any more of the looting. From the time we heard that they were looting and trying to break into this pavilions to now, maybe 5 minutes, maybe, and that's being extremely generous. So this is starting to unfold here in Hollywood. They're starting to take people into custody, and these rapid response teams are acting very, very quickly. and taking people into custody. That's the latest over Hollywood. I'm Larry Welkin, Sky 5.
What a
Back
show
to you.
of force. Again, the LAPD, and you saw that, a fresh set of legs catching that suspect, and a number of people now in custody as they tried to break into this pharmacy. We want to shift to Riverside County. Riverside Police Department Public Information Officer Ryan Railsback is with us live. Ryan, good of you to be with us. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Can you apprise us of the situation in Riverside? What's happening there in terms of police presence and protest?
Well, we still have a very heavy police presence with the Riverside Police Department, also our partners at the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, and then a couple other local agencies. We're looking at maybe a couple hundred or less people still here. We think, for the most part, all the people who came down for a peaceful protest, most of them have left, and we think these are the leftovers are kind of some of the troublemakers that we're dealing with right now. We are starting to arrest a few of them for the curfew violations, and we have given a dispersal order to them, and they're starting to kind of dissipate and cause some vandalism on their way out, but hopefully we'll have it all under control here in a little bit of time.
You can see the force from our vantage point right now, and you're mentioning how you have multiple agencies that are in conjunction with enforcing the curfew tonight. When you tell the people to disperse and that this is unlawful, what is happening? How long do they have before they need to go?
Well, in Riverside County, a curfew was enacted at 6 p.m. It wasn't until close to 7:30 before we started really looking to enforce this and move these folks who are still straggling out of here. We've given them multiple audio or warnings through megaphones, everything. We've put out alerts to their phones, similar to like an Amber Alert, and we've done it on our social media. So we think pretty much most of them know that they're in violation of the curfew right now, and we want them to head home. But like I said, we think we've divided them between the ones who want to cause some problems and the ones who are out here doing a fantastic job earlier with their peaceful protest.
And to be clear, if you're violating the curfew, you can be taken into custody.
Yes, you can, and that's what we're going to do. We have about, I think, half a dozen in custody right now, and we're hoping to get the others out of here. We don't want to have to arrest anybody, but these ones are the ones that are starting to cause some vandalism while they're running away or taking off. So we're going to deal with that. Any type of criminal behavior that they have, we're going to deal with it appropriately.
So what can you tell us about that criminal behavior? Have you seen looting? Can you tell us what stores are damaged?
Well, we have seen some tagging along our library that where the main demonstration occurred. We did have a local, I think it was a CVS market, that we did have a group of people that broke a window. They made it inside. We don't know if they actually looted and took anything because our airship was over it pretty fast, and we had a team of officers get there pretty quick. And most of them, if not all of them, they left right as our officers showed up. So we didn't get anybody in custody, and it looks like we had some broken glass from the store. And we have a team of California Highway Patrol officers that are over there maintaining security until the business can get there to make the repairs.
Officer, we heard from Los Angeles Police Department Chief Michael Moore today, essentially with a plea to protesters to keep an open line of communication with law enforcement and let the police officers know what your plans are if you're the leader of a movement, if you're the leader, an organizer of a protest, so that law enforcement can, in essence, work together with the protesters who are out there peacefully. Again, we're past curfew, so that no longer applies in this moment. But in general, what's your message to these protesters that are not seeking to be violent and separate them from those who are?
Well, our first message to the large group, we may have had upwards of 4,000 folks out there earlier, was thank you. It was loud, it was effective, it was engaging, and it was peaceful. Until towards the end, when most of them started leaving, similar to like you would see at a sporting event, large crowds leaving, and then the ones who want to cause problems kind of singled themselves out. So that's who we're dealing with, is some of those. If we do have any of the peaceful protesters out there, we just want you to go home. The curfew is in effect. We just want you to go home. It's going to be safe for everybody. The other ones, we also want you to go home. But if you're going to stick around and cause some problems, commit some crimes and some vandalisms, then unfortunately we're going to have to deal with it, and that's probably going to mean a night in jail for you.
Give us a list of charges that they could face.
Well, vandalism, depending on the amount of it. You break a window at a large glass window pane at a business, that could be felony vandalism. So you're looking at vandalisms, you're looking at the curfew violations. If they kind of decide that they want to commit any acts of violence against officers, you're looking at those charges as well.
All right, Ryan Railsback, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us on what I know is a very busy night for law enforcement there in Riverside County. Be well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, we want to go back now to Hollywood and go to Lauren Lister. She has been on the ground there by the Gower Gulch, and now she's back in front of the Gower Gulch. Tell us what the situation is currently, Lauren.
Sure, Micah, the scene here is what at one point was an area filled with protesters. At another point was an area where looting went on. Well, now it's a heavy police presence in this area, and you see none of that anymore, but you certainly see all the damage. Look at that. The alarm is going off in the store. You can see the shattered glass on the floor. These doors were just shattered. The windows, even this security door, this metal door was just somehow taken down, and we saw a large group go in, come out with what they could. You can see some of the makeup displays are astray or missing. People running out with whatever they grabbed, running into cars on the street right there. This is El Centro. Getting into cars, driving off. This was right about 6 o'clock. Remember that curfew went in right at 6 o'clock. Then police, LAPD, they came flying into this parking lot. At least 8 vehicles I counted. Don't know exactly how many officers they came right as those looters were running out. And you're seeing some of that video from earlier right now. But those people that came in here and looted and vandalized, they did leave behind some pretty devastating damage. So I want to show you this Kickin' Crab, a small Cajun seafood restaurant. You can see a sign on the door that says, due to city curfew, we close at 4 p.m. They closed, they did the right thing, and take a look. Shattered glass. Their door is completely broken. And you can take a look inside at just all of the glass. What does this sign say? We will refuse service if you do not wear a mask. When this was hung up, the biggest concern was the COVID-19 pandemic that we are experiencing still now. But just within the last few days, these are the scenes we've been seeing. And we just heard something. It sounded like a firecracker, a firework perhaps. We don't know what it was or where it came from. Take a look. Here's another restaurant next door, a small restaurant. Doesn't appear to be a chain. Also, the door just completely shattered, completely broken. And actually, there are some people here. Weren't you guys saying that you work here? Okay, they don't want to talk. Mm-hmm. But some of the people that say they work here, and we're just pointing, to the businesses where they work that have just been. Look at that. Here's a cash box. Here's a cash box from one of these stores or restaurants. Look at that. There's a credit card. I mean, you can see the vandalism and the theft that just rushed through here, through this shopping center. Take a look. Supercuts, shattered door. T-Mobile next door, you can see where, look, it appears that they tried to tear down the wood plywood to try to get in. Doesn't look like they were successful, but they broke the door. Starbucks down at the end of this shopping center, same thing, so much damage. So just a sample of some of what we're seeing tonight. and we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Lauren, thank you. Our live picture here from Riverside shows law enforcement moving in. You see Riverside police, and you also see sheriff's deputies there working in tandem as they move toward this crowd, and with every intention, as we heard from Ryan Railsback with Riverside PD, of taking these people into custody. As again, it is after curfew there in Riverside County, the 6 o'clock curfew in effect. They gave a cushion of time after that curfew went into effect to allow people who had every intention of getting home to do so. And now here we are an hour 45 minutes later, and it's become clear to law enforcement that those who are still on the street have every intention of violating curfew and causing problems.
Those that are lingering need to go home. They mean business. They will arrest you. They have been arresting people already. We saw some arrests that happened live here from Riverside as protesters or demonstrators approached this skirmish line. And now we see the police force and the sheriffs moving in tandem forward and meaning business. They had some 4,000 demonstrators there today that were peaceful, that we heard from Officer Railsback from the Riverside PD just moments ago on the phone, saying that 4,000 of them were there today, and they demonstrated peacefully. And now that the curfew has gone into effect and it has been in effect since 6 o'clock, it is time to go home. And when we heard the mayor speak earlier, and also Chief Michael Moore from LAPD speak, they reminded people that these curfews are really for everyone to stay indoors, and that it is a step that not anybody wants to take lightly, and that they are there to protect the protesters and to protect families and businesses as well as workers. And so this is in effect not only in Riverside County, neighboring cities, also in LA County and neighboring cities until 6 a.m.
We're going to watch the developments as they unfold in Riverside and throughout Southern California. We're going to take a short break and be back with more breaking news coverage after this.
We continue our breaking news coverage here, and now we go back to Van Nuys and Jennifer McGraw with the scene there tonight. Jennifer?
We're back out here at the Walgreens where they're basically rounding up all those curfew violators, and they have zip tied them, taken their information, and over there you see the bus. They'll eventually get loaded up on the bus and taken to jail. There's something also, they have to separate the adults from the juveniles, so that's why they probably have two. And if we can spin around this way, this has been our day since we got out here. Police cars left and right. And as we're trying to bring the viewers a little bit about what's going on and try to get to scene to scene, it's hard because we'll go one way with the police and then we'll see another row go the other way. So there's just a whole lot of activity. Here at the Walgreens, though, earlier it was broken into in the front. People ran inside. They grabbed bottles of booze. They tried to grab pharmaceutical drugs, and then they ran out of the store. The problem with all of this, aside from the damage, is that the first responders immediately come to the area and make sure nobody's in the building. And I heard a firefighter actually went inside and he was cut, like when he went inside, he was cut by the glass, and it was sort of like he was shredded as he went inside. So he was treated. I hope he's doing okay. But those are some of the consequences that we have when people are being destructive and chaos is going on. And unfortunately, it's the first responders who are also being injured. But at this point, things are happening out here. They're peaceful. We've seen a lot of people just talking to police and they're not causing a lot of chaos. However, in each and every angle around the city, police are going out. Police are enforcing that curfew. They are making those arrests. And I've also heard a lot of people come up to me and say, what are they doing? Again, people probably don't know that there's a curfew, but between the news, the loudspeakers, the alert on their phone, they should definitely know that there is a curfew in place. But unfortunately, so many people are still out and about on the streets milling. There is a fire out by the 405 freeway, so we are going to head out there in just a few minutes.
All right, as we look live on screen left in Van Nuys, and what you're seeing on the right of your screen, well, we saw it for a moment there, the looting of that drugstore there. That happened sometime between 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. And again, just a few moments ago, we saw the attempted looting of this pavilions that was also in Van Nuys. We understand a number of arrests are underway here as well. This was a foot chase. We saw police going after one suspect and bringing him into custody. But they're moving very quickly on anyone who thinks they're going to get away with committing crime in the streets of Los Angeles tonight.
We want to go up to Larry Welk. He's in Sky 5 overhead. No? Okay. Well, we are there. That is the chase where you said where you see some arrests being made. And Micah, it has really been one of those days where they mean business tonight. There were 700 arrests that were made yesterday. You can only imagine just how many arrests will be made tonight, but they started early here.
They did, and they're moving quickly in Riverside as well. As we look live on the right of your screen, there's a very heavy law enforcement presence in downtown Riverside. We saw, after talking with Riverside PD a few moments ago, a number of protesters, many hundreds of them that were in the area and did leave, did adhere to the dispersal order, did adhere to the curfew. As we've been reporting, they gave a little bit of time from the moment that curfew went into effect to allow people to get to their cars and leave. And at this point, here we are going on 2 hours now after the curfew was called in Riverside County at 6 p.m. You see dozens of people still milling about on the street with apparently no intention of adhering to that curfew, and they'll find themselves handcuffed if they don't adhere. And there you see the law enforcement ready to do just that as they move along the surface streets here in downtown Riverside, dealing with a crowd.
We're going to continue to watch what's going on here in Riverside, in Van Nuys, Westwood, downtown Los Angeles, and Hollywood. We are also on our way to a small brush fire on the 405. We will continue our team coverage on this breaking news after the break.
Our live coverage continues here on KTLA Live on the streets of Hollywood as the LAPD is dealing with a large crowd tonight, well after curfew. Lauren.
Yeah, Micah, well after curfew, and now you're seeing people pay the price for that. We're seeing a number of arrests. So one officer telling me about 35 people here getting arrested. We are we're on Vine off of DeLongpre, and we actually saw one gentleman just try to book it down the street, and police were able to catch up to him, and they arrested him and just put him into a black and white vehicle. All of these folks, I'm told by an officer here, essentially are being arrested for suspicion of violating curfew, and they said that some of them may have been suspected of being involved in looting, some just part of the demonstrations that we've seen throughout the area, throughout Hollywood. We've seen a number of peaceful demonstrations this afternoon, but now that it's gotten after 6 p.m., after this county curfew, we have seen looting, and now we've also seen arrests. And so you can see they have this group of an estimated some 35 lined up now, being detained, zip tie, and handcuffs. What's that, sir? One gentleman saying he got pulled out of a vehicle. With no way to authenticate that. So all of these people, what we have seen is them loading people that are being arrested onto buses, and they're being taken to be booked. But this is certainly the direction things are going this evening. We just saw the same type of a scene over at Sunset in Bronson, where a number of people were being arrested there. Again, officers telling me for violating curfew, and at that point it was unlawful assembly. And here, just a few blocks away, a similar scene. So this is a continuation of what we've seen in the last hour or so, following some looting that we saw around 6 o'clock in the Hollywood area. And now we're seeing a heavy police presence in this area, not just here, but also on Sunset near Bronson, too. You can see officers appear to be looking for something in the bushes. That's where one of the suspects ran from them, and they appear to be searching for something, evidence, presumably. As we continue to follow this tonight. That's the latest from here in this area of Hollywood, where we just arrived moments ago and saw another group of demonstrators being arrested at this hour. For now, that's the very latest live here in Hollywood. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Lauren, thank you. It is 8:01 and you are watching Breaking News live here on KTLA 5. We have live team coverage all over town. Right now you're looking at a Trader Joe's on Laurel and Sunset in West Hollywood with a police presence there as well. We have seen downtown Los Angeles, Riverside, and also in Hollywood where Lauren Lister was. And these are live pictures of the police presence in West Hollywood, where earlier there was a protest. Micah?
John Fenolio is with us from West Hollywood tonight. John, what are you gathering?
Sure, Micah, right now, Laurel Avenue, Sunset Boulevard, and you can see that West Hollywood Sheriff, along with LAPD, has turned out in numbers here. Basically, what we had was a group of about 300 protesters who basically were marching south on Laurel all the way down here to Sunset. They began to gather here in the intersection, and then they headed west on Sunset. And as they did, police basically stopped here, and they tried to make basically a corral of people. Well, that's when people started running west on Sunset, at which point police maintained their position here. They continued to stage, and if I can pull it a little tighter, you can see tactical units behind the cruisers there. They are suited up and ready to go. These units right now are heading west on Sunset because a lot of these protesters basically scattered once they met the police here at Laurel and Sunset. So again, they're heading west, and that's why you see those units right now heading in their direction. It's after curfew. They're trying to break them up. You can see we've got choppers overhead. Police are circling where many of these people have gone. But again, they are trying to corral people right now. And this just appears to be a staging area at this point. But again, several hundred protesters marching south on Laurel Avenue to Sunset before heading west on Sunset as police try to get the upper hand and enforce this curfew that is now in effect all throughout LA County. Micah, Cher?
John, I want to stay on your picture just for a second, because as you can see there, that business complex where a CVS, a Trader Joe's, and a CB2, also the Laugh Factory, all boarded up. That was not the case over the weekend. Many of these places were able to go unscathed, but a Trader Joe's in West Hollywood was looted, and I happened to be inside that one today, and when I walked in the morning, Micah, there was nothing inside that store, and I didn't know if that maybe they hadn't just restocked their shelves. And on your way out towards the exit, I noticed that their windows had been smashed. And when I asked one of the workers there, were you guys looted over the weekend? It was so sad to see her reaction. You could see the fear. You could see her eyes well up and say, yes, we were. And there's a lot of fear of that, as you can see with these stores now all boarded up, but that hasn't been able to deter a lot of those looters as well. They've been breaking through that anyway. And so many of these businesses in the Fairfax district, some 70 or 80 of them, were vandalized and looted. The same thing in Santa Monica, Beverly Hills, Long Beach last night. And we see this as a staging area, as John Fenolio has been reporting, where you see the sheriff's department ready to deploy in any which way direction that they can. What we haven't seen, though, even though we know that they are here, is the National Guard.
Yeah, they've been staging outside City Hall in downtown Los Angeles. We've seen that picture a number of times throughout our coverage. And we've seen pictures from Van Nuys as well, where Jennifer McGraw is standing by as a number of officers have taken a number of people into custody. And it appears the firefighters are on scene behind you now.
Mike and Cher, it's a little bit of a different scene out here. A lot more firefighters, a lot less police. But it appears, we just got here, so I've limited information, but it appears the fire started in this state pharmacy. We're on Van Noen and Haskell, about 7 minutes away from the Walgreens, where police are making all those arrests. But in talking to a firefighter quickly, he said that it looks like it started at the pharmacy and then headed into the Boost Metro PCS and then into the Tienda store right next to it. So it looks like at least 3 stores have been damaged, but I can also tell that there are other business doors open. So as we know with fires, once it gets into the attic, and there's so much stuff that burns hot and heavy and fast, so it obviously could have damaged a whole lot more. And in looking up at the roof where there's a ladder over there, there's a little bit of smoke coming out. So definitely it looks like these are under control, but firefighters have their work cut out for them. When I say it's a little bit of a different scene, there are a lot more people out here who aren't being arrested and rallied up, and it's because police are working on that section of Van Nuys Boulevard. But way down the street out there, it looks like a giant crowd of people, obviously not heeding the warning and maybe just aren't aware that a curfew is in fact in place. But I do see a whole lot more firefighters. When I say there are less police here, that's just because they are here solely to protect all of these firefighters, because as we know with these situations, they could get dangerous. I was watching as Sky 5 was overhead and a firefighter was trying to put out a fire, and a man went up to him and tried to grab the hose out of his hand. So, these firefighters are putting their lives at risk, and there's people out there who are trying to harm them. So it's nice to see that there is a police presence to make sure that they are protected as they're out here trying to protect the community. But this strip mall, if you can just look all around, it's a pretty good-sized strip mall, so it really could have affected multiple businesses out here. It looks like firefighters were able to get here quickly. In many of these incidents, as we're seeing with these looters, they're breaking into the store, stealing what they want, and if that's not bad enough after they've destroyed the store, they then set it on fire for whatever reason, which creates even more of a chaos. At this point across Van Nuys, there are multiple units everywhere. I spoke with police and I said, where should I go next? And they said, we got a guy at a liquor store, we have a fire, we have people being arrested. So this is happening all over the city. And unfortunately, it's stretching resources thin as these firefighters work to mop up this mess. Like I shared, definitely going to be a busy night, but also what I think is a little bit of different from what I'm looking at is police really are on top of things. Police are all over Van Nuys. There's a heavy presence here, making sure that people are heeding the warning, going home or going to jail, and trying to keep these businesses safe. I was at the Big Five, I'm sorry, Micah, did you want to say something?
No, go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh, okay, sorry. And speaking about the Big Five that I was at earlier, it sounded an alarm. The police went immediately. They thought maybe somebody was barricaded inside because Big Five has rifles, and that's also something that is of some concern. But the problem that I spoke with that rifle operator, he says once they leave, people will just come back and continue to loot. So now this is a business that they have to stand in front of and make sure that it's safe until the business owners can come back. So in addition to the new break-ins, they're dealing with the old break-ins, and now we're even dealing with fire out here in Van Nuys.
That's a good point, and critical point in terms of the resources and how they're allocated, dealing with protection of property that has already been damaged, as well as the protection of property that is in the middle of being damaged. And it requires a lot of coordination and a lot of resources. As we heard from Chief Moore today, the LAPD has ample resources to protect lives and property. Those his words late this afternoon, and we're watching it play out throughout the city of Los Angeles tonight. And we look live in Riverside as well, where a number of people, again in defiance of the curfew that went into effect at 6 p.m. across Riverside County, and we know that the law enforcement presence there in downtown Riverside is large as well. Combine the Riverside Police Department with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department, and you had many hundreds of officers there not far from this group as they move on and try and give them an opportunity to go home. But I think that opportunity has long since passed. They intentionally did not enforce the curfew just after the 6 o'clock hour when it went into effect, hoping that people would end up going home on their own, understanding that the curfew is at that point in effect. But when you get now 11 minutes past the 8 o'clock hour, what's the motivation of people that are still out clearly violating the curfew?
We spoke with Officer Ryan Rainsback from Riverside PD, and he was telling us that about 100 or so or less still out there demonstrating. That was about 45 minutes ago, and he said that they didn't want to arrest people in the sense they didn't want to have to. They had about half a dozen people at 7:30 in custody. Obviously, that might have grown by now as the orders to disperse have been made, and now it is an unlawful assembly, and those who are violating that curfew will be arrested. And you can see Riverside PD alongside with Riverside County Sheriffs doing their best to corral and ask these people to leave, and if not, arrest them. That much the same scene in downtown Los Angeles, where we saw a large bus waiting to transport those violators of the curfew to jail. The same thing in Hollywood, we understand. There was also one of those as well, waiting to transport. And we also saw dozens of arrests in Westwood.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and be back with more coverage. Stay with us.
All right, we want to go back out live to Jennifer McGraw in Van Nuys. Jen?
Sure, Micah, this is the storefront for the state pharmacy, and it's just so sad to see what they have set up, beautiful flowers and chairs and a nice environment for people to come into. We're going to have to back up, watch your step, for people to come into. And to think that somebody just broke in, and it looks like, a mom and pop shop, but just to think that somebody broke in and looted it and then set fire, not only destroying that business, but also putting all those other businesses in harm's way. And then also all the first responders that are out here. When you think about first responders there are so many fire trucks, there are paramedics out here, there are police officers. When real things happen in our city, when people get hurt, when they have a heart attack, you name it, these are the people who are going to respond. And now their resources are stretched thin because people are setting fires all across the city, as we've seen dumpster fires for no reason. So unfortunately, this is the scene that we're seeing out here in Van Nuys. As I told you, there were a lot of people over there. It doesn't look like there's a heavy police presence arresting them, but like we saw at the Big Five, when they went to make sure there was nobody inside that store, because that store does have guns, so that even escalates the potential for danger. But when we were done with that store, they turned around, they crossed the street, and then they arrested all the spectators. I would like to point out, though, that there are apartment buildings right next door, so I imagine that a lot of these people actually live there. So that's probably why there are so many people out here. It's hard to believe that we are in a pandemic. We talk about social distancing, 6 feet apart. You see it in the grocery store, the arrows, where to stand, and people will even say back up and whatnot. And all of a sudden the pandemic is hit, and now there are clusters, and there are just tons of people. Oh, that's so sweet. People are actually applauding law enforcement and the firefighters out here who are protecting their city. That's such a heartwarming feeling, because being out here, we've had people drive by and say some not so pleasant things to our police officers. So that was a really genuine moment, especially when you can think this is somebody's neighborhood. All of these apartments are right behind this pharmacy, so potentially it could have been quite the mess out here. But again, they responded quickly. Luckily, they were able to respond. In Santa Monica and Fairfax, as we watched yesterday, they weren't able to respond. We watched buildings just go up and no firefighters there, because they were just so stretched thin. So luckily, we were able to see a better outcome here. But again, these businesses destroyed overnight. Police say they're taking this curfew very seriously. They are taking those people to jail. And they also say that if you are in the area and you do see something suspicious, to give them a call. Micah, share.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. We want to take a picture live now of LAPD in pursuit of a burglary suspect who is wanted as well for assault with a deadly weapon on an officer. This is going on in the Silver Lake District in through Koreatown. It originated somewhere in Los Angeles proper, very near downtown. And again, a burglary suspect in the midst of all of this. In terms of the circumstances of that burglary, we're not clear at this point, but LAPD in the air, as you can see, and also on the ground pursuing this suspect in this SUV. At this point, we don't know how many people might be in the car other than the driver, or if perhaps the driver is the lone occupant. We do not know, but this is, again, racing through Koreatown. It made its way through Silver Lake along the 101 westbound for a time, exiting at Echo Park and on Temple for a time, and again, weaving through the streets of Koreatown now. Again, this suspect wanted for burglary, blowing through an intersection there, as you saw, with wanton disregard for the traffic laws. You've got a violation of curfew, and the list of charges growing by the minute for this suspect.
Yeah, it seems like the violation of curfew is the least of his problems right now. At this point, this is, again, as you mentioned, a burglary suspect accused of assaulting an officer. But yeah, the list will be long for sure when he is finally in custody. Again, LAPD in pursuit of this white SUV that you see in Koreatown. We also have the night sun on him. And the resources of the LAPD, or law enforcement in general, is stretched thin. As we know, we've been watching the breaking news all around town and seeing the police presence, and now we have a pursuit on top of it. There are the black and whites making that U-turn on this overpass as he starts making his way through Koreatown. Again, this suspect wanted for burglary and accused of assaulting an officer. This looks like it is on Sunset Boulevard, and it is making its way west there into the Arby's restaurant, well, right past the Arby's, and now going south and through surface streets, as Mike also mentioned, blowing through some intersections. Now this is in Hollywood, and we are now
it's heading southbound towards Santa Monica Boulevard. Again, LAPD right behind, right on the bumper of this burglary suspect. Larry Welk is tracking this as well from Sky 5. Larry, what do you see?
Well, we know that the suspect originally it was thought that he was wanted for reckless driving, and then apparently there was some sort of assault with a deadly weapon. We believe that weapon might have been the car against a police officer. Suspect now moving westbound on Santa Monica, very close to where we just left the demonstrations that were going on earlier. And again, that big SUV driving now southbound through a neighborhood. It's El Centro. And at this point, officers, it's very unusual in the condition that we are in right now, where most of the officers are on duty but ready to respond to tactical situations, would pursue. But because this suspect, now on El Centro southbound, was wanted for assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer, they want to make sure somebody that dangerous is not on the streets, especially when we are working in the conditions that we're working in, a curfew, and people making, we got cross traffic coming up. We're going to go southbound toward Melrose. But as I was saying, because it's assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer, that is what makes it more important. So the LAPD's got an air unit overhead. They've got a couple of units in behind, but nothing like we normally see here on an ordinary news day here in Los Angeles. Usually you'd have 5 or 6 police cars. In this case, because resources are spread so thin, they've only got 2 police cars here involved in this pursuit. Very unusual. They do, however, have 2 helicopters overhead. They don't know how many people might be in that vehicle. Very high speeds now. Melrose going back eastbound toward the 101 freeway. It's passing the Paramount Studios, and it's moving extremely fast right now on surface streets. LAPD's got the night sunlight on it, and they are tracking this car, again, with only 2 ground units. I see 3 more behind this white SUV. Looks like it could be a white Suburban or GMC, and it is now blowing through these intersections at extremely high speeds. And again, some people might be wondering, why don't they just stop it? Why don't they put a pit maneuver or put a spike strip out? It's just simply too dangerous at these speeds with a vehicle that is this heavy. And now, as we make our way up toward the 101 freeway, this suspect showing no signs of trying to slow down, continuing to try and evade officers, which is going to be very difficult because there are police officers everywhere in Los Angeles right now. It is the biggest show of force I have ever seen in almost 28 years, 30 years of doing news. And now the suspect getting on the southbound 101 freeway. So the suspect now has decided to join the southbound 101 freeway, which, by the way, is completely empty. So it'll be full speeds for this suspect right now as he makes his way down the 101 freeway. And again, assault with a deadly weapon, reckless driving, but out past curfew as well. And why somebody wouldn't just pull over, we don't know. Neither do the police officers. That's what makes it especially dangerous.
It's difficult to rationalize the intentions and the mindset of a suspect fleeing from police like this. You can think about it and run circles around it, but the reality is there's a lot of danger to a lot of people. But fortunately, in this scenario, with the curfew in effect and very few people on the roads, the motoring public is largely going to be able to steer clear of this in a figurative sense. There are some cars on the road, but not obviously exactly what we would normally see during the 8 o'clock hour on a Monday in normal times. As the LAPD continues in pursuit of this suspect, we have to believe that the CHP will get involved at some point if it remains on the freeway for an extended period as they move now southbound toward downtown Los Angeles.
This SUV is speeding for sure, and we can't imagine just how fast he's going just yet. We're going to try and get that for you in just a moment, but as we know, the resources are stretched pretty thin right now for law enforcement, as they have been concentrated in corralling demonstrators that are out past curfew. So at the moment, what we have are just 2 black and whites, and there you go. He's going upwards of 90 miles per hour here on the 101 South, making his way from Hollywood down into Silver Lake. When we caught this pursuit, it was already in Silver Lake, making its way through Hollywood, going west, and it's now doing a big circle around now on the freeway. But as we've been talking about, with the curfew in effect, now as he's making his exit over here, we want to go
110, probably the 110 south.
Let's go over to Larry Welk right now, and we've got a night sun on him. The freeways are wide open.
They're wide open, and I have to tell you, we had the speedometer up for a second there, but this guy was doing upwards of 105 miles per hour, which is really moving out for a vehicle of this size. And he is now moving southbound on that 110 freeway through the downtown LA slot. This guy just showing no regard for any other drivers on the freeway right now. It's an extremely dangerous situation as we make our way through downtown Los Angeles. We were moving down the 101 freeway doing 105 miles an hour, and now they've got a low helicopter from the LAPD. They've got a high helicopter from the LAPD, and this guy, it's tough to keep up with him flying a helicopter. To be honest with you, I am full power right now, and I'm trying to catch up to this pursuit that is now going southbound so fast that it looks like it's going to perhaps continue south on the 110 freeway. So that will I'll have to call the control tower at LAX, and I'll have to take a quick break and get back to you in just a second.
All right, that gives you an indication of the speed. Full throttle for Sky 5. This is north of 100 miles an hour southbound on the 110 freeway. This individual wanted for burglary and assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. That could well mean that he tried to use that vehicle to, ram a police car or run over an officer. It could have been any number of things, but that's just one thing that comes to mind as you have officers out on the streets dealing with crowds of people now after curfew. But again, this is a burglary suspect in a very, very dangerous situation going southbound on the 110 freeway at a very high rate of speed.
Right, and here we are as he pops out from under the overpass there. We do see a black and white in pursuit, and as we mentioned, and we had the speedometer up just for a second, we were clocking this SUV at about 96 miles per hour, but Larry Welk in Sky 5 says that it was difficult. It's difficult. They're going full throttle trying to keep up with this car and clocked him at 105 miles per hour. Perhaps he's going even faster than that if the Suburban can even handle, if that's what it is. At moments you saw the back of the SUV look like it was fishtailing a little bit. But we want to go back up to Larry Welk. He was trying to talk with LAX Tower as he's moving into that area. Larry?
That's right. I've gotten my clearance through the LAX airspace. It's a unique situation here on the 110 freeway. We've got to fly under the final approach for LAX, but we were able to get through. So it's tough to see right now because this is a part of the 110 that goes below the carpool lane. Holy moly, a firework just went off right in front of Sky 5. But anyway, as we make our way southbound on the 110 freeway, I'm going to get Colton Von Pertz to tell me how fast we're going by using that 107 miles per hour right now as we make our way southbound. We just crossed over, looks like Florence, and it looks like we're going to be coming up on Century here so quickly. But this SUV wanted for assault with a deadly weapon against a police officer. And in addition to assault with a deadly weapon, it was originally wanted for reckless driving. And now the suspect getting off the freeway, it appears. And that's going to complicate matters just a little bit. My hope is that the suspect might come eastbound, and that would really help us out with the air traffic. But we'll see what happens as the suspect gets off the freeway and still going southbound. Still going southbound. Did he get off the freeway?
Looks
okay,
as though
off
he
the
did.
Freeway. I'm going to have to get out ahead of this in order to get a picture of the car because of the nature of the airspace. Of course, we're trying to give the police department as much room as they need to work under this very difficult situation. But suspect now moving westbound and now turning southbound. Looks like that might be Figueroa. Indeed it is. Indeed it is Figueroa. And the suspect now driving extremely fast on these surface streets right now. And you can see there's quite a bit of traffic out here, considering that there has been a curfew in effect for many, many hours now. So we see that officers are now doing their best to keep up. About 6 police cars right now that are following this car through side streets. And it looks like it's it's on Florence now. So it exited the freeway at Florence and is now continuing. And it looks like eastbound Florence and passing 8th Street, but oh my goodness, I'm not even sure if that was a green light. This next intersection is going to be a green light and another firework right in front of Sky 5. Right through this intersection. Look how quickly that car is moving.
Oh my.
So suspects right now, we don't know how many people are in that car, but this is an extreme danger to the public. And again, that air unit in tracking mode, and there are LAPD black and whites that have actually backed out of the pursuit because it was simply too dangerous. It was getting to be too fast. But even though there is nobody following this car right now, he is 100 miles an hour on surface streets, and with his foot all the way to the floor on the pedal. He's got a green light, fresh green light coming up into this intersection right now, and this is just extremely dangerous. And we don't know if this is going to be a red light. We'll see what happens. Red light coming up to this intersection, and the suspect slows down. Southbound turn looks like it's going to be west of Imperial. What is it? Compton Avenue. Compton Avenue. Suspect now going southbound Compton. Nobody behind him. That's the interesting thing. Officers are at least a mile behind this suspect, and the suspect continues to go extremely fast as we make our way southbound on Compton Avenue. Another intersection. He's got making a right turn now. Oh, stopped in the intersection, getting out, and now several people get out of that car and they're running now. And we got the driver here. Hang on one second. Now we got LAPD now moving extremely fast, trying to get into the area where the suspect is running. He's running southbound, and he's coming right toward us, and he goes into a home. Suspect stops the car, runs about a half a block, and then down into the front yard of a home, and this will now become a perimeter. But I have to tell you, what a relief that the suspect stopped.
Yeah.
He was going so fast, we thought for sure that this was going to end in a terrible collision. But it's all over now. Suspects are contained into this house, and I'll throw it back to you in Hollywood.
Well, Larry, we're going to stay with this for a bit as we continue to track these suspects. They will not get away from a helicopter shot. Law enforcement is very, very close, as you indicated. We saw in the rear of your screenshot there
running through the alley.
A couple of officers there that were right on it. Bingo, there's another one. But we counted, Cher, at least 2 people that jumped out of that car and split off in different directions. But there's no way out for this suspect at this point.
Right. As Larry Welk mentioned, who's in Sky 5, they will create a perimeter. That's what you're seeing right now. There's one suspect who looks like he is complying and now laying on the ground as officers are instructing him to lay on his stomach, and now they are putting him in custody. That is one suspect that we know about. We know that there is another suspect that also foot-bailed, and there could be more people that were in that SUV that was going some 100 miles per hour on surface streets through South LA after it exited on Florence from the 110 South. So remember, we had 2 helicopters from law enforcement over this, and now we've got several black and whites surrounding the area where they ditched the SUV and foot-bailed.
Wow, that was not going to end well with them driving as fast as they were on a surface street in a vehicle like that in particular. You're just not able to stop, and you're not able to avoid colliding with something that might come out in front of you at 100 miles an hour on surface streets. Boy, the police were on them. They backed off for a while because they were going so fast, but it didn't do anything to lessen the speed of the suspect. They continued on at 100 miles an hour and finally just decided to jump out. Now, Larry, we know there's one person for sure in custody. We know there were at least two people that jumped out. Any indication they might have a second person?
Yeah, two guys ran into this apartment, so we don't know if that's a suspect right there, but they seem to have contained the two other people. So the driver appears to be in custody. Two others ran into this apartment building right here, and we believe that they're either contained or in custody right now. But I think the great news here is that there is no more danger to the public on these surface streets at those high speeds, and now there is a containment set up. And I'll tell you what, these people picked the wrong night to try and get away from the police, because as we know, the police are fully staffed right now across the city of Los Angeles, so there was no problem getting any kind of backup in here, and now they believe that the suspect might be, the driver's in custody, and two other people that were in that vehicle believed to be contained in this house or apartment here.
Larry Welk in Sky 5 over South LA, where we have one person in custody for sure on this pursuit that went from Silver Lake to Hollywood and then back onto the 101 into the 110 South and ending here in South LA. A perimeter set up, and we're looking for two more suspects to be in custody and to be taken into custody. Again, wanted for burglary, assault with a deadly weapon, and we can add breaking curfew too.
Yeah, they are surrounded at this point by LAPD. We're going to step aside for a moment and come back with more coverage. Stay with us here on KTLA.
President Trump is threatening to deploy the U.S. military if a governor in any state doesn't stop incidents of looting.
Police fired tear gas at protesters near the White House as the president spoke earlier. KTLA's John Fenolio is watching the White House for us tonight. John.
Well, Sharon, Micah, that's right. A volatile night at the White House. We've seen police fire tear gas at what appeared to be peaceful protesters shortly before Washington, D.C.'s 7 p.m. curfew. Now, all this happening as the president spoke in the Rose Garden and called on the National Guard to, quote, dominate demonstrators nationwide. In front of the White House, demonstrators facing off with police and National Guard members. Then chaos. Moments later, President Trump addressing the nation.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters. I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets.
And after the president spoke at the White House, police cleared the streets using flashbangs and tear gas. The president then walked across Lafayette Square to St. John's Church, where a fire had been set Sunday night. The president held up a Bible. He then posed for photos with Attorney General Bill Barr and others before returning to the White House. Meantime, Joe Biden is tweeting tonight, quote, "He's using the American military against the American people. He tear-gassed peaceful protesters and fired rubber bullets for a photo. For our children, for our very soul of our country, we must defeat him. But I mean it when I say this, we can only do it together." And late today, we can tell you that the Hennepin County Medical Examiner in Minnesota said that George Floyd's death was in fact a homicide. The report says that Floyd died due to cardiopulmonary arrest while he was being restrained by law enforcement. We'll have more on this later tonight. John Fenolio, KTLA 5 News.
John, thank you. Amid days of protest sparked by George Floyd's death, the Floyd family has called for an independent autopsy to determine how he died.
The results contradicting the county medical examiner's office. Kimberly Chang has the developments, and she joins us live from the newsroom. Kimberly?
Sure, Micah. Yeah, the family called for an independent autopsy, and those results came in as the county medical examiner's final report was released. Meanwhile, Floyd's brother went to the site where he was killed and told the public, of course, he and his family are upset, but they are calling for peace.
If I'm not over here wilding out, if I'm not over here blowing up stuff, if I'm not over here messing up my community, come on. Then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing.
George Floyd's younger brother visited his memorial in Minneapolis Monday afternoon. He said, of course, their family is upset, but they're calling for a stop to the destruction in the community.
But we're not going to take it. We're not going to be repetitious. In every case of police brutality, the same thing has been happening. Y'all protest. Y'all destroy stuff, and they don't move. You know why they don't move? Because it's not their stuff, it's our stuff. So they want us to destroy our stuff. Come on, Doc. They're not going to move. So let's do this another way.
Meanwhile, the Floyd family attorney and doctors who performed an independent autopsy announced their results.
Yes, our findings do differ. Some of the information I read from that complaint state that there was no evidence of traumatic asphyxia. This is the point in which we do disagree, that there is evidence in this case of mechanical or traumatic asphyxia.
According to the medical examiner, Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest, meaning his heart failed while being restrained by officers. Floyd family attorney Ben Crump.
For George Floyd, the ambulance was his hearse. Beyond question, he would be alive today if not for the pressure applied to his neck.
Now, the officer seen kneeling on Floyd's neck was charged with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. The other officers have not been charged. The family is calling for their arrests. All of them were fired. Reporting live in the newsroom, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
Thank you, Kimberly. Back to Sky 5 Live, and yet another police pursuit. LAPD in pursuit on the freeway of this white pickup truck. Larry Welk in Sky 5.
I can't believe it. Another pursuit here in the city of Los Angeles while we're all on quarantine and lockdown with a curfew. But nonetheless, there is a pursuit right now that Culver City originated. So the actual pursuing officers are Culver City PD. And hold on one second. Okay, and we're going to stay on the north side for now. And the suspect out of Culver City has now, Culver City requested the help of the California Highway Patrol because the Culver City PD, obviously very familiar with Culver City, but now we're in South Pasadena, and there's an accident on the 110 freeway, and the suspect may have to stop as a result of the accident. Look at this. There's a fire truck in the middle of the freeway. There's a traffic accident, and the suspect had to slow down but did not stop. Culver City still in behind this pickup truck. And again, we're still trying to figure out what he was wanted for. Originally came out, we don't know what the original want was, but somebody said there's a pursuit coming out of Culver City. And I said, it can't be. It must be the pursuit that we just did. And they said, no, sir, it's a different pursuit. So we flew up to the 110, and sure enough, here it is. And the suspect now, I believe he's blacked out. No lights on in that car whatsoever. And for those people that are familiar with the 110 freeway, you know, not only is it one of the oldest freeways in LA and not really built for high speeds, but it ends at Fair Oaks in the city of Pasadena. And so I'm wondering if Pasadena has been notified. I'm looking up ahead into the city of Pasadena, and it's almost like a ghost town. There are hardly any vehicles on the road right now, as it should be due to the curfew. But now moving up the 110 freeway, looks like we're going to be crossing over Arroyo, and then you'll see a curve in the road here, and that will be Fair Oaks as it makes its way northbound on the 110 that will eventually end at the city of Pasadena. So what a night with two different pursuits, so much law enforcement on the road. They don't even want to take the assets away from some of the areas where there might be protests or where there might be people that are violating the curfew. So it's very unusual that they would be doing this right now. Nonetheless, they must have decided that this was somebody that they wanted to get off the streets of Los Angeles, Culver City, now Pasadena. And there you see, looks like some sort of a GMC pickup truck moving at an incredibly high rate of speed right now, and now getting into the city of Pasadena.
All right. Again, this is a second pursuit now that we are that we are over in Sky 5 of a white pickup truck. The other one was a white SUV. We're still trying to figure out what the want is for, but obviously it's enough for this driver in this pickup truck to want to run, and he's now made it into the surface streets of Pasadena. Again, that 110, it ends at Fair Oaks, and so now he's making his way through surface streets in Pasadena, and he got a green light there at that intersection. And because there is a curfew in effect, he's on Arroyo, sorry.
Red light.
Here we go. We'll go up to Larry Welk right now as he's following this, but he's...
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm talking to Colton Von Pertz in the back seat, doing an excellent job tracking these incredibly high-speed pursuits, but I was wrong. It wasn't Fair Oaks. Red light right through. Doesn't even slow down. Just blazed right through that red light. 70 miles an hour on surface streets, got a fresh green light, and now completely blacked out. Nobody else on the roadway right now going up Arroyo. Now, I can tell you Arroyo dead ends into a bus station, but it looks like instead Arroyo, he's going to get on Green Street. It's a one-way street. He went the right way, thank goodness, and now making his way into Pasadena on Green Street. Green Street will have a little jog to it when it gets up to Lake, but for the most part, it looks like Culver City's getting into position to try and do a pit. So that would be extraordinary if they were trying to pit at these speeds with a pickup truck. But the suspect now moving along Green Street and going very, very quickly. Green Street is completely covered by trees as well in some places, so it might be difficult to get a shot of the suspect. We're going to move Sky 5 into a position where you can see through those trees. But do you notice that there's nobody else on the road? It's a burglary suspect, so thank you to our assignment desk. They just confirmed what the want was. So that's two pursuits. Whoa, cross traffic. One of the only other cars on the road tonight. but the suspect wanted for burglary, now on green, and there is a canopy of trees hard on the brakes at a green light, so we expect a turn coming up. Left turn on Catalina, now northbound Catalina, slowing down a lot, turning into a parking lot. Looks like it's going to come to an end right here. Suspect stops, gets out. That's a good job, Colton. Arms in the air. Unbelievable. Why drive all the way up here just to do that? But the suspect made a pretty smart choice there. And the suspect got, okay, now we believe the passengers are on the left side of your screen. Passenger now making a left turn, and passenger in custody now, arms out, flat on the ground. So just speculating here, the car stopped. The driver got out, arms in the air. So perhaps the driver wasn't even involved with any kind of crime. So the suspect clearly was in the passenger side and got out and was running away from officers, now in the custody of the Culver City PD.
They're chasing somebody else.
Very empty Pasadena.
They're chasing somebody else. I can't quite make out what that is, but clearly there's urgency there when we believe that the suspect was in custody. And whether somebody else jumped out and ran, we don't know at this point. But their pursuit does not appear to be over of everyone involved here. Again, Larry, you indicated burglary suspect. There you see the driver down on the ground next to the driver's side door. Suspect number 2 in custody in that parking lot that we just saw. But then the officers running back in the other direction.
Number 3.
Yeah, there we have number 3 passenger coming out there with the hands up and listening and abiding by what the officers are telling that person to do. It looks like it might be a woman, and I think that the person in the parking lot that was put into custody, that was running away, that is in custody now, also a woman. But here we have an incredible police response as she's getting cuffed, or he, an incredible police response as all of LA County is under a tactical alert. Everybody's on duty tonight.
A wild night across Southern California.
You know, of course, a burglary suspect, we're all supposed to be under curfew, and if they catch somebody trying to get into somebody else's home, or any kind of burglary at all, there's so much law enforcement right now that it's just a bad move all around, because there is law enforcement everywhere. In fact, there are helicopters right now. There's National Guard, there's local police departments, CHP, LAPD, Pasadena. It's just incredible how much there's a blanket of law enforcement right now covering Southern California. And now you can see the suspect being taken into custody. That was the driver right there. And they are going to clear the vehicle. And that's it for this one. Another pursuit tonight ends without anybody getting injured and no traffic accidents. Thank goodness for the light traffic here as a result of this curfew.
Boy, a wild night across Southern California in ways we have not seen. Multifaceted response tactics for officers dealing with crowds, dealing with protesters, dealing with curfew breakers, and dealing with suspects who are running from the law after assault with a deadly weapon, burglary, you name it. And the list of incidents grows longer as the night grows longer.
Hundreds of people, well, dozens and dozens of people arrested already just for violating curfew. And within the last hour, just two pursuits within the last hour that we were able to follow, both burglary suspects and one, as you mentioned, assault with a deadly weapon. So we have all 3 of the suspects here that were evading police in custody. An incredible police response. It was Culver City, the Culver City PD that was in pursuit of these burglary suspects all the way into Pasadena. And here we go. This is at least the end of the pursuit and suspects in custody.
We will exhale and take a short break and be back with more breaking news coverage after this.
the names that spark movement. In 2012, 17-year-old Trayvon Martin walks into a 7-Eleven in Sanford, Florida. He grabs a bag of Skittles and a can of Arizona iced tea, wearing a dark gray hoodie that would become a symbol to many. As Martin walks home, he encounters George Zimmerman, a neighborhood watch volunteer who has already called 911 to report Martin's movements, even though the teen had done nothing wrong.
Something's wrong with him. Yeah, he's coming to check me out. He's got something in his hand.
Minutes later, after a fight between the two, George Zimmerman shoots and kills Trayvon Martin.
No justice, no peace.
Zimmerman charged with murder, but a jury finds him not guilty.
Justice! Justice! Justice!
His death and acquittal sparked national outrage, and a movement is born.
Trayvon was a people's person. Yeah. He didn't deserve to die. Yeah. And I pledge I will not let my son die in vain.
Yeah. July 2014, 43-year-old Eric Gardner, a father of 6, is allegedly selling loose cigarettes illegally on Staten Island in New York. Officers surround him to make an arrest.
I'm minding my business. Please just leave me alone.
Officer Daniel Pantaleo is seen wrapping an arm around Gardner's neck before pulling him down to the ground. As Pantaleo forces Gardner's head into the sidewalk, Gardner is saying he dies shortly afterward. 5 years later, Pantaleo is fired after it is determined he used a chokehold banned by the NYPD. But long before that day, Gardner's last words become a national cry for help and social justice.
I can't breathe!
August 2014, 18-year-old Michael Brown is shot by a police officer. His death sparks days of protests and riots in the city of Ferguson, Missouri. While the city burns, two narratives emerge, one that Brown was unarmed and surrendering when he was shot. The other story from Officer Darren Wilson is that Brown was told to get out of the street, and during a confrontation, the teen tried taking his gun. The officer says he feared for his life when he shot and killed Brown. This time, the cry is the chant, "Hands up, don't shoot." As thousands pour into the streets to demand justice, the officer is not charged. In October 2014, Laquan McDonald, a black teenager, is killed by police in Chicago, shot 16 times by an officer who'd arrived at the scene seconds before. Though the officer claimed self-defense since McDonald had a knife, an autopsy shows some of the shots entered McDonald's back while he was turned away. The incident sparks protests in Chicago when police dashcam video is released more than a year later. The officer, Jason Van Dyke, is found guilty of murder.
16 shots and a cover-up.
There was a guy there with a pistol, I saw his face, he's like pointing it at everybody.
November 2014, 12-year-old Tamir Rice is playing with a toy gun at a park in Cleveland, Ohio, when officers are called. An officer shoots Rice seconds after arriving. A grand jury declines to indict the officer, the prosecutor saying the evidence did not indicate criminal misconduct by police. In April of 2015, in North Charleston, South Carolina, Walter Scott was pulled over for a broken brake light. An eyewitness captured the tragic outcome. Walter Scott was shot and killed by Officer Michael Slager, who was later convicted and sentenced to 20 years for murder. Later, in April of 2015, the city of Baltimore is rocked when Freddie Gray dies in police custody. The 25-year-old black man's arrest is caught on video. The Baltimore Police Department charges Gray for possessing a knife. After being transported in a police van, Gray falls into a coma and is taken to the hospital where he dies later of a spinal injury. None of the officers involved in Gray's arrest were convicted.
Freddie! I told him not to reach for it. I told him to get his hand out.
In July of 2016, Philando Castile gets pulled over. His girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, and her 4-year-old daughter are in the car when she starts using her phone to live stream the interaction. Officer Geronimo Yanez opens fire, killing Philando.
Oh my God, please don't tell me he's dead.
The community rallies behind the Castile family, a beloved school cafeteria supervisor. The officer is charged but later found not guilty.
He wasn't no criminal. My baby was a good man, a good, hard-working man.
Then another tragedy in September 2018 unfolds in Dallas.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
26-year-old Botham John is shot and killed by Dallas police officer Amber Geiger while sitting in his own home.
So I'm calling on the Dallas officials. Please, come clean. Give me justice for my son.
A jury later found Geiger guilty, and she was sentenced to 10 years for murder. In March of 2020, Breonna Taylor, an EMT, and her boyfriend Kenneth Walker are in her apartment in Louisville, Kentucky, when just before 1 a.m., 3 plainclothes officers arrived to execute a search warrant in a drug case. Taylor and her boyfriend think someone is breaking in when police kick down the door. Kenneth Walker grabs his legal firearm and starts shooting, hitting one officer in the leg.
Officers encountered rifle fire. Officer down.
Officers returned more than 20 rounds, killing Breonna Taylor.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now!
We want to go now to Sky 5 overhead, a police cruiser that was on fire. Larry Welk with more. Larry?
That's right. You know, LAPD out in force tonight. We don't know how this started. Northbound 101 freeway at Sunset is where we are right now. Interestingly, you see those flares that have been laid out, the flares. All exits in and out of Hollywood have been flared off. They are not letting people get off, presumably because they don't want any more people coming in to join the large groups that were disobeying the curfew tonight. Now, we don't know how this car started on fire, but it is an LAPD SUV, black and white, and it burned for a good 10 minutes here on the 101 freeway. LA City Fire just made quick work of putting it out with wet water, and it is out now. But again, just an incredible night here in Hollywood. A large number of police, and they are not letting you off these freeways. And, of course, we've seen 2 pursuits tonight as well. So that's the latest over Hollywood. We're going to continue to fly around Southern California and bring you developments as they unfold. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
What are the circumstances? I mean, we don't know if the officer was with his patrol car or not at the time it caught on fire or was set on fire. Again, we don't know the circumstances, but it would seem unusual that a car would be left unattended like that. Obviously, there was another emergency, or perhaps they left the car there to block the off-ramp. I can't quite make it.
We don't know either. We rolled up. We were actually on our way to Hollywood. There was a report that there was additional looting going on at a shoe store here in Hollywood, so that's where we were going. And then we were redirected here by somebody who had seen the car on the freeway and said, hey, there's a police car burning on the freeway. We turned around, sure enough, there it was. So we don't know what the circumstances were. I can tell you that there are 3 officers before firefighters got here that were standing behind the car when it was burning. And, of course, the California Highway Patrol came to assist as well. But no circumstances for this car fire, so we don't know if it was intentionally set or if it was just a simple accident. But tough to imagine on a newer model car like this that it would be an accidental fire in a police car. It just doesn't happen that often. So it'll be interesting to find out exactly what happened here. We don't see any additional people here. We don't see anybody in custody. But we do know that not a lot of traffic. The little bit of traffic that is on the 101 is being run by a break in traffic by the California Highway Patrol, northbound all the way slow, very slow. You can see nobody passing right now. So a lot happening in Southern California, and in particular here in Hollywood tonight.
All right, Larry Welk in Sky 5, thank you.
It has been a week now since George Floyd died while pleading for his life as an officer kneeled on his neck. His brother visited the scene in Minneapolis today to pray and thank protesters for their support.
But he also told them to stop destroying their communities. Daryl Forges has more now from Minneapolis.
Protesters brought to their knees in prayer. Silence and stillness brought to seething streets in Minneapolis as Terrence Floyd visits the spot where his brother George died in police custody. The Floyd family calling for peace.
The family has called for peace. Peace on left,
and urging the nation to end the violence.
In every case of police brutality, the same thing has been happening. Y'all protest, y'all destroy stuff, and they don't move. You know why they don't move? Because it's not their stuff, it's our stuff. So they want us to destroy our stuff.
President Trump now lashing out at governors in a conference call over their handling of the protests across America, calling many weak and urging them to be tough and dominant.
Well, we have 350,000 plus in the National Guard, and nobody wants to use them. And their cities are ransacked, and they're a disgrace all over the world.
The White House is now saying where governors have failed, the president is stepping in.
Violence, looting, anarchy, lawlessness are not to be tolerated. Plain and simple. These criminal acts are not protest. They are not statements. These are crimes that harm innocent American citizens.
And that was Daryl Forges reporting for us.
And back to Kimberly Chang, who is in the newsroom tonight as we learn new details on the autopsy of George Floyd, and of course an independent autopsy that was conducted by a medical examiner hired by defense attorneys representing Floyd's family. Kimberly has more. Kim.
Micah, share, the doctors along with the Floyd family attorney released the autopsy results today. Meanwhile, the Floyd family, also his brother, gathered at the site where Floyd was killed and called for peace among protesters. Take a listen. Oh, and we are waiting to get that information in right now. But at this point, we're waiting to get that package in for you right now. So the Floyd's brother was at the site where he was killed, and he gave a very powerful speech to people who were there. He said that the family is God-fearing, they're a peaceful family, and he is calling for everyone to remain peaceful during this time. He said, of course, he and his family are upset, but at this point, they don't want to see destruction in their community. So he's telling everyone to be peaceful. Meanwhile, the autopsy report that you mentioned, both were released today, the independent autopsy as well as the medical examiner's report, and we do have that story in for you now.
If I'm not over here wilding out, if I'm not over here blowing up stuff, if I'm not over here messing up my community, then what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? Y'all doing nothing.
George Floyd's younger brother visited his memorial in Minneapolis Monday afternoon. He said, of course, their family is upset, but they're calling for a stop to the destruction in the community.
But we're not going to take it. We're not going to be repetitious. In every case of police brutality, the same thing has been happening. Y'all protest, y'all destroy stuff, and they don't move. You know why they don't move? Because it's not their stuff, it's our stuff. So they want us to destroy our stuff. Come on, Doc. They're not going to move. So let's do this another way.
Meanwhile, the Floyd family attorney and doctors who performed an independent autopsy announced their results.
Yes, our findings do differ. Some of the information I read from that complaint state that there was no evidence of traumatic asphyxia. This is the point in which we do disagree, that there is evidence in this case of mechanical or traumatic asphyxia.
According to the medical examiner, Floyd died from cardiopulmonary arrest, meaning his heart failed while being restrained by officers. Floyd family attorney Ben Crump.
For George Floyd, the ambulance was his hearse. Beyond question, he would be alive today if not for the pressure applied to his neck.
The officer seen kneeling on Floyd's neck was charged with third-degree murder and second-degree manslaughter. The other officers have not been charged, and the family is calling for their arrest. All of them were fired. Reporting live in the newsroom, Kimberly Chang, KTLA 5 News.
All right, Kimberly, we want to now go to Sky 5 in Hollywood over the scene of, looks like yet another arrest. Larry,
That's
welcome,
right.
Sky 5.
You can see that suspect being taken into custody, handcuffed, being put into the back of the LAPD's black and white. I can tell you that they believe that this armed suspect was wanted and because he possibly brandished a weapon, and at one point they believe he may have even been part of the demonstration that was walking through Hollywood earlier this evening right around 8 o'clock. So they set up a quick perimeter. They had an air unit almost immediately. They identified the suspect, and just within a matter of moments, they had officers from the LA County Sheriff's Department and the LAPD, and they were able to take that suspect into custody. So right now, one in custody, believed to be an armed suspect. Once again, I've been saying it all night, there is a curfew in effect, and there are police officers everywhere. So you got to be off the streets and stay home right now, because if you're a suspect, you're going to be descended upon with a lot of officers here in the Hollywood area in particular. So just a very interesting night here in Hollywood and Southern California. That's the latest over Hollywood. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry, the impression we're getting here is that the crowds are beginning to thin in Hollywood, perhaps by way of arrest, perhaps by way of disbursement, or a combination thereof. But it appears now in the 9 o'clock hour that things are a bit more settled than they were 2 hours ago?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, the big crowds are off the streets here in Hollywood. In fact, there's very little in the way of traffic, and we certainly don't see any of the crowds that we saw earlier. But I can tell you with great confidence that the only areas of congestion are those of police officers, highway patrolmen, sheriff's deputies, and in some cases we've seen the National Guard vehicles moving around through Hollywood as well. But not a lot of foot traffic. We did see, we just flew over a shoe store that we were trying to find earlier, and it looked like somebody had tried to breach the door, and possibly it was employees there standing out front talking to a couple of police officers, not letting anybody into that shoe store. So not very much foot traffic, but a lot of police officers here in Hollywood.
All right, Larry Welk in Sky 5 for us, live over the scene there of yet another arrest in Hollywood. We're going to take a quick break here on KTLA 5 and back with more breaking news in a moment.
Live coverage continuing here on KTLA, live from Sky 5 as we look at the implications of breaking curfew in Hollywood. The Sheriff's Department bus we've been reporting on. Larry Welk in Sky 5. Larry.
You know, I can't say it enough. Stay off the streets in Hollywood if you don't want to get arrested. These are folks that were part of that large demonstration that was moving through the streets of Hollywood. LAPD requested some assistance. They got plenty of help when they did, and they finally have this long line of people. We've seen it all over Hollywood. We've seen it in Westwood, really anywhere we've gone. And these suspects are now one by one being processed, put into that LA County Sheriff's Department bus, where they will be taken to a jail cell somewhere. But at this point, we're still looking around. There are still reports of people that are walking around Hollywood, and the LAPD has rapid response teams that are ready to spring into action when they see any groups walking through these neighborhoods in Hollywood. This happens to be right here on Sunset Boulevard, so really right in the heart of Hollywood. Schrader is the cross street, so about 50 or so people being loaded onto that LA County bus.
All right, Larry Welk in Sky 5, thank you for that. He'll continue to keep an eye over Hollywood in Sky 5 and also continue to follow developments throughout the city as they come about. In the meantime, as protests across the nation rage on, California lawmakers are calling for calm and condemning the looting and destruction, but at the same time, they do not want to silence the protesters' message.
To those that want to exploit this moment, that want to flame the violence and fear, we hear you as well, but we don't have the same sensitivities as it relates to those that are trying to exercise their voice from a place of hurt and pain.
Governor Newsom also said that not enough is being done to combat systematic racism and systemic racism, that the black community is not responsible for what is happening right now.
Some Facebook employees staged a virtual walkout today, protesting CEO Mark Zuckerberg's decision not to take action against President Trump's social media posts. That action comes after several social media posts from the president referencing the violent protests across the country. One Facebook employee said there isn't a neutral position on racism. Facebook released a statement saying the company recognizes the pain many people are feeling, and it encourages employees to speak openly when they disagree with leadership. In cities like Santa Monica and Long Beach and across the country, people are pulling together to help looted businesses clean up and rebuild. That's what's happening in Richmond, Virginia, as Cameron Thompson reports.
From scenes of chaos Saturday to scenes of kindness Sunday.
Richmond is my home, so I felt like it was the right thing to do to come out here and start cleaning up.
Though there's been an outpouring of support this morning.
As dozens came out to help clean up the businesses on Broad Street damaged just a few hours before.
We've had dozens of friends, people we don't know. We're up here at 7:30 this morning helping us pick up glass and do whatever we could.
One business impacted was the clothing store Ledbury.
We have a lot of shirts and a lot of merchandise, and that was gone.
This is its co-founder, Paul Tribble.
There were people who were saying, like, what are you doing? Like, who are telling the looters to stop. I mean, I don't think that was supposed to be the spirit of what happened last night. And I think everybody, the vast majority of Richmond, is just saddened by it. And, we got to start healing.
This was full of watches.
A similar story a few blocks east at Waller & Company Jewelers.
You see the smash that, but they broke the glass out of here.
A family-owned business since 1900, they say they were already suffering because of COVID-19.
We were hoping to open on tomorrow. I don't think we're going to be able to open tomorrow with what has happened here.
This is their family friend, Sylvia Mitchell.
This is a black-owned business. It doesn't matter if it's black. This is a business that's been here for generations. These businesses that you guys are out here turn up, we need these businesses.
But they too saw the community rally to help.
We got your back. We got your back.
As Greek organizations showed up offering to clean up during the day and protect at night if needed.
Because it's not really us that's doing it, because we know what they mean to our community.
Well, residents I'm sorry, excuse me. We're going to go to this right now. We're going to take a quick break here on the KTLA News as we continue to follow breaking news throughout our city. Back in a moment.
Live coverage continuing here on KTLA with a look at yet another arrest in the Hollywood area. Sky 5 and Larry Welk. Larry.
That's right. This time we're just north of USC, the campus of. In fact, it's USC police requested help from the LAPD, a shots fired call here at this gas station. You can see they've got one suspect on the right side of your screen there. Another one, we don't know if he's been shot, but it was a call for help with USC police. We're right at the 10 freeway and Vermont. So there's a gas station just south of the 10 freeway on Vermont. And again, we don't know the circumstances, but we understand there were shots fired, one person down on the ground, two suspects standing behind those cars, and the LAPD responded almost immediate seconds. There was 2 or 3 LAPD vehicles here to back up the USC police. 3 people in custody right now here in South LA. That's the latest overhead. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry, thank you. Residents and city workers were out cleaning up downtown Long Beach today. Most of the protesters yesterday were peaceful, but the night turned violent when some people started looting.
We want to go now to KTLA's Erin Myers, who has more from Long Beach.
Good afternoon, you two. There have been many people out here trying to help pick up after last night's protest. There was a scheduled group meeting at 7 this morning to start, and we've seen people out here with brooms, with trash bags. We have seen buildings being boarded up as well, King's Fish House right there. And as for the city's response, this is what the mayor had to say at a news conference this afternoon.
What happened last night to our small businesses was unacceptable. We should be angry and saddened by the behavior of these people and these criminals.
We are told the protest started peacefully with a couple of hundred demonstrators at police headquarters, soon becoming thousands. It took a turn with looting and vandalism, but officials say they believe organized looters came into the city, causing much of the chaos. The police chief saying criminals were mixed in with the crowd of protesters. We've seen graffiti and many storefronts destroyed, and know that some protesters did get aggressive with officers, damaging multiple police vehicles and throwing items such as bricks. Police did use non-lethal force as well. The city had planned for the protest by increasing the police department's staffing, but law enforcement from other agencies did come in, including the National Guard, once resources were exhausted. The Long Beach Fire Department, also a very busy night for them. Sky 5 showing a fire at a clothing store on the 600 block of Pine. There were injuries to the public, no serious injuries to law enforcement or the fire department, and no fatalities. Around 75 arrests were made. We spoke to one woman who says seeing everybody out here cleaning up means a lot.
This is community thriving. This is the city of Long Beach saying that we're not going to let anything bring us down.
And this morning, as you can see, there were many people out here with brooms and garbage bags here in downtown, picking up debris and boarding up businesses, cleaning graffiti off of buildings. We know this was one of 2 organized cleanups scheduled in this area. City officials have put a curfew in place starting at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We also know law enforcement is out in full force, even though there are no scheduled protests in this area. That's the very latest here in Long Beach. I'm Erin Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, time now to check in with meteorologist Vera Jimenez. She's got a look at the week's weather, and boy, it was a little hot one today.
Yeah, and it's actually going to get hotter as we make our way towards the remainder of the week, and especially tomorrow and Wednesday. This afternoon, temperatures were well above average, 81 degrees. The average this time of year is 75. Luckily, though, it wasn't anywhere near the record. However, as we make our way into Tuesday and Wednesday, some of our valley communities are going to get on the warm side, possibly in the 90s and maybe even mid-90s. So again, it is going to be warm. As we take a look at the 24-hour temperature change, you can see that from yesterday to today, temperatures are still warmer. In fact, in Burbank, it's 11 degrees warmer tonight than it was at this time yesterday. 4 degrees warmer in Palmdale, 5 in San Bernardino, 9 in Riverside, and 7 if you're in Chino or in Marietta and Temecula. As we take a look at some current temperatures, and by the way, beautiful outside. We don't have any marine layer with us just yet. We are expecting to get a little bit of marine layer overnight. The current temperatures, though, still comfortable outside. We're looking at 71 degrees over downtown Los Angeles. 73 in Fullerton. The winds there out of the west southwest at 6 miles per hour. We have beautiful clear skies. Palm Springs still pretty warm, 92 degrees. We've got a big dome of high pressure sitting over us to the east. Northwest winds in Palm Springs at 7 miles per hour, and in Chino we're looking at mid-70s, clear skies there as well. The winds there also out of the west southwest at 7 miles per hour. As we look at the satellite radar picture, you will see that we've got a dome of high pressure to the southeast of us. That is going to build a little bit to the north, and as it does, it is going to bring warmer temperatures, as I mentioned, as we make our way into Wednesday. As we take a look at tomorrow, though, we are going to see a few high clouds. As we make our way closer to Wednesday, it's going to be a combination of heat from the east and some high clouds from the west. So as those two come together, it is going to produce a lot of humidity. So it's going to be a little bit hot and a little bit muggy, especially on Wednesday. And again, that's going to be because of the cloud cover. And then because, again, this area of low pressure is going to begin to move in. By the time Thursday rolls around, there is a slight chance that we could actually see a sprinkle or two. And you'll see that reflected on the extended forecast. Keep in mind, though, that the temperatures are still going to be kind of close to average. So again, because this system is coming from the south and not from the north, it is going to be a warmer air mass. If it was coming from the north, this would actually cool our temperatures down below average. And again, we'd have, a much cooler air mass in play. But again, it's out of the southwest, and that's going to keep things a little on the warm side. Tomorrow, though, the marine layer isn't going to be that bad. It will be mainly to the north of us. And we're also going to get a little bit of that valley fog in the Inland Empire. So that's what you can expect tomorrow. As we continue to advance, that is what it will look like tomorrow at 7:50 a.m. You can see that we are going to see plenty of sunshine again. We'll continue to advance it throughout the day. That's 11:45. So that onshore flow, that sea breeze, is going to kick in, and that is going to help bring more of that mid and upper level cloud cover, and then that's what it will look like by tomorrow afternoon. So again, we are expecting more of those mid and upper level clouds that you're going to see later on the extended updated forecast. We do have an excessive heat watch. And again, this is going to be for our interior sections. And again, this is primarily because of that big dome of high pressure that is sitting to the southeast of us. As it pushes to the north, again, it's going to bring that really, really hot air mass into our desert communities. It's not going to push far enough to the west to actually bring that amount of heat towards the rest of the basin. But again, you are going to see those temperatures in the 90s as we make our way into our valley areas. So again, the excessive heat watch will expire Thursday at 7 p.m. and that will be primarily for Palm Springs and also too for the inland valleys of San Diego County. Looking at the overnight temps, the clouds are going to stream in, but again, very, very minor. Corona 57 degrees overnight. Remember that these temperatures will actually register right before the sun comes out. That's when we get the coolest temps. 63, pardon me, in Anaheim the same, in Fullerton, Yorba Linda about the same. Rancho Santa Margarita also low 60s. The temperatures along the coast will be in the low 60s, and that will be for Los Angeles or Orange County. And again, because of the high clouds, we are going to see those temperatures pretty similar between our valleys, our basin, and even along the coast. The warmest temperatures will be really further inland. Ojai 66 degrees, Santa Clarita 65, but you'll also see that in Newhall. As we push inland towards the Antelope Valley, temperatures there will be a tiny bit cooler, and that will be in the upper 50s and the low 60s. Tomorrow's daytime highs gonna be warm. Lancaster and Palmdale already measuring temperatures in the mid 90s. 92 in Van Nuys, 92 in Newhall, 88 in Burbank and Pasadena. Woodland Hills also, Simi Valley also in the upper 80s. So it will be warm. Our coastal communities will be warmer than they were this afternoon. Temperatures could get as warm as the mid 70s, but we'll keep an eye on that. Don't forget Long Beach. That reading is always warmer because that temperature reading comes further inland, about 5 miles inland, as opposed to right on the coast. So let's take a look at Bell and Bellflower. Low 80s there. The Pomona Valley, again, that hot air just sits in that valley, doesn't mix out, so the temperatures tend to get pretty warm. You're also going to see some high clouds. So tomorrow for you guys at 93 with those clouds, it's going to feel a little sticky and maybe a little bit uncomfortable. 85 degrees in Anaheim, 81 in Fountain Valley. That's going to be warm for Fountain Valley because remember, that's going to be a little bit closer to the coast. So you tend to get a lot of that influence from the sea breeze. But tomorrow, going to be 81. That's going to be a warm number for you. 74 in Long Beach, 81 in Irvine and Rancho Santa Margarita, 90 in Corona, Chino 94. Also a bit of a valley there. So you get that hot air sitting pocketing in there. 93 in Ontario, 93 in Riverside, 88 in Temecula, looking at triple digits for 29 Palms and Palm Springs. Higher elevations, Big Bear, Wrightwood, temperatures in the mid 70s. Barstow, yep, it's going to be warm there as well with 100 degrees. And keep in mind that in Barstow, the winds are going to get a little strong during those afternoon hours. At this point, no wind advisories, but you know, it's just that diurnal pattern. So Wednesday, San Fernando, San Gabriel Valley, you guys are going to be very similar. 91 degrees tomorrow. Wednesday, we're looking at 96. And again, that cloud cover is going to make it feel sticky and hot. A little bit cooler on Thursday as that ridge of high pressure begins to loosen its strength and it weakens a little bit. So you'll see also less cloud cover moving in from the Pacific. And there you go. By Friday, we are looking at 73 degrees. You guys aren't going to see much of a chance of rain, but you are going to get those low clouds and fog in the morning with pockets of sunshine by the afternoon. As we move into the weekend, you're going to start to see temperatures warm up again by Sunday, 83. Again, that's going to be well above average. 76 is where you should be sitting this time of year. For the coastal basin, above average tomorrow by at least 5, maybe 7 degrees. It'll stay warm into Wednesday. Clouds for you as well. Thursday, less cloud cover. As we get an area of low pressure push in, that is going to bring your numbers down. And then by Friday, those numbers will continue. And again, for you guys, clouds in the morning, pretty typical. Sunshine by the afternoon. You'll continue that pattern into Saturday, and then high pressure moves back in. We're looking at upper 70s, low 80s for Orange County. 86 degrees tomorrow with lots of morning clouds. Sunshine, a little bit of sunshine by the afternoon. Take a look at Wednesday and Thursday. Mostly clear. Temperatures again on Thursday will begin to cool down, and then below average on Friday and Saturday. And on Friday, you actually have a small chance of some showers. For the Inland Empire, we're looking at afternoon wind gusts tomorrow, 25, possibly 30 miles per hour. You'll see that same pattern on Wednesday. A lot more sunshine, less clouds on Wednesday. Temperatures will remain in the 90s on Thursday. The winds will be calmer in the afternoon, though. The winds on Thursday, about maybe 15 to 25 miles per hour. 77 on Friday, same on Saturday. Back into the 80s on Sunday with lots of sunshine. High deserts tomorrow, 95. Triple digits for you on Wednesday, so it's going to be really hot there. 98 on Thursday, and also keep in mind that the low desert will be about 2 to 3 degrees warmer than the high desert. Quick look at the beaches. Again, beaches tomorrow, partly cloudy skies. Temperatures will be comfortable. Low, possibly mid-70s. And then the onshore flow will return for you on Friday. We're looking at 67 degrees with partly cloudy skies. That area of low pressure will stick around for one more day for you with more sunshine and better clearing by Saturday. And then a slow warm up again on Sunday and Monday. And we're looking at temperatures once again in the low 70s. And again, that is going to be above average. And that'll do it for me. We'll have more weather coming up shortly. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Vera, thank you. We are back with more KTLA News after the break.
Welcome back to KTLA 5 and this breaking news. We want to go to downtown LA and Sky 5 overhead, what we believe is a shooting. Larry Welk with more.
That's right. It came out as an ambulance shooting here at 5th and Figueroa in downtown Los Angeles. Sorry about the building here. I'll get it out of the way. But LA City Fire Department sent 2 ambulances. We got here right after the patient was loaded, so we can't tell you how many people were hit or the circumstances, but reports of a shooting with a very quick response by the LAPD, and then the LA City Fire Department also arrived on scene right after that. The victim now in the back of that ambulance and will be transported to a local hospital. Again, the circumstance is not known, but stay off the streets tonight. There is law enforcement everywhere. Hollywood, downtown LA, all over the Southland right now. It is just better to be in your own home. That's the latest over downtown LA. I'm Larry Welk in the Sky 5. Back to you.
All right, Larry, thank you for that. President Trump is threatening to deploy the U.S. military if a governor in any state doesn't stop incidents of looting.
Police fired tear gas at protesters near the White House as the president spoke earlier. KTLA's John Fenolio is watching the White House tonight. John?
Yeah, sure. And Micah, a volatile day at the White House. As you mentioned, tear gas and flashbangs fired at what appeared to be peaceful protesters before the president addressed the nation. In front of the White House, demonstrators facing off with police and National Guard members. Then, chaos. Moments later, President Trump addressing the nation.
I am your president of law and order and an ally of all peaceful protesters. I am mobilizing all available federal resources, civilian and military, to stop the rioting and looting, to end the destruction and arson, and to protect the rights of law-abiding Americans, including your Second Amendment rights. Today, I have strongly recommended to every governor to deploy the National Guard in sufficient numbers that we dominate the streets.
After the president spoke at the White House, police cleared the streets using flashbangs and tear gas. The president then walked across Lafayette Square to St. John's Church, where a fire had been set Sunday night. The president held up a Bible. He then posed for photos with Attorney General Bill Barr and others. Joe Biden tweeting shortly thereafter, quote, "He's using the American military against the American people. He tear-gassed peaceful protesters and fired rubber bullets for a photo. For our children, for the very soul of our country, we must defeat him. But I mean it when I say this, we can do it together." And back to us live here. We should mention that the protests at the White House have not all been peaceful. Sunday night saw chaos and violence. As I just mentioned, St. John's Church was set on fire. Other fires were started near the White House. Of course, this has been volatile all across the country, but especially in front of the White House the last several nights. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
John Fenolio, thank you. And while many city leaders are pleading for peaceful protests over the death of George Floyd,
lawmakers in Washington stress the protesters should have a voice, but without the destruction that's destroying American towns. Joe Khalil reports from Washington.
California Democrat Barbara Lee is condemning the looting and destruction.
We cannot allow negative aspects to overshadow why the majority of people in this country are protesting.
But Lee wants all Americans to acknowledge the pain and injustice that sparked demonstrations in the name of George Floyd.
People throughout the country have said enough is enough. We're not going to allow police murders.
Norma Torres says institutional racism is embedded in our history.
I'm not sure that we're ever able to completely eradicate it.
And she says, while it may be hard to see now, political activism and peaceful protest have made a difference.
It's important to recognize that a lot of change has happened.
And as we prepare for another night of demonstrations, both here and around the country, lawmakers are hoping that protesters will honor the wishes of the Floyd family and protest peacefully.
We lift up voices like the Floyd family that are calling for peace.
Congressman Adam Schiff says one voice that has not helped promote peaceful protest is the president's.
So the added call for the governors to crack down on protesters. This is the president's divisive style.
The president has said enough is enough. There are tools I can use.
But Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany says the president's calls for governors to take immediate action is justified.
Quite clearly, many of them failed to do their job. Look at the scenes we have seen.
McEnany says the Violence, looting, and defacing of monuments tarnishes the legacy of George Floyd. In Washington, I'm Joe Khalil.
Volunteers in Santa Monica have been out helping to clean businesses impacted by yesterday's protest. KTLA's Courtney Friel has more.
Hi there. A curfew is now in effect for the business district of Santa Monica. And by 4 p.m. citywide, everyone should be at home unless they're going to work or having an emergency.
Curfew is in effect 1 p.m.
As police drive by making curfew announcements, you can still smell the smoke in the air outside this Santa Monica sushi restaurant that was set on fire by looters who took advantage of the peaceful protests yesterday. Jack's Jewelers on 4th Street was trashed. There's glass everywhere, and everything was stolen, including the safe.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, I lost everything I built the last 4 years, piece by piece, and everything is gone. So hopefully we can rebuild and just move on.
Santa Monica police believe the looters were opportunists tracking where peaceful protests were happening to come and do damage. Out of the more than 400 arrests throughout the night, 95% were not even residents of the beach city. While some store owners chose to protect their businesses with rifles, Gina Brose stood outside to protect her friend's homeopathic store.
Windows were all smashed. People were trying to dive in there to steal stuff. I don't know what they think they're going to steal. There's no drugs in a homeopathic pharmacy. You know, what are they going to steal? Vitamin bottles? I don't know. I think they just wanted to do damage.
9 fires were also set, but luckily there were no injuries, and eventually 100 National Guard members were brought in to keep the peace. Monday morning was spent with hundreds of people coming to Santa Monica with brooms and cleaning supplies, trying to wipe off graffiti and also boarding up their businesses, which looked like hurricane preparations. DJ Verrett chose to spend his 49th birthday cleaning up his city.
It's my duty as a member of this community to come out and keep my palm down versus my palm up. So my palms are down doing heavy lifting and helping the stores that I do shop at and these mom and pop shops. That's why I'm here, is to be a service.
And we know a lot of people took video of the looters yesterday, and Santa Monica officials are asking if you can please email it to them. It might help in their criminal investigation. The email address is info@santamonica.gov. Reporting in Santa Monica, I'm Courtney Friel, KTLA 5 News.
A short break, back with more KTLA News on the other side.
We want to go back to Larry Welk in Sky 5. Larry?
Well, this is Hollywood, an area that we've been all night, it seems like. And this is Melrose and Cahuenga. I don't know if you remember that earlier there was a large police presence here. There's a pavilions that was being looted. LAPD came in. We saw a foot pursuit. Well, they were still down here in this area. They were still cleaning up some of the people that were in the neighborhood, trying to contain some of the people. And an officer needs help call came out, and we believe that there was an assault on one of those officers. So LA City Fire Department, very nearby, responded quickly. The LA County Sheriff's Department came in. There's a helicopter overhead. We don't see anybody inside that ambulance right now, but a tremendous response very quickly. As a matter of fact, if we pull just to a little bit of a wider shot, you see up on Melrose itself, there are several police cars there as well. Not taking any chances. Even a minor injury gets immediate attention here by the LA City Fire Department. So that's the latest over Hollywood. I'm Larry Welk in Sky 5. Back to you.
Larry Welk in Sky 5, thank you. We're back with more news coming up. Protests across America and around the world for the 7th straight night in pursuit of justice following the death of George Floyd. Good evening. I'm Micah Ullman.
And I'm Cher Calvin. The 46-year-old's death being met with a coast-to-coast call to action.
We've seen marches from downtown LA to the White House as demonstrators demand institutional change to hold law enforcement accountable. In the heart of Hollywood, peaceful protests transformed into a violent wave of looting and vandalism, leading to clashes and arrests.
KTLA's Lauren Lister is live with more on the dangerous situation tonight. Lauren.
Micah and Cher here on Sunset and El Centro is where we've seen people that have been arrested, police tell us, for demonstrating past curfew are being loaded onto these buses to be booked. This after what earlier was hours of peaceful protests that came through this area. Take a look.
So many of the protests that we're seeing. Black Lives Matter.
At least 200 demonstrators by our count, a group that we witnessed as they marched from Sunset and Vine, headed east down Sunset. This began just before 4 o'clock this afternoon. Black Lives Matter on many of their signs and in their chants. At times they took a knee and chanted the name George Floyd. A few I spoke to personally said they were protesting against racial injustice and said they wanted the 3 other officers who were present during George Floyd's death arrested and charged. We parted ways with these demonstrators shortly before 6 as they headed down Bronson. And around that time, I want to show you another video. These images were seen overhead on Sky 5 in the area where earlier peaceful protests had marched through. Well, now we saw images of looting. People seen running in and out of a Rite Aid, appearing to be stealing merchandise. Some seen getting away in cars before police came a short time later and chased them off. But damage left behind, windows and doors shattered at a number of businesses in this Gower Gulch shopping center, and our crew has personally witnessed other similar scenes elsewhere in Hollywood tonight of broken windows of businesses and apparent theft. Also, arrests. Take a look at this video. This was actually shot earlier at the very location where we are now, where we witnessed more than a dozen being arrested. And a short distance from here, we saw about 3 dozen, according to police, being arrested too. Officers on scene in both situations say in these cases that the people were arrested on suspicion of violating curfew or unlawful assembly. That they were given a chance to disperse, we were told, and accused of not doing so. Back out here live, LAPD, a spokesperson, telling me that hundreds of arrests have been made tonight throughout LA County as a result of the demonstrations and civil unrest that we have seen from the Valley to Hollywood and elsewhere. But they say we probably won't have a complete count until tomorrow morning, and that likely isn't when we'll see, that's likely when we'll see the full extent of the damage too. For now, that's the latest live here in Hollywood. I'm Lauren Lister. I'll send it back to you.
All right, from the ground in Hollywood to Sky 5.
Well, Micah, we can show you these images here. Really, you know, we think of Hollywood as being the home of movie making and movies, and this, unfortunately, is not a movie. Hollywood and Highland being blocked by the National Guard while the LAPD is out in force in Hollywood. They're still taking suspects in custody from earlier when we saw the looting going on. And right now, a very surreal sight. It is the U.S. military, the National Guard here, blocking off Hollywood and Highland. You can see there's no traffic out here right now. And as we look across Hollywood, really the only traffic we see are LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, the Highway Patrol Guard here in this intersection, holding this section of Hollywood. We're going to keep flying over Hollywood.